I'm just gonna repeat the sentiment. Heck yeah! And yeah, definitely. Anyway, well, definitely never call her that because she's super cool. She's super cool. Also, wait, I have to check to see and make sure that. Okay, I'm using the right voice filter. Good. Hello, everybody. Hi, Aiden. So yeah, you read the title right. Today may very well be the finale based on how much I read last week. Read 10 chapters, and there are only like 10 chapters left. Stop Mochi 999 zillion times. The numbers just keep growing. Hi, Orville. Oh yeah, yeah, she definitely is. She's, oh my god, she's so freaking hilarious. Good lord. Man, but seriously, Aiden, you should have been there for the Mochi pounding fiasco. I was like, I felt so violated. I mean, not really. I was in on the joke, but oh my god, it was like one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Actually, one of the funniest things I'd ever seen. Oh my gosh. Ooh, I stink. Wait, how come the sound alerts aren't working? Hello? Why aren't the sound alerts working? Well, okay. Well, I heard ice. I heard Squidward's mother saying "I stink" in Spirit Orville. You're somewhat glad you weren't. I mean, you probably would have had a premature death if you did. To be fair, it was that funny. And now I'm never gonna live that down. Even though it wasn't even my fault. I just happened to have the name. I just happened to have the Twitch name Mochi. Okay, that's good, that's good. Glad to hear that my voice sounds all right. Okay, I hope the music levels are okay. I know where we used to be is going to be kind of quiet. Because one, that's YouTube, and two, that's a pretty quiet song regardless. But yeah, so yeah, as I was saying before, today may very well be the finale, which means, you know what that means.
You know what that means? Fish.
We get to see, well, like I warned, the you know, the content warning that I warned I was gonna, that I warned people I was gonna warn about. So, you know. So, you know, that's gonna be fun. Oh, God, it's gonna be fun. Ooh. But you know what else is gonna be fun, actually? So, y'all remembered last week when I quote-unquote joked about having ChatGPT summarize the story so far. Well, Aiden, you already know about this. But for the rest of you who don't know,
Yes, I'm Pokemon. Ash, May, and their friends found themselves caught in a whirlwind of drama, jealousy, and fierce competition. As Ash wrestled with nightmares of Drew and May growing closer, tensions boiled over in the real world, with training battles turning into personal feuds. Drew's harsh critiques set Ash into a spiral of self-doubt, questioning if his own training style is holding May back. Meanwhile, Misty, blinded by jealousy and Harley's manipulations, prepared to challenge Ash and May in a high-stakes contest battle. Convinced May had been abusing Ash. As betrayals, heartbreaks, and accusations threatened to tear friendships apart, Brock stepped in, determined to reveal the truth. Can Ash and May find the strength to overcome doubt and win the battle ahead? Will Misty realize their mistake before it's too late? And just what is Pikachu's role in this tangle of emotions? Find out next time on Pokémon.
So yeah. So yeah. Yeah, I went a little bit further above and beyond. That's the only reason I'm using voice mod for that, or at least the main reason. I had to, man. I had to. But all right. While we are here, with that out of the way, it is time for me to find the Storytime folder so I can actually bring up the thing. But I can't find it because I am blind, I guess. Oh, found it.
Are you really the last person to find out?
You know, it'd be great. Again, I refuse. I refuse. I refuse. But okay. Now that we are here, okay, it's actually in the very next chapter. Oh, so I better get this queued up and ready to go. But for now, we can rest easy knowing, you know, nothing bad is gonna happen. Surely nothing bad is gonna happen in this one. Of course not, of course not. Okay. Anyway. So here we go. I just gotta make sure everything's all set up. Yeah. Move OBS over here. This way chat is... You want him to die? Well, you know, you may see that happen today. All right. So here we are. So yeah, as y'all know from the summary, stuff happened, and in this episode, more stuff's gonna happen. So here we go. Hey, look at that! Only 14 minutes into the stream this time instead of like 20. I'm getting better at not stalling. I say as I spent 10 more seconds stalling. Okay, here we go. Chapter 25. Hope everyone's ready. Charity. Chapter 25, Charity. I hope everyone's ready. That was not supposed to start in the middle of that. There's supposed to be an intro. Thank you, YouTube. Ah, that was fun, May said, smiling as she placed the empty bowl in Ash's backpack. I agree, Ash said with a smile of his own back at the happy girl. I'm kind of glad no one was watching us from the bushes like earlier today. Ash folded up the blue cloth used to wrap the rice balls and placed it in his backpack as well. I still kind of wish I didn't back down from that, though, May said, eyeing him sheepishly. From what? Asked oblivious. Oh, you know. May then walked up to him and grabbed his hand to jog his memory. We were about this far apart. She pulled herself and the boy closer together. Ash could feel May's chest pressed against his own. And you could feel my breath on your face, she cooed. Ash felt his face light up. And I could tell you were looking at my lips, she whispered sweetly, licking them. I was going to... I mean, Pikachu! Ash turned to his partner to avoid facing the girl any longer. Are you awake, buddy? Pikachu had not stirred from the slumber he had begun when Ash had gotten May to talk about what she and Misty had talked about during their picnic. Oh, come on, Ash, May playfully said, playfully slapping his back. I was just kidding around. Easy for you to say, Ash grumbled. What was that? I mean, Ash was stuck. Ash was stuck. He had to let it out now. I guess I wanted to kiss you a little. Oh, really? May was blushing now, smile absolutely beaming. Just a little, Ash protested. None of that tongue stuff. Ash knowing about deep kissing? May raised her eyebrow. Will wonders never cease? Ash blushed, even more furiously than before. So, I mean, I saw some people on TV doing it a few weeks back, and go on. May nudged him, a giant smile having grown across her face, even more than what she was already beaming. I thought about doing that, Ash muttered, barely audible. With who? May giggled, very clearly having a ball. Ash, on the other hand, wanted to curl up into a ball. Fortunately, he did not, and somehow managed to get out with you. May hugged Ash tightly from the side. Oh, that's so cute, Ashy. You don't think I'm weird? Ash gulped, looking at the coordinator. Nah. She ran her hand through his black hair, knocking off his hat. As a matter of fact, we could right now, if you wanted. Ash turned deep red and backed out of May's embrace. He quickly picked up his hat and shoved it on over his head. No, he mumbled. Oh? May peered into his eyes from under his hat. I thought you wanted to. The mood's not right, the boy grunted, turning from her again. And what would be the perfect mood to kiss me in then, This is gonna be good, she thought. I guess... Ash turned on his imagination. We'd be standing on top of the battle pyramid. The battle pyramid? May sounded displeased. I think your imagination's broke. Hear me out! Ash pleaded, before he realized that he was pleading to tell May about a fantasy he had come up with. Though he was already knee-deep into saying it, so he decided to continue. It'd be nighttime. All the stars would be out, and from being so high up, we'd be able to see all the lights in the city below. So it'd kind of be like there's a sky on both sides. I'd be showing you off my Final Frontier symbol to you, and we'd talk about how far we'd come since we met all the way back in Hoenn. I'd tell you that I'd never gotten this far without you, and you'd think it's all sweet and stuff, and then... Ash gulped. I'd kiss your hand. Just my hand? Yeah. Ash looked over at Pikachu, silently pleading for him to wake up. This is a stupid story anyway. Ash tried to dismiss the entire thing. Why don't we get back to Cindy's? Everyone's probably waiting for us. Well, even though we probably should get back, May said, walking over to Pikachu. I didn't think your story was bad. I thought it was kind of cute. I like how you'd be a gentleman about it and not kiss my face without me making a move first. She picked up the dozing Pokémon and held him in her arms, forcing Ash to eye her instead of his stalwart electric type. Let's walk back, and you can tell me more as we walk. Fine, Ash submitted. They began retracing their steps back to Cindy's house, but Ash remained silent as they walked. This caused May's concern to grow. I hope I didn't hurt his feelings trying to get him to talk about me about love and stuff, she thought. She worked up the courage to break the silence. Ash? She asked, walking next to him, taking his hand in hers. What is it, May? I'm sorry I made you feel uncomfortable back there, she said with a smile. I know I was prying and you didn't really want to talk about it, and all I did was embarrass you. So this is the issue with having so much Kingdom Hearts music in a tab somewhere. Is that when a lot of the games have Kingdom Hearts in the title, it's hard to do a string search for just KH1 because there's no 1 at the end of it, you know? So, you know, this is gonna be fun, man. And Ash is so you right now. I know, right? You squeeze May's hand. It's all right. I know you're into that romantic stuff. I guess I'm not really that good at it. You're better than you think you are, she said, resting her head on his shoulder as they walked. I thought the part about the sky on both sides was pretty romantic. Ash felt himself blush. He looked down at the girl at his side. Her eyes looked intently at the path ahead of them. She held his most trusted partner in one of her arms, and in her opposite hand was his. His eyes moved to the green bandana he had bought for her, lovingly tied around her head, possibly even more so than her previous wet red one. Ash felt himself swell up with pride that he and May had become so close. He was afraid of trying to kiss her, afraid that he'd be trying to rush the relationship too quickly and end up destroying it. He also knew that after they kissed for the first time, there would be no going back to being just friends. Because of this, the trainer restrained himself from kissing the girl at the top of her head, something he really wanted to do. Instead, he made himself content with what they had together in the moment. I feel kind of weird, Ash thought to himself. I mean, not a bad weird, a good weird. It's like... He thought for a moment. It's like how I feel about my Pokémon. Some kind of caring that extends further than plain old friendship. I want to care for her. I mean, I care about people like Brock, but I don't want to make it my duty to care for him. But it's different with May. I want to care for her. I want to bring her ramen like I did earlier. I want to help her win her contests. I want to see her smile. Her happiness makes me happy. I want her to stay with me in Pikachu forever. I really do love her. Are you okay, Ash? I looked up at him. You haven't been paying much attention to the path, and you've kind of been staring at me for a bit. Oh, I was just thinking. Ash turned his gaze back to the path, smiling. Oh, really? May I ask about what? It's nothing, really. Ash shook his head as they stepped out of the bushes. Come on, tell me! May cutely begged, squeezing Ash's hand as they both ran down the road. I don't have to, Ash said, smiling, stopping close to the door. But I want you to! Ash turned the doorknob and stepped inside. Max and Cindy looked up from the toys they were playing with to see the two enter. Hey, guys, May said. What are you two doing in here? Us? Max asked, annoyed. What are you two doing holding hands? Oh. Okay, this is why I need to, like, open up all of these notes so I can actually sort of see what's ahead instead of like noticing, oh wait, I have a song that I need to play and then just read it right when I'm getting there, so I don't. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna shut up now. Ash and May looked at their hands, each with theirs tightly gripping the others. They quickly fumbled their hands loose and turned away from each other. We're not doing anything, Max, May said, still holding a napping Pikachu. You two have been gone for a while, Cindy said, raising an eyebrow. Max started laughing. I bet they were kissing each other and stuff. Oh, Ash, I love you, Cindy mimicked the coordinator. Oh, May, let's kiss a little of the forest away from everyone. Max mimicked the trainer himself, and both the younger children both burst into laughter. Ash, however, didn't find it to be a very laughable matter. Hey, May and I haven't kissed yet, so don't go saying we've done stuff that we haven't. Max pushed up his glasses. So you haven't yet, right? He smirked. Laughing, he added. When's the wedding? Ash tried to defend himself, but he continued to stumble his own words. Luckily, May knew how to handle her brother. That's big talk coming from someone who's been hanging around Cindy a lot recently, she said, smirking back. What do you mean by that? Both the children exclaimed. And just like that, May had him where she wanted him. Oh, Max, let's practice kissing! She stood in front of Ash and leaned her head against his chest and looked up into his eyes. Ash wrapped one of his arms around May and used the other to mime pushing up glasses. Practice? Why not kiss for real? They broke the mock embrace and snickered. Hey! Both the children began blushing. That's not fair or accurate! Come on, Ash, May said, smiling devilishly. Let's leave these lovebirds alone. Yeah, I'd hate to interrupt their kissing! Ash laughed as they both stepped into the other room, closing the door behind them. We're not in love! Max and Cindy shouted in unison. Ash and May saw Brock watching television on the couch. The breeder looked up. Hey, I'm glad you two are back. Max and Cindy have been bothering me with their Ash and May are kissing talk. I finally got them to leave me alone not too long ago. We're sorry, Brock, Ash sighed. We didn't mean to leave you high and dry like that. We? He thought. The breeder shook his head. It's cool, don't worry about it. Is there anything good on? May asked, sitting down next to the breeder. Ash followed her and sat at her side. Brock looked over at the two. Not really, mostly junk, a few animes and infomercials. Brock looked over to Ash and saw the boy's arms laying across the top of the couch behind the lad. Brock motioned with his eyebrows to him to try to tell him to place his arm around May instead. Ash saw Brock's motioning and quickly realized what the breeder was trying to get him to do. Thinking himself smooth, he had a large false yawn and draped his hand over May's shoulders. May's eyes looked over to see Ash smiling at the TV, knowing fully well what he was doing, but not letting the girl know he knew. May giggled at the boy and snuggled closer to him, allowing his arm to hang off her shoulder and his fingers to rest on her upper arm. Brock smiled. I can't find love for myself. The breeder sighed happily. The least I can do is help other people's love grow. A huge slam erupted from the front room. Pikachu leapt up and tumbled to the floor. Ash, May, and Brock all stood up and rushed to the door, with the mouse Pokemon leaping to Ash's shoulder. Before the humans could open it, however, it slammed open, revealing Norman as he stepped inside the room, followed by his wife and Ash's mom. Ash's thoughts immediately turned to his imminent demise. Norman was going to turn him inside out and nail the body outside the Petalburg gym as an example of what happens when you get cozy with a gym leader's daughter. However, his premature funeral was halted when Professor Oak carried Rain in on his back. Mom? Dad? They asked as they all approached the couch. What happened to Rain? We ran into trouble on the way home, Norman began. Oak laid the woman down, her left eye black. Even though she was in pain, she still cracked a grin. Mom! Cindy ran into the room and to her mother's side. What happened? On our way home, Norman explained, we ran into the Nurse Joy of Cerulean City. Ash, May, Max, Brock, and Cindy all let out a gasp. Well, if it isn't Little Miss Upstart, Joy spat at Rain as she and the entourage passed by the Pokemon Center. Don't have your precious officer Jenny to save you, do you? The normally timid Rain stood her ground. You're the one who called the police last time, she shot back. And you're also the one who trash-talked to a girl who's not even 10 years old. I can't stand you, you skank, Joy growled. If you didn't have a gang with you, I'd take you on right now. Oak, Norman, Carol, Lynn, and Delia all blinked at being implicated as a gang. Why are you letting that stop you? Rain taunted. The fist of the Pokemon nurse hurtled into her eye, knocking her off her feet. Norman began to step forward, but Rain held up her arm for him to stay back. She lunged at Joy and threw a powerful punch into her stomach. The winded nurse dropped to her knees and caught her breath, and then leapt on top of the mother. A flurry of hair pulling, punching, slapping, and wrestling ensued, with the nurse getting the rawer end of most of the action. Rain managed to roll Joy's face to the ground. The mother sat on the nurse's back and used her arms to pull her opponent into a chokehold. The nurse's face began to turn red and then blue. Before any further damage could be done, Norman stepped in and pulled Rain off the nurse. It's over. You've won. Norman tried to calm the raging woman. Rain caught her breath and calmed down. You don't have much fight in you, do you? She said, smirking at Joy. The nurse's face had begun to turn to its regular color. She coughed for a moment and looked up at Rain from her crouched position. If you didn't have that stupid sword, you wouldn't have been able to get these friends of yours to save you, she cursed. I don't think I needed any help to kick your butt, Rain glared, smile on her face. Well, if that's the case, Joyce said, smiling, how about we make a wager? Depends. Rain looked serious. What are the terms? A battle between your daughter's idol and the Cerulean gym leaders tomorrow, right? She asked. How about, if the boy wins, I'll trade sitter duties with Joseph. Sounds good, Rain smiled, liking the terms. But what if the gym leader wins? If the gym leader wins, Joy exclaimed, you'll have to sell that crummy store of yours and get out of town. And take that punk kid of yours with you. Rain smiled and held out her hand. I think we have a deal, she said. Norman, Carolyn, and Delia and Oak all gasped. Joy shook the hand of her adversary. Good. It'll be great to never have to see you again. Really? Rain smirked. I was thinking the same thing. It'll be good to have Joseph closer to home. Joy stepped back and walked into the Pokemon Center. Rain smiled a bit and then fainted. Delia rushed behind her and caught her as she fell. Oak offered to carry her back to the house so she could rest. The group helped place the woman onto the professor's back and began the rush back to Rain's house. Mom, I can't believe you! Cindy shouted to her newly conscious mother. You're gambling our future on a Pokemon battle? The girl burst into tears and ran up to her room. Cindy, wait! Max shouted, following the girl before getting cut off from her room by a slammed door. This is my chance to get her out of my hair once and for all, Rain said, sitting up. That cousin of Joe's has been harassing my family ever since we came here. She looked down in her lap. I know Cindy's upset. I knew this was gonna be our chance. Even if we have to leave town, at least we'll never have to see that Joy again. Ash and May looked at each other, and then to the ground. Rain looked up to them as Pikachu let out a discouraged coo. I'm sorry that I've put even more pressure on you than you already have in the coming battle. Rain, Delia said, coming over to her and placing a hand on the other mother's shoulder. I think you need to talk to Cindy about this. You need to show her your confidence. Rain nodded and stood up, teetering slightly. She hobbled over to the stairs. Brock moved over and helped her up the stairs to find Max sitting with his back to the door. Brock led the small child downstairs as Rain knocked. Cindy, Rain called. Go away! The girl shouted. Please let me in, Rain calmly stated. She heard the girl get off her bed and walked over the door to unlock it. Rain opened the door and stepped inside to find her daughter already back in bed. Her eyes were red from her crying. The girl sniffed audibly, looking at her mother like one would look at someone who had pushed them down. It's all right, Cindy, Rain said, sitting next to her daughter on her bed. It's not all right, Cindy cried. I know we've almost lost our house in the past, and you've somehow held onto it during all this time because you love it so much. And now you're going to let Aunt Joy take it if Misty beats Ash? Cindy, Rain gasped. I'm surprised at you. I thought you were the one who was always saying that Ash could never lose. Cindy sniffed. It's not Ash I'm worried about losing. It's May. Rain rubbed the young one's back. I see. The girl placed her head in her mother's lap. If you know Ash can win, then you should have faith in his decisions. Cindy looked up. What do you mean? If Ash didn't think they stood a chance, Rain explained, I don't think he would have joined forces with May. And even if he didn't think he could win, Ash would fight anyway and find victory even against the most difficult odds. Cindy smiled at the thought of her idol. I believe in him. Can you believe in May? Rain asked, stroking her daughter's hair. Cindy looked at her carpet. I guess so. Then you don't need to worry anymore. Besides, won't you like having Daddy around more often? Cindy jumped up. Yeah! Starry and I can play together more! Rain smiled. That's my girl. Now let's go back downstairs and rejoin everyone. Hi, Dana. Yes, angst! Well, I mean, I don't know if... Well, see, here's the thing. I mean, you know... She's kind of betting their house on the outcome of this battle. Which is a huge risk, but it could also have a great reward, too, if it means that she doesn't have to deal with the person who's been harassing her family for the past few years. you know? And she could be closer to her husband. So high risk, high reward, you know? But also, how are you doing, Dana? Glad to see you around for the coming climax of the story. When Rain and Cindy returned downstairs, the mood had returned to a calm one. Norman, Carolyn, Oak, and Delia sat around the room, discussing each of their homes. Max had joined Ash and May outside, playing with Ash's Noctowl that Oak had brought with him. Brock sat out there with them, coddling a small tree-shaped Pokémon. Cindy headed outside to join with the other children. We sent them outside when you went upstairs, Oak began as soon as Cindy closed the door. And we heard Cindy shouting from up there. The professor sat up. Are you having financial problems, Rain? Rain sat down in a small chair opposite the couch that Delia and Oak sat on. I really didn't want to bring you all into this, she muttered. Hey, we're friends, Norman gleefully smiled. We're here to help. Rain looked down into her lap. I hardly know you people, and already you're willing to help me? Delia smiled. Of course! You've helped our little ones along, especially after that nasty Nurse Joyce sent them packing. You're a good friend now. Yeah, but I don't want any handouts, Rain sighed. I don't want to be a charity case. Then we've just got to find a way to use this publicity for the battle and turn it to our advantage, Oak thought out loud, his hand moving to his chin. We could pass out flyers at the battle, Carolyn suggested. Before we count our chickens, though, Norman mentioned, if Ash and May don't win the battle, there won't be a store to advertise for. The group all sighed. Norman, however, smiled. Hey, I believe in them. As long as Ash and May support each other in battle, I'm sure they'll win. Carolyn smiled at the mother from Pallet. Hey, Delia, why don't we have a talk in the kitchen? Delia smiled back. Sure, we could talk while we fix dinner. The two women stood up and walked into the kitchen. Now that sounds like a good idea, Norman joked. I'm gonna go see how the children are doing. He got up and left the room himself. Oak began to stand up, but heard his arthritis crack.
Fun though, haven't we?
Screw you, YouTube! Also, I'm glad that you're doing well, Dana. Yeah, screw you, YouTube! Oak began to stand up, but heard his arthritis crack. I think I'll see what's happening on the television, he sighed. Rain sat there, wondering how her life got so complicated just by advertising in a phone book. All right, everyone. We're here at the chapter I warned everyone about. It is time. It is time. It is time. Chapter 26, Control. And I must warn everyone, there's a content warning for this chapter for sexual assault. Your discretion is advised. Carolyn and Delia both went over to the cabinet that contained some foodstuffs. As Delia pulled out some packages of noodles, Carolyn whispered to her, "You know, right?" "Of course," Delia responded, not taking her eyes off the meal she was beginning to prepare. Mother's intuition and all. Oh, I was hoping it was for death. Yeah, this is decidedly less cool. Yeah, this is decidedly less exciting. Or like, you know what I mean. This is decidedly something that less that we want to see of, you know? Yeah. What do you think? Carolyn asked, gathering the pots and pans necessary to fix the meal. I think it's adorable. Ash has never shown interest in girls before. I was almost worried that he'd swing the other way. Well, Carolyn began to voice her concern. I'm a bit worried. Aren't you concerned about them traveling without any supervision? They might start to experiment with things. It's not like they'll be completely unsupervised, Delia reminded her. Brock is always with them. They wouldn't try anything in front of May's little brother. Carolyn smiled. I suppose you're right. May gets awfully shy about her own love life. I wonder if they've told each other yet, Delia giggled. She placed the noodles in the pot of boiling water. No, there's another boy May likes as well as Ash. Carolyn began crushing tomatoes for a sauce. Delia blinked. Really? Well, I bet he's nothing compared to my Ash. Well, this boy has been giving May roses as they met during their travels, Carolyn defended the green-haired coordinator. Ash is a perfect gentleman, Delia replied. He may not be the most romantically minded, but he tries to be as sweet and kind as possible. I wonder what she'll end up picking, Carolyn whispered to herself. Norman walked outside with his eyes to the sky. Ash's Noctowl flew silently across the sky before landing obediently onto the trainer's arm. Your Noctowl is such a pretty color, Ash, May smiled, reaching her hands toward it. Noctowl opened his wings to allow the coordinator to rub his belly. May rubbed his soft feathers and smiled as the owl Pokemon let out a long, relaxed hoot. It's also rather small for a Noctowl, Norman commented, stepping towards the trainers. Oh, hi, Daddy, May said, smiling, stepping back. Yeah, when I caught him, the scientist who was researching him said he was small for a Noctowl, Ash said, rubbing the chin of his flying type. The psychic powers helped me win one of my Johto gym badges. You certainly are lucky to own such a rare Pokemon, Norman commented. It's not ordinary to see a Pokemon look radically different from the rest of its species in that region. I guess so, Ash sighed. But I think luckier things have happened to me. May and Pikachu walked over to Max and Cindy and started to play tag with them. Really? Norman asked. Like what? Well, I've made lots of friends in my journey, Ash explained. I met all kinds of trainers and Pokemon, but what I'm most thankful for is the chance to have met is May. Now, why do you say that? Norman asked, slightly laughing. Ash looked at her forlornly. When I met May, she was a lot like I was when I started as a trainer. I had some more experienced trainers look over me as I started, and I was glad to be able to give part of that back. Being May's mentor has helped me learn a lot about myself. I learned about things I don't think anyone else could have shown me. He blushed as his thought ended, his mind growing clouded by thoughts of the girl he loved. Like what? Norman asked him, completely unaware of the boy's feelings. Ash gulped. Well, she's shown me some cool new battle techniques I'd never have come up with myself. He laughed, hoping how believable he was. Norman didn't seem the wiser, which is to say...
Okay, I believe you.
Well, it seems that the student has taught the master, now hasn't it? He cracked. Yeah, Ash stuttered. I'm glad May and Max have someone like you to look up to, Norman told the boy. You've been a great influence on May in particular. She never really liked Pokemon as a child, and now I see her having fun and loving them, and I don't know how to thank you. Not killing me when I tell you I love her would be a start, he thought. Don't worry about it. I love May, he slipped. I mean, having her around. He quickly started to laugh a loud, false laugh. Yes, of course. Norman laughed as well, ignoring the boy's Freudian slip. And now I have to switch tabs. Because, yeah. I didn't expect the Petalburg Gym leader to be here. They heard a voice come from behind them. Ash, Norman, and Noctowl all turned their heads to see May's rival standing behind them. And you are? Norman asked the green-haired stranger. Oh, we've never met, have we? Drew smiled as he walked up to May's father. I'm Drew, one of May's friends, he added, bowing respectfully. Oh, you're the boy that beat May in the Holmgren Festival, aren't you? Norman recognized him. Drew gulped. Yeah? I'm glad May has made so many friends on her journey, Norman laughed. Drew gave a sigh of relief. May had noticed who had arrived and ran over to meet him. Hey, Drew, what are you doing here? I came to talk to you, Drew smiled, beckoning her to follow him. The two coordinators walked to the other side of the building away from Ash, Norman, and the children. In his heart, Ash felt a stabbing pain as the dagger of jealousy entered his heart. So why did we come over here? May asked Drew when they were out of Norman's sight. I wanted to invite you on a moonlight picnic, he said with a smile. I've already got everything ready, so all you have to do is come with me if you want. That sounds wonderful, Drew, May giggled. Sure, I'll come with you. Just let me get my Pokeballs. You won't need those, Drew said, waving off her concern. It'll be safe, trust me. May smiled. Okay then, let's go. She felt slightly guilty about leaving Ash and her father, but she wanted to spend some time with Drew to help her make her decision. In the bushes behind the coordinators, two ears twitched to what they heard. Pikachu! Ash's partner called to the boy who was making small talk with Norman. What is it, Pikachu? Ash asked him. Pikachu ran back to where he heard the conversation. Norman walked over to talk to his son, and Ash followed his Pokemon with Noctowl flying slightly behind. Pikachu flipped his ears snobbishly, as if to say, Drew stopped by again. He invited me on a picnic of his own. He then pulled his ears down on the side of his head. Ash felt his face turn as pale as a sheet. You're joking! Pikachu left to his trainer's shoulder, trying to console him. Ash felt tears returning. Why does it hurt more this time? He wondered. Why does it matter to me that she's going stupid Drew on a picnic? He kicked the ground at his feet, fighting back the tears. His Noctowl landed on his opposite shoulder, hooting quietly. Ash rubbed his eye to dispel the tears that had formed, and had a flash of inspiration. Noctowl, can you go follow me for me? Pikachu and the owl Pokemon gasped at the request. I don't mean to sabotage the entire thing, but to watch her. I really love her, guys. He started to shake from his own words. I don't want Drew to do anything bad to her. If I can't be there in person, then can't I ask my Pokemon to watch over her in my place? Noctowl nodded and began to fly after May and Drew on his soft, silent wings. Ash silently thanked his Pokemon as he and Pikachu turned to walk back to the house to await May's return, or word from Noctowl. Suddenly, a long, sticky string wrapped around Pikachu and ripped him from his trainer's back. Pikachu! Ash shouted, reaching for his friend. His partner flew into the dark bushes as he heard something running off. Team Rocket, get back here! Ash shouted, running after his Pokemon. He leapt into the bushes after his best friend's captor. This is wonderful, Drew. May smiled as they came to the picnic site. Drew had laid out a pink blanket onto the ground and had bowls and plates of food set up around them. She sat down, with Drew settling next to her. She reached for a cookie and began to munch happily on it. I'm glad you like it, Drew said with a smile. He grabbed himself half a sandwich that he had set in the bowl and began to eat. He wrapped his free arm around May's waist and tugged her closer. May didn't seem to notice as she reached for a rice ball and took a bite. Thoughts of the small picnic she and Ash shared earlier that day fled into her mind. She placed it down, not wanting to eat anything that reminded her of the boys she had left. Are you not hungry? Drew whispered, concerned. No, it's not that, May sighed. I just already had a rice ball today, and I just happened to forget. Ash ran through the forest at the small creature that had been captured Pikachu. Pikachu's cheeks were covered with the sticky string, so he couldn't use any electric attacks. Ash reached for a Pokeball at his belt. Donphan, he shouted, tossing the ball. Stop them with rollout! In a flash of light, Ash's ground type appeared. Donphan rolled up into a wheel and began speeding at the fleeing kidnapper. Donphan connected with a crash, sending Pikachu flying into the air. Swallow! Ash reached out for another Pokemon. Grab Pikachu! His toe and flying type leapt into action and grabbed Pikachu in his talons. Thankfully, the sticky string kept Pikachu's skin safe from any scratches. Hurry! Ash heard come from where Donphan was standing triumphant. He took his Pokedex from his pocket and pointed it to the mysterious creature. The Pokedex whirred for a moment before it displayed a picture on its LCD screen. Ariados, it played the recorded message. The long-legged Pokemon. The evolved form of Spinarak. Its feet are tipped with tiny hooked claws that enable it to scuttle on ceilings and vertical walls. It constricts its foe with thin and strong silk webbing. Team Rocket doesn't have an Ariados, Ash thought. Just then, from Ariados' end came a large spray of the sticky thread. Ash found himself suspended in the air with Swallow and Pikachu circling overhead. Donphan turned to his trainer and began charging at him to break free. No, don't! Ash cried. You'll just get stuck too! Donphan stopped and looked sadly at his trainer. Ariados started to scuttle off. Sandstorm! He heard a familiar voice call. A small Pokemon flung her arms around, creating a sandstorm to stop Ariados in his tracks. Cut the twerp free with Poison Tails, the Viper! A woman shouted. The Fang Snake Pokemon followed his orders and cut the threads holding Ash with his glowing tail. It's you guys! Ash shouted. Prepare our trouble for our reps at stake, the woman shouted. And make it double, this is your mistake, the man with her added. An evil as old as the galaxy. Sent here to fulfill our destiny. Last as me! To denounce the evils of truth and love. To extend our reach to the stars above. Jesse, James, and Meowth are the names. Anywhere there's peace in the universe, Team Rocket will be there to make everything worse. Wah, Buffett. My mime. Sorry, Wobbuffet's my favorite part. Wobbuffet just makes everything better. What are you guys doing saving me? Ash asked the normally evil team. We won't have some nobody steal Pikachu under our noses, Jesse shouted. We're here to save it so we can steal it later, Meow snapped. Cacnea! James' Pokemon pointed in a direction. Ryados is getting away! Meow shouted. We gotta tail it to figure out who is trying to upstage us! Ash and Team Rocket chased after Ryados. Ash recalled Donphan and Swellow as they ran, allowing Meowth to use his claws to free Ash's electric type from the string. Ryados ran up to a tree to hide, but it couldn't run fast enough. Meowth identified the tree he saw the long-legged Pokemon was hiding on. Suddenly, two other Pokemon leapt from the tree. A tall green Pokemon with sharp yellow eyes leered at them, while his shorter partners seemed as dark as the night sky. Its appearance was accentuated with its red, glowing eyes. Cacturn, Bayonet, Ash thought, and a Ryados. These are all Harley's Pokemon! May's in trouble! Go, Twerp! Jesse ordered. The survivors stood poised for attack, hissing at Harley's Pokemon. We'll take care of this here, James agreed. We see how much you care for the Twerpette. If she's in trouble, then go save her! As his Mime Jr. agreed, his Cacnea stood ready to combat the ghost type in her evolved form. That's right! Meow shouted. But why? Ash asked as he was about to run past the tree. We denounce the evils of truth and love, not their good qualities, Jesse smiled. If we can help love, then I think it's worth it. Ash smiled. Team Rocket. Thanks. You guys aren't as bad as you all seem sometimes. He nodded to Pikachu, and they raced off into the darkness. Let's do this, Jesse shouted. Let's show Harley what true villains are made of. Thanks for the meal, Drew, May said, smiling. The male coordinator was still having problems understanding how such a young girl could eat so much food, but he dismissed the thought. And smiled back. You're welcome, May. He reached into his pocket. I actually got you something, too. Oh? May looked at him as he pulled out a small perfume bottle. You got me some perfume? Did they say twerp trouble? Well, twerpette. Yeah. It was originally written as girl twerp, but twerpette is better in my opinion, and it's also what they end up switching to later, so you know. I did it for the service of the story. I made you this perfume myself, Drew said, handing her the bottle. I used Rosalia's sweet scent and liquefied it into a perfume, just for you. Really? That's so sweet of you, Drew. May smiled as she sprayed it on her wrist to learn how it smelled. Oh, it smells heavenly and somewhat familiar at the same time. Thank you, Drew. Don't mention it, he said, acting coolly. Ash continued to dash through the forest. Can you hear anybody, Pikachu? He asked his partner. Pikachu twitched his ears, listening for anyone who might be around. Suddenly, a large Pokemon buzzed over their heads. He landed in front of them, his green body ready for combat. He flashed his scythe-like arms in the dim moonlight. Scyther! The Pokemon challenged. Ash took a step toward it, reaching for Sceptile, but Pikachu stopped him, and a swift, narrow shot of water shot just short of the tip of his nose. Tracy, come out and fight me instead of being a coward! Ash called to where the water had come from. The Pokemon watcher stood out of the bushes, the small blue water type bouncing out as well. I'm sorry it came to this, Ash, he said with a cringe, looking away from his friend. I didn't want to have to do this, but you gave me no choice. Scyther, attack Pikachu with Slash! Meryl, stop him if he tries to move with Water Gun! Tracy's Pokemon began to surround Ash and Pikachu in the darkness. Pikachu Thunderbolt! Ash shouted. Sparks flew from his partner's cheeks and flew at Meryl. The water type was flung backwards into the arms of his trainer. Pikachu leapt up and countered Slash with an Iron Tail. Why are you helping Harley, Tracy? Harley said that if I help him and Misty defeat you in May, I might have a chance with her, Tracy explained, laughing at itself with a slightly maniacal tone. And I'm following your advice to do everything in my power to get together with her. Ash smirked. All right, but I'm not letting you hold me back. That's what you think, Tracy smirked back. Scyther double team! Pikachu quick attack! Ash ordered. Before the Mantis Pokemon could even begin his maneuver, Pikachu had already connected with a strike at the bug flying type's midsection. Sideline with Iron Tail! Pikachu flicked in the air, smacking Scyther against the tree with its attack. We tech those. Later, Tracy! Ash shouted as he and Pikachu ran past them. I tried my best, the Watcher sighed. Can't do any more than that. Hey, wait, you don't remember who Tracy is? Wait a minute! You're slow, ignore you. Wait, how could you even not remember who Tracy is? You remember how old Juan is and not being, like, and him probably not being old enough to have children, but you couldn't even remember who Tracy is? Come on! Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Bro. Oh. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We all have those moments. We all have those moments. Do you like it? Drew asked as May stood up and sprayed herself with the perfume. It's the most wonderful scent I've ever smelled, May giggled. But I can't help but feel that it's a bit familiar. I wouldn't worry about that, Drew said with a smile. He stood up to face the girl and walked up close to her. But she started before Drew cut her off with a kiss on her lips. May felt her heart start to beat out of her chest. Drew opened his mouth and slid his tongue in a maze. May opened her mouth to allow Drew the full range of motion. Drew moved his hand around her body. One of them began to rest on her end, while the other slid up to her blouse and began to unclasp her bra from the back. May tried to break it off, but the hand Drew held her close to him. She tried to force him out of her mouth so she could ask what he was doing, but he gave her no chance. Drew squeezed May's rear, and tears began to fall from her eyes. She bit Drew's tongue in a desperate bid to escape. Ouch! Drew shouted, backing away from May. What was that for? What was that for? You have the gall to ask me that was what you were doing? May shouted at him, tears in her eyes. What do you think you were doing? Sorry, changing tabs. It's all right, May, he whispered. This is gonna be fine. No, it's not gonna be fine! May stepped back. You touched me in places that you shouldn't have! Drew approached her and placed his hand on the side of her face. Don't tell me you didn't like that, he smiled, his face coming closer to May's. A loud was heard through the forest as May's hand came across his face. Is this why you didn't want me to bring any of my Pokemon? So that I wouldn't be able to protect myself? Hey, I didn't bring mine either, Drew said, trying to calm her down while nursing his injured cheek. The smell of the perfume entered May's nose again. It finally clicked where she had smelled it before. She looked down at the pink blanket at the picnic basket, her face filled with horror. You were in the forest earlier today luring me here, weren't you? What do you mean? Drew asked. Munchlax caught a whiff of this earlier today and followed it, they told him. He followed it to Misty! I was trying to lure you here, that's true, but when he got far enough in, Munchlax must have smelled Misty's chicken and ran after that when he got far enough into the forest to smell it, Drew explained. He never got close enough for me to tempt him closer. So you were planning on this earlier? You were gonna harass me earlier? May was afraid for herself now. She had no Pokemon to fend off any attacks that Drew might attempt against her. I was just gonna give you the perfume, Drew explained himself. Then why the picnic now? From the looks of this, you borrowed all this stuff from Misty, she continued. What's going on here? Harley approached me and offered to help me set up this picnic with you this afternoon after my lure to give you the perfume failed. I didn't trust him at first, but he said that he'd seen you hanging out with Ash more than usual. I got jealous and I wanted to show him up. I wanted you to be more impressed with me than him. So this entire thing was just so you can be more impressive than Ash? May's voice was racked with disbelief. I can't believe you could be so shallow. She began to walk away from him. May, wait! He tried to get her back. I thought I could trust you. Her eyes filled with tears. You don't even know the meaning of truth. She began to cry as she ran away from the picnic site. Damn, Drew said to himself. This entire thing's a bust. I should just find all my Pokemon and go. Watching Owl, Pokemon began to fly away silently. The coordinator sat down on his blanket and didn't take notice of it at all. Starting to not like this guy. Yeah. 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 Yeah, this was not easy to read. That was, not easy to read. It's starting to like this guy. Which one, Harley or Drew? Which one? You're gonna have to be more specific. All right. Chapter 27, Chosen. Hey, come here. The voice called from around the corner. Max sat up from the game he was playing with Cindy when he recognized the voice. Who is it? Where are you going? The girl asked her new friend. Just stay here, Max reassured her. I'll handle this alone. Max stepped around the corner, preparing for himself for what he had to face. He and Cindy were playing games with themselves since May and Pikachu disappeared. Norman had gone inside, smelling the delicious food. Max was just about to let Cindy win so they could go eat when the familiar voice walked around the corner of the building. Max immediately recognized it. He knew if anyone else knew she was here, they'd freak. What are you doing here, Misty? Max asked her, concealed in the dark. The gym leader smiled. I was wondering if you could go find Ash for me. Why should I? The boy retorted. I heard how bad you treated my sister. I don't really want to get into that now, Misty sighed. I just wanted to talk to him and wish him luck tomorrow. Maybe even bridge the gap a little. What's with the change of heart, Misty? Max asked her. From what I understood, Ash, May, and Brock telling everyone, you're fired up over this whole thing. I am. Misty caught herself. She sat down next to Max. Truth is, I'm not so sure anymore. I talked to Misty today. When did you talk? I talked to May today. When did you talk to May? He asked, full of questions as always. When her munchlax got away from her, she found me in my picnic. Misty laughed. I fed the poor thing, seeing it act so hungry, but then your sister came up and we talked. Did you fight? Of course, Misty sighed. But she said some things that just stuck in my mind, you know? The words of the coordinator echoed through her head. You know Ash and Brock probably better than I ever will. And yet you yourself refuse to believe them when they tell you something. Misty cringed at the memory. You want to be a part of the gang again, and when you see someone else stealing your role, you get jealous of them. Is that it? The most painful of all, however, was after she had tried to strike the coordinator. You shouldn't hate, Misty. When you hate someone, you can never see anything good about them. You can consumed with their faults that you can't see the beauty they have inside. And you never allow yourself to become their friend. When you hold grudges and hate, it's cutting yourself off from everyone else, not them cutting themselves off from you. That's a lesson Ash taught me. Misty? Max asked the gym leader. Are you okay? She smiled at the boy. I'll be fine. But can I please talk to Ash? Well, you're out of luck, because Ash, May, and Pikachu all disappeared recently after Drew came by, Max explained. They're probably training or something. Oh, Drew was you're referring to. I know, I mean, that was was partly a joke, because, like, you know, it was like, started not like this guy, you know, when both people are showing, you know, less than ideal, you know, behavior, you know. Also, I have both water and coffee here, so You get you. Yeah. Because you know, like how those jokes are being like, so did you want, did you want Mr. Cleanser or Dr. Clean? Yes. You low-key missed what happened, though. Where did Misty come from? She just sort of snuck in the bushes. She snuck up to, like, Max, who was playing with a game with Cindy. When she was like, hey, Max, come over here. Psst. So right now, only Max knows that she's here. So she knows that Harley is... She knows that Harley is she's helping. I don't actually think she's aware of this. Come to think of it. I think Harley's trying to manipulate everyone separately in their own way because, you know, that's what he does. Well, you're out of luck, as Ash, May, and Pikachu all disappeared recently after Drew came by, Max explained. They're probably training or something. Really? Misty asked. Who's Drew? May's rival, Max told her. He's been helping him train for the battle tomorrow. Hey, Max. Cindy walked around the corner. What's going... You! She shouted. Hello? Misty smiled. You bitch! Cindy shouted, throwing her arms at Misty. The gym leader held her hand out, holding the small girl back. You're the worst! What are you even doing here? Max came up behind Cindy and restrained the girl. Whoa, what's wrong with you? I have every reason to hate Misty. Cindy growled at the gym leader. After she beat Ash in the World Cup, she thought she'd humiliate him again by harassing him and your sister, then getting it televised when she beats them. Well, I've got news for you. Ash and May are gonna clean your clock. Misty bowed her head. Max, let her go, she whispered. Max did as she requested, and the girl stood there, growling at her. I understand you're angry with me, Misty said. I'm just trying to do what I think is right. You may thank me after this is all over. She took in a deep breath and continued. But most of all, don't hate anyone. That just causes divide between you and them, and if you cling to that hate for too long, then you'll never be able to be friends with them. Cindy stopped being visibly angry and just became ashamed of herself. She recognized the words that Misty had said, and sat on the ground and sighed. I didn't mean that I really hated you, she said. It's just... I know what you mean, Misty sighed. It's so easy to get caught up with who's your opponent that you forget they're not really your enemy. That's why I came to talk to Ash tonight. I wanted to try to convince him to come clean one more time so we could be friends, so we could just be friends again. But that would require him selling May out, Max pointed out. Ash wouldn't do that to any of his friends, especially one he has a crush on. Probably wants to battle because he sees as the only way to reunite everyone as friends instead. But I have to beat Ash and May, Misty argued. May's been doing horrible things to him. I'm not going to argue with you, Misty. Max turned away from her and helped Cindy to her feet. You've already decided what the facts are, and no one, not even Ash, Brock, May, or I, are going to be able to convince you otherwise. Misty's earlier vigor fell short of the child's observation. This battle is inevitable, Misty. The only thing you can do is battle as hard as you can for what you believe in. Ash and May are going to, and you won't stand a chance against them if you don't believe in yourself. Misty stood up. You're right, Max. I shouldn't have come here. I should believe in my judgments. But what if I judge wrong? And don't be a baby about it and admit that you were wrong, Cindy shouted. Throwing a temper fit doesn't prove anything. Misty nodded. Thanks, guys. I'll give this battle everything I have. I know you all don't believe me, but when I beat Ash tomorrow, then you'll all see. Max smiled at her and nodded. Well, we'll see if you can beat Ash this time. He's gotten a lot better since the World Cup. The Cerulean gym leader turned and began to walk away, her confidence in herself restored. I'm Cindy! She heard the small girl behind her shout. I'm the #1 fan of Ash Ketchum, and I know for a fact that you won't lose to you again. And when I become a trainer, I'm gonna beat you too and win a Cascade badge! Misty faced her again. Don't count your chickens before they hatch, Cindy. I'll be as hard as you in our battle as I'm going to be on Ash tomorrow. And with that, Ash's former trailing companion dashed back to the gym. Narcissus, yeah. Okay, I don't know what you're saying damn to. Were you saying that to Cindy? Because yeah, I love Cindy. If you couldn't tell. Actually, I don't think I ever said this, but Cindy is actually one of my favorite characters in this series. Which makes me feel bad because I don't think I gave her as much screen time as I could have when I wrote the denouement. So I'm thinking. So I have an idea for an epilogue that involves her. So, but you know, that's future Mochi's problem. Smile. Oh, for her slapping Miss. Yeah, exactly. Okay, yeah, I figured. Yeah, Cindy's awesome. I don't know, I love how little restraint Cindy has. She's just so, I don't know, she's just so feisty and funny. Where could she be? Ash grunted through clenched teeth. You couldn't tell in the darkness if he and Pikachu were making any headway or not. Pikachu kept his ears perked up, listening for any people or Pokemon. Pika! He shouted, his cheeks becoming bright with sparks. A familiar dark-type Pokemon stepped out of the bushes to face them. Drew's Pokemon growled. Absol? Ash thought out loud. Don't tell me. Sol! The dark-type signaled. Ash turned around, hearing rustling coming from nearby bushes. At that moment, 4 more Pokemon leapt from the bushes. Roselia, Flygon, Butterfree, and Masquerain all came out, launching themselves at Ash and Pikachu. The trainer and Pokemon duo leapt out of each other's way. All 5 Pokemon began closing in on Pikachu. Pikachu! The boy shouted, fearing for his best friend. Ash knew he had to even the odds. He began picking Pokeballs off of his belt, making sure to avoid Corphish, who needed his strength for tomorrow's big battle. Tossed 4 of his Pokeballs into the air. In a flash, Sceptile, Donphan, Swallow, and Ipom all stood behind Drew's Pokemon. Let's divide and conquer! Ash shouted. Pikachu smiled and nodded. He launched into a quick attack, knocking Roselia away from the rest of his party. Absol, annoyed with the retaliation he was seeing, formed a Razor Wind and sent it flying in Pikachu's direction. Leaping to his ally's aid, Sceptile jumped between the attack and Pikachu. Holding up his arms, he used his Leaf Blades to block the incoming attack. Struggling against it only slightly, Sceptile deflected the attack from Pikachu and himself. Feeling confident, Forest Pokemon smirked at Absol. Tile, he challenged, placing a twig in his mouth. Absol's gaze narrowed, annoyed at the overgrown gecko. He began charging at him, fury burning in his eyes. Absol! The disaster Pokemon leapt into battle with him, his tail glowing, but his focus clear. Flygon hovered above, watching the exchange. His eyes quickly darted about from behind the red lenses, focused on Roselia's target. He began a silent descent to face Pikachu, but before he could strike or anyone could warn the small electric Pokemon, a sharp pain began coursing through his back. Flygon flipped around to see that Ash's Swallow Pokemon had taken a free shot at him while he was distracted. He angrily shot a stream of fire from his mouth, but the fire disintegrated only an illusion. Swear! The flying type taunted. Becoming furious with the normal flying type's games, Flygon dove at Swallow, just barely missing him as it flew higher into the air. He tried again to roast the Swallow Pokemon, but once again, the fire simply shot through what was only an illusion. Swallow continued to taunt Flygon as he chased after him into the inky black sky. Ipom stood around, looking for an opponent as the battles got underway. Masquerain saw this opportunity to sneak up on the small Pokemon. He darted quickly in front of the long-tailed Pokemon and scared her with the intimidating patterns on his wings. Ipom, becoming embarrassed and flustered at the flying type's trick, leapt onto his face and began to slap him from all sides with his small hands and tail. Donphan quickly realized that he and Butterfree were the only 2 without opponents. He tromped up to the mysterious bug Pokemon. Come at me, you! He trumpeted, challenging his opponent. Really? Do we have to do this? Butterfree sighed. Donphan began stomping at the ground. Stalling will get you nowhere! Fight me, coward! Butterfree sighed again. Fine. We'll go on the count of 3 or something. The battle lines drawn, Ash's Pokemon stood ready to begin. Knowing he no longer held the advantages of surprise and backup, Roselia glowered at his rival. You, he growled, puffs of a yellow spore shooting threateningly. Pika, he responded. Sparks showered from his cheeks. Let us get to May, and I won't have to hurt you. Roselia, he shot back. Oh, really? Oh, really? You'd go that far for such a stupid concubine? Pikachu smacked him across the face with Iron Tail for speaking about May in such a way. Hey, take that! You take that back! Roselia smirked and began to stand his ground. Rose, he smirked. This battle was going to be interesting. Tears slid down her face as she ran. Why would he do such a thing? She pleaded to know. I trusted him and he touched me. If I didn't get out of there sooner, I'm not sure what he could have tried to do to me. The coordinator didn't know where she was fleeing to. All she knew was that she had to run. Get away from Drew. Get as far away from him as she could. Roselia? Drew called, walking around near blindly. Absol? Flygon? Where'd they go? He walked. I knew I shouldn't have listened to Harley. Drew stepped out of the bushes after he realized that May's Munchlax had become sidetracked. As Roselia walked beside him, worn out from using Sweet Scent to lure in Munchlax. Oh, hey, Drew, Harley said, smiling, walking up to him. What do you want? Drew asked the older coordinator, clearly annoyed with him before the conversation even began. Oh, I was just walking through the woods, and who did I see but our sweet little old May? Harley giggled. Cut the crap, Harley. Drew turned away from him. What's this about? Harley smiled, waving off any suspicion. Oh, I was just thinking about your interests, Drew boy. And I know you have a very special interest in our friend May. Drew blushed. May told me about you manipulating Misty, he said. That's pretty underhanded of you, turning friends against each other like that. I'm just giving Misty the support she wants. Deep down, she's always wanted a reason to hate May. Misty hates her because she sees all sorts of lost opportunity that May has taken from her. So how does this affect me? Drew snapped. Oh, I was just in the woods minding our own business, and I saw our May and they're having a... He stopped. Oh, you probably don't even care, do you? Drew became interested. What do you mean? What was she having? She was having a little picnic with her good friend Ash, of course. Harley brushed it off as if it was just yesterday's news. He knew that Drew would get jealous. Just a picnic? The coordinator was hardly impressed. Oh? Harley was puzzled. Let me set the stage for you, Drew boy. Ash and May were about this far apart. He held his thumb and forefinger about 1 inch apart. And it looked like they were sharing food. It would surprise me if they shared something more, if you know what I mean. He finished with a wink. The coordinator's face became flushed, and an angry expression settled. Mission accomplished, Harley thought to himself. Oh, don't tell me you're jealous of Ash. That guy? He's so clueless when it comes to anything that he's interested in. I wouldn't worry about it. Then how come they were eating out of each other's hands in the forest? Drew shouted. Harley put on a surprised look. Oh, I haven't thought of it like that. Do you think they'll start dating? Not if I can help it, Drew grumbled. Harley smirked. I like you, Drew. What do you say about me helping you? What's the catch? Drew asked, knowing Harley was trying to get the better of him. Harley shook his head. Harley doesn't play tricks, Drew. All I need is for you to use your Pokemon to set an ambush for Ash in the forest. After all, if he loves May as much as you do, then he's gonna come and try to break up your romantic moments, right? Drew remembered when Ash barreled into the clearing earlier that day, stopping him from stealing a kiss from May. And this is no trick? Drew asked, still skeptical, but willing to cooperate to get together with May. Cross my heart. He held out his hand. Do we have a deal? Drew smiled, shaking the outstretched limb. Deal. Drew groaned. It was abundantly clear now that Harley had used his jealousy to blind his judgment. The coordinator was ready to call it a day after his fumbled attempt to curry May's favor. He just had to find his Pokemon before they got into trouble. Sceptile crossed blades with Absol. The force of the forest Pokemon's attacks knocked the dark type further backwards. Absol couldn't find the time to ready Razor Wind under the constant attacks of Sceptile, so he tried to force him back with Water Pulse. Grass type stood his ground, the Water type strike not being very effective against him. Swellow's Wing attack wasn't effective against Flygon's Steel Wing, so the Swallow Pokemon had to adopt a different approach. In the darkness of the sky, Swallow surrounded Flygon with Double Team. Flygon retaliated with flamethrowers, swinging it through the illusions. Before it could find the real one, however, Swallow struck Flygon in the back with a powerful aerial ace. Donphan was at a greater disadvantage in this battle. Being stuck on the ground while his opponent flew above him was his greatest disadvantage in this encounter. The armor Pokemon emitted a glow, trying to strike Butterfree down with it. The Butterfly Pokemon, however, used his psychic powers to grab the aura and return it to Donphan. Ash's ground type opened his mouth and launched a powerful orange beam of highly concentrated energy at Butterfree. The beam cut through the aura as if it wasn't there at all, slamming into the bug flying type before he could dodge. Taking the opportunity, Donphan curled up and began rolling towards Butterfree. Drew's Pokemon sat up and blew the ground type back with his wings, knocking Donphan onto his side. If Donphan was at a great disadvantage, then Ipom was straight out losing. The normal type still hadn't recovered from the battle with Squirtle that morning, and Masquerain was using the opportunity to get vengeance on her for the loss Drew suffered due to the baton pass. After shaking her off by darting around with Quick Attack, he began his offensive. Masquerain's hidden power shot at the normal type, but Ipom managed to evade the strike with Double Team. Her illusions were quickly dispelled by Silver Wind as Masquerain began combing through the copies. Ipom decided to take a chance and fired a Swift. Her tail injury, however, caused the stars to fall short of their target, only alerting Masquerain of her location. Attempting to come in with a close-range Focus Blast became her undoing, as Drew's intimidating Pokemon shattered down with an Ice Beam, freezing her tail in a chunk of ice. Ipom found herself unable to move with her encumbered tail and was at the bug Pokemon's mercy. Pikachu faced off against Roselia, each bearing part of a grudge. Roselia's Magical Leaf was cut off by Pikachu's Thunderbolt. Stun Spore was dodged with Agility, which was halted with Petal Dance, which was blocked with Iron Tail. The two Pokemon seemed evenly matched. Pikachu growled at Roselia, who stared through the darkness at his adversary. Pikachu began darting to and fro, trying to disorient the grass Pokemon, but Roselia turned to him and began to shoot Magical Leaf. The mouse Pokemon summoned a massive thunder from deep within himself, burning leaves to a crisp before they even came into contact with him. Wait a minute. Why do I have two Kingdom Hearts 3 tabs open? Okay, this is a problem. Okay, that's a problem. Uh-oh. That was a problem. This is what happens when you have so many tabs, man. You low-key can't wait for Miss to realize she was wrong. I know, right? I mean, she should have figured it out a long time ago, but no, she had to be like...
Okay, I believe you.
You know, when Harley told her all that stuff, you know? But, you know. You know. It happens, I guess. Somewhere in the airspace above the forest, a flying Pokemon saw the thunder, recognized it, and approached the battlefield. Drew stepped into the fray, hearing his Pokemon battling some unseen attackers. Glowing yellow seeds flew in his direction at high velocity. "Watch out!" a voice called, tackling him to the ground. Drew opened his eyes to see who had saved him. "Ash!" he almost snarled. "Drew?" Ash was concerned. "What are your Pokemon doing here attacking people?" The coordinator stood up. "You're here to stop you from getting a maid, that's what!" he spat. "What have you done to her?" Ash growled. "Where is she if she's not with you?" "She's run off into the woods somewhere. I'm looking for her," Drew answered. "And I see my Pokemon found their opponents." All the Pokemon battling halted. Flygon landed behind Drew, and Swallow flapped his wings just in front of Ash. "She ran away from you?" "She just needs to know me better, that's all," Drew said, flipping his hair. "Things were going too fast for her. I'm sure she'll be better this time." Ash's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean too fast for her?" "Oh, you wouldn't understand," Drew sneered. "I mean, she's been kissed by me twice. What have you done? Some crummy food delivering?" Ash's hands clenched. All of his Pokemon, sensing his anger, growled at Drew and his ensemble. "You must have done something really rotten to get her to run away from you," Ash growled. "If she doesn't want to be with you, then you have no right to force her to be." "Oh yeah? Who's gonna stop me? You? That's never gonna happen." "Get your Pokemon in line. We're having it out right here." May found herself at the waterfall she and Misty had talking to you earlier that day. Her eyes seemed to have run out of tears as she collapsed to the ground. She breathed in heavily, having a shortness of breath after her running and crying all the way here. As she sat there, the familiar smell of the perfume that Drew had given her wafted into her nose. Ugh, the stench! May screamed in her mind. She reached into her pocket and tossed a small vial into the waterfall. She sat there for a moment and the scent returned. I feel like it's choking me, she gagged. I can't stand this anymore! It stenches all over me! It's all over my clothes! I gotta get away from it! She began tearing at her blouse, desperately trying to separate herself from Drew. The foul smell had seeped into her clothes, tying her to the boy who had defiled her trust and invaded her person. She ripped her blouse in half and tossed it into the water. The bra the boy had touched with his hands, in an attempt to undress her, himself hung from her shoulders. In a fit of rage and tears, she sent it into the waters. A quick sniff of her nose revealed to her that the horrifying smell was still on her, emanating from her lap. She ripped a skirt in half, tears again flowing. The smell had gone even through her skirt into her shorts, both of which were removed and pitched into the swift current of the waterfall. She began to untie her headband, but she took a moment to smell it. Somehow, in the blitz of her spraying, none of the perfume had touched the green bandana Ash had gotten for her. She cried into it, thinking of the boy who had watched over her from day one of her journey. She thought about how she thought she had betrayed him, leaving to go with Drew. She sat there in only her underwear, feeling sad, vulnerable, and alone. I never should have got off with Drew alone, she sobbed. Ash, please, save me. Ash shook his head and held up 4 Pokeballs. Everyone return! 4 beams of red light shot out, each hitting and recalling one of Ash's Pokemon. Pikachu looked back at the boy, confused. You too, Pikachu. The electric type nodded and leapt to Ash's shoulder. What are you doing? Drew asked. I'm challenging you to a battle! Well, challenge denied, Ash said. Don't you see, Drew? We've already had this battle. You can't decide for May who she wants and who she doesn't. It's her choice, and we have to respect her. I do respect her, Drew snapped back, losing his cool. Then why did she run away from you? The trainer glared back into his emerald eyes. I didn't mean to. Drew tried to explain. It's too late for excuses, Drew, Ash responded. What's done is done. Drew backed down. Roselia walked over to his trainer and tugged at his pants. Drew picked him up. You're right, Ash, he sighed. I just can't believe I lost. What do you mean? May doesn't want to see me, he said reluctantly. Not after what I did. He began one by one, sending his Pokemon back into their Pokeballs, with the exception of Roselia. What did you do? Ash asked, his voice becoming agitated. Where did she go? I wish I knew, Drew sighed. But I know that if she sees me, all that I'd do is upset her. Go to her, Ash. She needs someone. Feeling himself losing composure, he turned from the trainer and Pikachu. Maybe someday she'll forgive me. Now I've got to go. He began walking away from Ash, but he felt a hand on his shoulder. Drew, Ash said with compassion in his voice. I don't know what you did to May or what I'll feel about you after she tells me, but if you are truly sorry, then I'm sure she'll forgive you someday. Thank you, Ash. Drew sobbed, not letting the trainer see him so upset. Take care of May for me. He broke away from Ash and began running through the forest, his shining guilt following him closer than any shadow. I can't do that, Drew, Ash said to himself. I'll take care of May because it's what I want. And if she's willing, then I'll take care of her for as long as I physically can. He felt a drop land on his nose. The trainer looked up and saw the sky had clouded up over his head during his talk with Drew. He began to walk away from the clearing he was in when a sharp hooting came into Ash's ears, causing him to turn around. He turned to see his Noctowl there, flapping his wings. Hey, Noctowl, am I glad to see you! Can you help us find May before the rain gets too bad? Noctowl nodded, leading Ash to the river he and Pikachu had traveled part way up earlier that day. The dark sky blew a threatening wind through the trees. Ash heard a sobbing in the distance, piercing the steady drizzle that had started. Fearing the worst, he began running ahead of Noctowl, chasing the sound of crying. He stopped short when lightning lit up the sky. He could tell that May was just beyond the next set of bushes. Ash turned to Pikachu and said, I think I can handle this from here. Why don't you go back to Cindy's house and let everyone know we're all right? I'll bring back May by myself, I promise. The mouse Pokemon, understanding, leapt to Noctowl. The pair flew above the treetops back to Cindy's to alleviate the worry that both their mothers must be in this moment, their children caught in the storm. Ash gathered his courage and stepped closer to the pitiful sound coming from ahead. He came to the clearing, and what he saw broke his heart. May laid there in the mud, sobbing fitfully into her bandana. Her body, lit palely from the sheet lightning that illuminated the sky from time to time, was dirty all over. As the rain fell, her skin became visible. It became quickly apparent that the only thing she wore was her underwear. Her lovely hair was in tangles and soaked up in the rain, her beautiful voice crackling from the stress it had been put up through the moaning and sobbing. "Help me," she cried to herself, lying in the puddle. "Help me, Ash. I can't do this anymore. I'm scared. I don't know who I could trust anymore. First Misty and now Drew. Who's next? Please, Ash, I need you to protect me." "May?" called to her, his voice unsure and worried. The girl looked up from her keepsake, her sapphire eyes ringed in red. Ash couldn't tell if the droplets on her face were from the rain or if they were from her tears. "Ash?" she asked, not believing that she was really here, after pleading so fervently that he would find her. Ash walked closer to her. May leapt at him, the mentor catching his protege in his arms, the force knocking his hat to the ground. May began to sob once again. "It was horrible! Drew! He tried!" "Shh!" Ash quieted her. "It's gonna be alright. I'm here. You don't have to be afraid anymore." He backed himself against a tree to try to get as much out of the rain as he could, continuing to give the girls shelter. May sobbed into his sweatshirt, the comfortable warmth of a loved one soothing her, in a cold world that seemed to be devoid of compassion at the moment. "Drew touched me, Ash," she whispered, still frightened. "You're all right, May," Ash said, trying to comfort her more. "Drew's not going to touch you anymore." He ran his fingers through her tangled locks, trying to straighten out to the familiar style he associated with her. He tried to get me undressed, Ash," she whispered into his sweatshirt. A loud shot of thunder boomed above them as she squeezed his chest for comfort in the storm. "I'm here, May," he reassured her, placing her head on his shoulders. "No one is going to try to undress you anymore." "I felt like he was choking me with this perfume of his." She looked up into his eyes, sniffling, the rain continuing to run down her face. "You don't have to worry," Ash said, smiling back at her, his dark hair matting to the sides of his face. "Drew's perfume isn't going to be anywhere near here." Ash smiled back at him, blushing. "Ash, I love you, May," Ash said to the girl in his arms. "I love you too, Ash," she responded, nuzzling his chest with her muddy hair. She placed her hands on the side of his face and pulled his down to meet hers. Ash felt May press her lips against his. His eyes widened at the surprise that he was handed. He felt May's soft, tender lips against his own, and felt himself being overcome with love for this girl. He closed his eyes, letting the feeling envelop him even in the turbulent weather. He felt his mouth slowly open, as May's did, but their tongues remained still. They held their open mouths together, sharing each other's breath. May tasted Ash's sweet breath in her mouth, and felt as though the intrusion made by Drew had been healed. Her heart began to beat heavily as she wrapped her arms around her beloved. She held him there, not wanting to break the kiss. Ash didn't seem to mind, as he held the girl close as well, his hands against her bare back. The rest of the world and its problems, the storm, the battle with Misty, Ash's Battle Frontier challenge, what May's parents would think of her falling in love with her mentor, it all seemed to disappear in that moment, in which they were just a man and a woman in love with each other, and wanted nothing to come between them. It seemed like the moment lasted for hours, but May eventually broke off to breathe fresh air. She rested her head against Ash's shoulder, and the boy rested his head on May's opposite shoulder as he leaned back against the tree. She looked up into his auburn eyes again. "Thanks again for being a place for me to cry, Ash Ketchum." He smiled into her sparkling sapphire eyes and replied, "Anytime, May." He held her there and turned to her hair. He did smell the dirt in it, but also held the same familiar scent and held all those days ago when she had cried on him back in the Pokemon Center. He kissed her hair, tasting the dirt on his lips. "Come on," he said. "Let's get you a nice warm shower. I'm sure you'll feel better after that." He looked around the muddy ground as water began to pool in it. Where are your clothes? And he sniffed. I tossed them into the river, she said, backing from him, covering her exposed breasts with her arms. Drew's perfume. Ash took off his sweatshirt and handed it to her. Don't worry about explaining yourself. Please, just put this on, he requested. You've been through a lot tonight. May took it from his hand and turned away from him as she pulled it over her head, so as to not expose herself again to him. She turned back to him to see him bending over, picking up his hat that had partially sunken into the mud. She looked down at his feet to see where she had dropped her bandana while they embraced. She pulled it out of the muddy water and tied it around her hair again. She didn't care if it was dirty and wet. It was from Ash, and that fact alone made it one of the most precious things she had. She held on to his arm as he placed his hat back on his head. He turned to her and they held each other in their arms again, feeling their breathing, their warmth, and their heartbeats in the windy, frightening storm. Ash took the girl by the hand and began to lead her back to the house, not sure how anyone would return to the events that had just unfolded. She made her choice? Congratulations! Yay! As she should have, yes. True. Very true. But hey, Advanceshipping is canon now, y'all! It's canon, baby! Yeah, so she made her choice. She made her choice. And thus all was right in the world, except I would say that, but there's still 8 more chapters to go, y'all! There's still 8 more chapters! Chapter 28. Clarity. Delia sat at the table, twirling her spaghetti with her fork. Do you see anything yet? She asked half-heartedly. No, Delia, Oak sighed, looking into the storm from the kitchen window. I'm worried, Professor, Delia sighed. It's not like you to just up and vanish without telling anyone. I'm sure he's all right, the professor tried to comfort her. He's been on the road for a long time. He'll come back after all. He'll come back. After all, there is that battle tomorrow. But what makes me more worried is that May's gone too, she said, depressed. I know he likes her, and he's a growing boy, and you know how boys are with their hormones. Now you're just looking for things to worry about. Oak placed his hand on her shoulder. Ash is an honest young man, and you've raised him to be very respectful. I'm sure whatever's going on, he's doing the responsible thing. But now it's storming, she sighed. I hope he's doing all right. In the living room, Cindy and Max sat on the couch with Norman between them. Carolyn paced the room, shooting glances outside into the storm for a hint of Ash or May. Carolyn, what are you pacing for? Norman asked her, looking up from the television. It's nothing, dear, she lied. She knew May wouldn't speak to her for weeks if she let her secret slip. The woman kept looking at the rain. Wonder where Ash and May are, the gym leader thought out loud. It isn't like May to miss a meal. They're probably, Cindy started before Max elbowed her sharply in the side. Probably working on a battle strategy, Max laughed. He whispered in the girl's ear. Are you trying to get Ash killed? Well, what do you mean? Cindy whispered back. My dad is able to crush a cell phone in his bare hands. Think about that power on Ash's neck. Cindy gulped. I guess we need to keep this a secret then, huh? Rain sat quietly, sewing in the storefront. Suddenly, she heard a knocking from the front door that caused her to jump. Actually, should I stop this music? Or, you know what? Screw it. I'll continue it. I like Sacred Moon. Suddenly, she heard a knocking from the front door that caused her to jump. She stopped sewing and walked over to the door. She opened it to find Pikachu and Noctowl sitting on the front step. The Pokemon entered the building and shook the water from their bodies. Pikachu ran to the door to the living area and began pawing at it. Rain opened the door and followed the electric type in, as Noctowl flew into the room and landed in the far corner. Pikachu! Max shouted, running to him. You're back! That means Ash is back too! Ash is back? Delia stuck her head into the living room. Oak followed her in as Rain closed the door to the storefront. Pika, he sighed. Then where is he? Asked Ash, the Pokemon. Pikachu pointed out the window to the forest as the tree branches swayed in the storm. They're in the woods? Carolyn asked. Norman leapt to his feet. Let's go get them out of there, he rallied. The storm is getting severe. We can't let them stay outside. Pika! The small Pokemon defied them. Sparks shot out of his cheeks, a stern expression across his face. Oak walked up to the Pokemon. Now, why don't you want us go looking for them? Pikachu explained as well as he could, and then Oak's gaze narrowed. I see. Can you understand him, Professor? Cindy asked the old gentleman. Pikachu wants to stay here and wait for Ash and May to return on their own, he explained. But why? Delia asked. Because Ash promised him that they would come back, Brock said, coming down the stairs, shower finished. How can you tell? Rain was clearly amazed. When you work with Pokemon as much as the professor and I do, it becomes a second nature. Norman took a step towards the door, prompting Pikachu to spark again. Next, Brock approached, but Pikachu scared him back with the same tactic. Max decided to test Pikachu's bluff, but as the boy tried to step past the Electrotype, he found himself on the unpleasant end of a non-lethal shock, jolting the boy backwards. A consensus was reached that Pikachu wouldn't let them leave, so they would all have to wait for Ash and May to come back. The house remained quiet. Pikachu sat at the door, guarding it from anyone who would dare try to exit. Delia returned to the kitchen and sat, twirling her spaghetti. Oak and Carolyn returned to their respective windows, watching for signs. Norman turned off the television and began to play some games with the small children, in order to keep their minds off the storm. A sound of coughing filled his ears. Ash turned to his side to see May having to bend over in the rain, clutching her sides, hacking hoarsely. Are you gonna be alright, May? Ash asked, bending down to see her face. Hi! I'll be fine. Let's get to... Her speaking was interrupted by the hacking in her throat. Cindy's house so I could rest. Ash turned around and kneeled. Come on, May, he offered. I'll carry you back. May sighed sickly. But I might slow you down. Don't say that, Ash fired back. I'll carry you, don't worry. With that, the coordinator crawled onto his back, allowing the boy to take one of her legs on each of his arms. He stood up as May wrapped her arms around his neck. He began to walk along the river, remembering that it was the key to return them to their friends and family. In order to occupy his mind, Brock began formulating a list of what he, Ash, May, and Max would need for when they returned to the road. He searched through Ash's things and jotted down a few numbers on his notepad. Turning to May's items... That wasn't supposed to play. Something weird is happening here. It seems to think I'm in mobile mode. No, not a... Gosh dang it, YouTube. Can you stop being stupid? I need another swig of coffee, clearly. Turning to May's items, Brock was shocked when he found her Pokeballs lying in her pack. He thought for a moment on what he thought the best course of action, and decided not to say anything about it. They knew that May didn't have her Pokemon to protect her. It would only cause more pandemonium, he thought. He quietly zipped her pack back up and went into Max's things. Hey, Brock! He heard the voice of his youngest traveling companion call for him. Brock turned to see Max behind him, looking distressed. What's up, Max? Brock asked, even though he knew what was on his mind. I'm worried about May, he admitted. I thought you were playing a game with your dad to keep your mind off of it. I couldn't keep my mind off of it, though, he said, sitting down. I've always had my sister with me. I was upset when I heard she was gonna go on her Pokemon journey alone, so when she and Ash came to the Petalburg gym, I was glad that Mom and Dad let me go with them. I'm worried that something's happened to my sister and her friend. Rock placed his arm around the boy. I'm sure Ash and May are fine. We get into these kinds of scrapes all the time, remember? And we end up okay. I guess you're right, Max sighed. He turned to the breeder again. If May stays with us, do you think things are going to change between her and Ash? Undoubtedly, Rock responded. Ash has told May something very special, Max. I know you don't understand right now, seeing as you only see May as your sister, but Ash sees in her something that he has never seen before. Their friendship has grown and matured into a loving relationship, even if May eventually chooses Drew. They won't be able to look at each other the same way ever again. Max smiled. I think I understand now. Rock smiled, kind of knowing already. What do you mean by that? The boy stood up and began walking away. I've got to get back to the game, he smiled, blushing. He ran off to avoid being caught by his friend in such a situation. Rock sighed. Young love, he told himself. Seems like everyone's getting together but me. I do have to admit that I've been getting out some wonderful advice. Maybe I should follow it myself, he thought for a moment. Nah, he laughed. It's much funner to do things my way. A loud knocking again interrupted Rain's work. The mother hustled over to the door and opened it, allowing a soaked Ash carrying May inside. Thanks, Rain, Ash panted. Oh my. Rain's eyes widened at the sight of May. Let's get her a place to lie down quick. I'm not that sick. May coughed. Ash carried her into the next room amid the gasps and cheers over their return. He carried May to the couch and sat her down on it. Norman and Carolyn leapt in to check on their daughter. Oh my god. May, what happened to you? It's a long story, May smiled weakly to her mother. Thank goodness Ash found you when he did, Norman said, giving a sigh of relief of his own. Ash was too busy being smothered by his mother's embrace to make a comment. I was so worried about you, Ash, Delia cried into her son's hair. Never ever do that again! I'm fine, Mom, Ash sighed. He looked around the room for Pikachu, who had already crawled in May's lap to give her some comfort. May looked at him and stroked his soft yellow fur. She looked up from him to have her eyes meet Ash's and smiled a thank you to him. Ash smiled and nodded back. After the initial relief that May was back had subsided, Carolyn noticed that she wasn't clothed as she was earlier that day. May, what happened to your clothes? Mother asked her daughter. Rain's ears perked when she heard something happened to May's clothes. She looked over at the girl, gears spinning in her head. She began pacing about the room, nervously tapping her teeth with her thumb. Max, Norman turned to the boy, ignoring Rain's actions. Be a good brother and go fetch your sister a change of clothes. Before the boy could agree, May's voice shot up. No! I never want to see those clothes again! What's up, May? Max asked his sister. Ash walked over to her and placed his hand on her shoulder. I think the story needs to be told, he whispered to her. May looked up and nodded. Ash sat down next to her and took her hand in his, much to the confusion of everyone else in the room. Rock stepped inside, looking at the crowd around the couch. Can I have some space, please? Rock asked them. All the adults looked at each other in embarrassment, and they took several places around the room. Rock walked over and sat on the couch with Ash and May, giving them support. May then began telling the story of how Drew invited her for a picnic. She had forgotten her Pokeballs, but Drew had told her that she didn't need them. Ash broke in and mentioned that after they left, Harley's Ariados had tried to capture Pikachu, but that attempt was foiled by, of all people, Team Rocket. May continued her tale about how she had eaten with Drew and talked with him during this time. She told him about the perfume that Drew had made for her. So ecstatic with the wonderful smelling gift, she quickly sprayed it all over her clothes. Meanwhile, Ash had encountered Tracy in the forest, and Pikachu defeated his Marill and Scyther. Ash pondered out loud as to how Harley convinced Tracy to help him. May stopped for a moment and just began to look over her bare legs. Ash squeezed her hand to give her strength to continue. May told him about how Drew had drawn closer to her, how he had started kissing her, about how his hands invaded her person. May began to cry silently when she thought about those events. She told them about how Drew struck a deal with Harley, only because Drew was jealous of Ash. Wait, did May know that? Hang on, I know we found that out in the flashback, but was May privy to that information? Oh well. Ash could see the blood vessels on Norman's head begin to pop out. The gym leader gritted his teeth in rage, squeezing the arms of the easy chair in which he sat. Carolyn stepped closer to him and placed a hand on his shoulder, prompting him to control his anger. Why would Drew and Harley join forces? Cindy asked, rubbing her chin. I think Harley was just using Drew, Rock said after thinking. I bet he was trying to divide Ash and May before the battle increased his chances of winning. Come to think of it, Max said. Misty was here earlier too, while Ash and May were gone. Do you think that Misty was trying to split them up too? I don't know, Max, Oak said. I've spoken with Misty quite a few times before this incident began. This doesn't seem like her style. Norman's about to pop off for real, oh yeah. People are about to get nuked by his slacking, oh yeah, baby. Surely he has the nose laser, as Chugga Conroy so lovingly named it from his Pokemon Emerald Let's Play. True, Max agreed. But you know what they say? Old toasters toast toast. I'm kidding. Desperate times call for desperate measures. I'm so glad we have so many smart people here to help us think about this stuff, Delia giggled. Carolyn sighed. Sometimes I wonder if there's anything going on in that head of yours, Delia. Rain, for her part, stayed out of the argument, stealing nervous glances at May as she stepped back into the front room and reemerged with a pen and notepad. The story's not over yet, May interrupted. After I realized that Drew was working with Hilarity, I ran away from him and ended up at the base of a waterfall. She thought for a moment. Why he didn't chase me on Flygon, I don't know. I do, Ash spoke up. Drew's Pokemon were waiting in the forest to ambush me. If that doesn't connect him to Harley, especially after I'd encountered Harley's Pokemon in the forest, I don't know what does. Ash continued and told him about the battle he had with Drew's Pokemon before their trainer arrived. Drew arrived and then was rescued by Ash from Sceptile's Bullet Seed, which he had mistakenly stepped into. He recounted their encounter and how the boy had become broken by his own actions. So that's where he ended up, May reflected. I thought he would be chasing after me. But how did your clothes get destroyed, May? Rain asked, looking up from the notepad after jotting something down. I did it, they told them. After I got away from him, the smell was still on me. From the perfume, I mean. I couldn't stand the thought of him still on my body, so I ripped my clothes off and tossed them in the river. I look at them again, it'll all remind me of this horrible night. I need a change. When I found her, Ash explained, she wasn't wearing anything but her underwear. He blushed at the recount. I gave her my sweatshirt to wear on her way back. I was so glad when Ash found me, she sighed. I was afraid that Drew would come back, but Ash protected me. She smiled at him. He's always been protecting me. She turned to her father and mother. And I love him. Norman's mouth dropped wide open. Everyone's eyes shot to Carolyn and then the gym leader. Ash blushed. I love May, Norman, he gulped. Norman didn't respond. He stood there with a stupefied look on his face, his mouth hanging open. Oh, this is just too precious! Delia hopped up in front of him. My little Ash and his first girlfriend! She hugged them both tightly. I got it! Rain shouted. She dashed over to stand in front of May so she could be the center of attention. Carolyn, take me upstairs and give her a bath. She yanked the green bandana off of May's head and passed it to Brock. Hey! May protested, reaching for her bandana. It was lobbed to the breeder. That's mine! Give it back! Wash that in the kitchen sink. I'll send someone to get it later, Rain explained, her mouth running a mile a minute. Come on, Carolyn, get a move on! She shouted. Bewildered, Carolyn took May by the hand and led her up the stairs. Delia, you and I need to go look through the storefront for some clothes for May. Why? Delia asked, still confused with what was going on. I've got a great plan! It'll give May a makeover and it'll have the capability to save my store. She grabbed Delia by her upper arm and pulled her into the storefront as the two of them began to search for clothes. Hey! Cindy shot through the door before it closed. I'm a girl too! I can help! Then you'll be holding things, her mother told her. Oh, I never get to do the fun stuff, the girl pouted. The two women began rummaging through all of Rain's stock. Delia showed several things that she liked to the store owner, most of which Rain shouted harsh denial towards. After getting pestered one too many times by the pallet mother, she sent her upstairs to get May's measurements. Yo, Norman. Yo, Norman. Brock snapped his fingers in front of the gym leader as Delia dashed up the stairs. Are you home? Ash? Max gulped. This might be a good time to either explain yourself or run like crazy. Dude, slacking is lit in Emerald. Because Hyper Beam has 0 drawbacks, so he gets base 150. Yeah, he has 0 drawbacks because it synergizes well with Truant. He gets base 150 stab, 0 drawback. Yeah, he has to recharge anyway, and he has the bulk just to eat hits. Yeah, exactly. The nose laser strat. The nose laser strat. Anyway, Ash, Max Gulp. This might be a good time to either explain yourself or run like crazy. Ash gulped. Norman, I'm sorry if it wasn't in your plan for May when you set her off with me, but we fell in love. I've never felt this way about it before about anyone. I can't really explain it myself because it's so new to me, but I would never want to hurt her like Drew did. Delia almost tripped going back down the stairs as she reported into Rain. The two mothers got May's entire brand new change of clothes and loaded them into Cindy's arms. Rain yanked May's wet yet clean bandana from Brock as she crossed the room and followed her daughter and Ash's mom up the stairs to the bathroom where May was bathing under the watchful gaze of her mother. Oak walked over to the still stunned gym leader. Take it easy on him, Norman, Oak smiled. Don't you remember how scared you were when you had to speak to Carolyn's parents? Norman's frozen visage finally changed. He walked up to Ash and looked him in the eyes. If you ever hurt my daughter, I will hunt you down and personally neuter you myself. You got that? Ash gulped as the color drained from his face. Yes, sir. Norman started laughing, slapping Ash on the back. Oh, I was just kidding. A puzzled look flew across Ash's face, while Max's head fell, embarrassed over his father's reaction to the situation. If you and May really are in love, then there's nothing I can do about it, is there? I trust you to watch over her before. Now that you two are a couple, there's even more reason for me to let you two travel together. Ash blinked. You're not mad? Yeah, I thought Ash should be shaped into a balloon Pokemon by now, Max added. Ash has my trust, Norman explained. He's proven that he loves May in my eyes, and knowing what kind of young man Ash is, I know he'll never want that love to go out. Ash shut his eyes around the room. Hey guys, yes? Can I talk to Max in private? Norman stood up and walked over to Oak and Brock. Let's let them talk. I'm getting hungry again anyway. The gym leader pushed the professor and the breeder into the kitchen so that Ash and Max could have privacy. Keisha walked across the couch to sit in Ash's lap. That been better than expected? Yeah, a little bit better than expected, yeah. Better hope he doesn't run into Norman until he's gonna get rocked. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he'll be nose lasered. Base Norman, absolutely based. Yes, he's Norman absolutely based. Absolutely based. So, what do you think? Ash asked his friend. About what? Max said as he climbed on the couch next to Ash. About your sister and me being a couple. Must be pretty weird, having one of your best friends fall in love with your sister. Yeah, I've done some thinking about that, he sighed. Why do you love my sister? That's a hard question, Max. Ash laughed. There's no one thing. It's her personality. Her bright, cheery smile every morning. I like how she seems so optimistic, even when things don't seem to be going well. I've grown attached to her just by having her around. Her smile makes me light up, and when I hold her in my arms, I feel so strong. Ash laughed at his words. I'm not very good at explaining this kind of thing. There are some times when I just can't stand her, though, Max grunted. She acts so girly and it makes me gag. I used to think like that. Girls used to be this weird alien species. And when I went on my journey, I matured. I made friends with Misty, and after that, girls just seemed normal. I guess those girly things your sister does kind of grew on me after a while. You're not gonna stop being my friend just because you and my sister are going out, right? Max asked. Ash could tell this was troubling the boy especially. Of course we'll still be friends, Max. You're a great friend. I'd never stop being your pal, even if something happens and May and I broke up. Max smiled. Thanks, Ash. I feel a lot better about this now. I was worried you'd be upset with me. Now, why would I be? Well, you're always making fun of May and me when we hung out. It's not that I was upset. I just didn't understand how you could fall in love with my sister. But now I think I'm starting to. He pushed up his glasses. But that doesn't mean I'm not gonna poke fun at her, so watch out. Ash messed up the boy's hair. That's fine, Max, he laughed. You wouldn't be you without bugging your sister. Oh boy. Eureka! Rain shouted. My masterpiece is finished! Oh, I think you look wonderful, honey, they heard Delia say before she came down the stairs. Oh, May looks so cute in her new outfit, Carolyn said, smiling, following Ash's mother. It looks a lot like what she used to wear, Cindy grumbled, tailing Carolyn with Rain right behind. I call it May risen again and reimagined, Rain announced, acting like it were a huge presentation. She flung her arms skyward and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Calm down, May!" Jeez, Mom. Cindy became cynical. This isn't a fashion show. Axe and Mash looked up the stairs to see the coordinator's new outfit as she stepped down. Chapter 29, Change. Ash stood back and tried to take in every detail about what he saw as she stepped down the stairs. Her feet were now clad in red and black running shoes with white bottoms. She retained the short black socks from her previous ensemble, as well as the black shorts that hugged her upper legs. Her white skirt had been replaced with a red one, with a white stripe up the center of it all the way to the neck of her red blouse. On her hips swung a new green pack, replacing the yellow one she started her journey with. Her red blouse ended at her neck, featuring a black collar similar to the red one in her previous fashion statement, though this one was folded down, appearing more formal. This new top had no sleeves, leaving her arms bare up to her gloves. The new gloves still featured black fingers with white palms, but also had a hole in the back, revealing the skin on the back. The gloves extended further over her wrists, featuring a green ring that matched her new pack. Atop her head, newly cleaned, dried, and tied lovingly, was the bandana that Ash had bought for her several days ago. She stepped off the bottom step and stood in front of the boy. Also, by the way, does this description remind anyone of anything? This should be ringing bells. She stepped off the bottom step and stood in front of the boy. Pikachu leapt into Ash's shoulder to get a better view of Vei's new look. Avoiding eye contact with either of them, she asked, "How do you like it?" It's, Pika! Pikachu smiled. I think he likes it, sis. Max smiled at Ash's ineptitude. It's May's emerald outfit. She switched from her ruby and sapphire outfit to her emerald outfit. You're also no, you're not. You catch on really quickly. You figured out the plot twist for Behind a Mask like really quickly. Don't give me that, Aiden. Hold on, I lost my place here a little bit. May giggled at Ash, glad to have the boy's jumbled approval. Yes! Rain cheered. Now, Ash and May, I need you to come with me. She grabbed both of them by their arms and began pulling them up the stairs. Rain turned her head to the other mothers. You two need to go find something to do. I can handle the next part. She turned to her daughter. Go get lots of printer paper and color ink cartridges from under the desk up front and come to my room. Cindy saluted her mother and ran off. 07s in chat, please. 07s. Rain pulled the couple into her room. A short blue carpet covered the floor, along with the purple wallpaper. It gave the room a chilling feel. While most of the room was taken up by the bed, Rain and her husband shared, when he was with them, a small computer desk with a printer set in the corner. Rain began searching through the papers on the desk, looking for something. She reached down and picked up a small ball with a cable attached to the back of it on her desk. She quickly booted up her computer and began pounding away at the keyboard. Ash and May watched as a window that showed the palm of Rain's hand appear on the screen. The woman spun the ball in her hand until the camera's lens focused on Ash and May. The trainers stood bewildered as they saw themselves on the small screen. Now, I need you two to pose for me, Rain explained, turning the small camera towards them. Pose? Ash blushed. Ooh, what do you mean? May looked away from the boy and blushed as well. Rain smiled. You two are gonna help me advertise the store. You did say you'd help if you could, right? Ash sighed. I did, didn't I? But why us? Rain excitedly smiled. With all the publicity at the battle tomorrow, I'd be stupid not to have the people who beat Misty advertise for me. So what's your plan? May asked, still not having wrapped her head around the idea. I'm going to take some pictures of you two posing together and put them on flyers, Rain explained as Cindy came into the room carrying lots of paper in a few small boxes. After the battle, I'll get them distributed, and people will come from all over the city to buy the same outfit that the girl that beat Misty wore. May raised her eyebrows, slightly annoyed due to having been reduced to a marketing tool. So, this is all a publicity stunt? Yes, but I need you! Rain grabbed her hands and pleaded. I mustn't miss this chance to reinvigorate the store. Not even Jupiter can find a lost opportunity, as the saying goes. But what if we lose? May asked. Before she could follow up, however, Cindy leapt up. Hey, don't go into this thinking you're gonna lose, she shot. Think positive. Well, Rain shrugged. Well, I have nothing to lose, really. If you lose, then I'd lose the store anyway, right? I'll have to leave town. Ash and May got into a small huddle. We need to help her, May, Ash reminded her. Rain's been awfully good to us. But I don't really feel comfortable, May sighed. Someone already tried to take advantage of my body earlier tonight. Now I feel like Rain's asking me to do the same thing. If you don't want to do this, Ash told her, I'm sure you can back out. If others could draw from the same well while risking life and limb, she thought, so could she. And so her mind was made up and past set, she shook her head furiously, a determined fire in her eyes. No, I'll help Rain, she finally said with a smile. After all, isn't that what you do, Ash? Yeah, he responded absentmindedly. Wait, why is what I do important? If we're boyfriend and girlfriend now, May broke the huddle and wiggled her finger at him. They're gonna have to do a lot more stuff together. Boyfriend? Ash stuttered. Me?
I can't believe you've done this.
May smile. Of course! Oh, also, hi Yubi! And thank you for the posture check. I actually really do need that. How are you doing, Yubi? Are you two ready? Rain asked, turning from the computer after having set up the program. Are you? I'm doing great, Yubi. Reading more of the story. I'm gonna try to finish it today. And yeah, it's gonna be good. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm glad you're doing well. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Aiden. I do still have some water. Ah. Thank you. And also, I have some coffee. Some Starbucks coffee. It's actually homemade coffee. It's not Starbucks. I do have a coffee maker. All right, so are you two ready? Rain asked, turning from the computer after having set up the program. As we'll ever be, Ash grumbled, still confused as to what May meant by boyfriend. So, how are we supposed to pose? May asked, moving her right index finger to her chin. Rain stepped over to the couple and moved May so that she was standing mostly in front of Ash. She took Ash's arms and placed them around May's midsection. Rain stepped back and looked for a moment, puzzled as to how she could improve it. No, she told herself that should be good enough. She walked over to the computer and began preparations for the picture taken. Ready in 10? So I'm your boyfriend now? Ash whispered in her ear. 9, 8, 7. Oh, well, I thought we were since I said that I loved you, May responded. 6, 5, 4. Well, then I better do something boyfriendish. 3. Ash moved his face closer to May's and pressed his lips against her cheek. 2. May began to blush and moved her arm behind Ash's head, placing the palm of her hand on the back of his neck. 1. They both closed their eyes, the kisser and the kiss, enjoying the intimate moment. There! I got it! Rain cheered. They opened their eyes and saw the picture of them. Ash held her in his arms while kissing her on the cheek very sweetly as May's hand disappeared behind their heads. Ash's stomach let out an audible growl. I never ate tonight, Ash moaned. I was too busy chasing Pikachu and May in the woods. Well then, let your girlfriend pixie something right up. May smiled, taking him by the hand, leading out of the room. Wait! Ash tried to hold her. What if Ray needs our help some more? I've got it. Rain read them off. You two have fun. Please! Ash begged as May dragged him out. May led him down the stairs and toward the kitchen. Max, Norman, and Carolyn had set up the couch bed and had fallen asleep up on it already. As they turned to the kitchen, May saw Oak sitting at the table, reading a book that had its covers hidden in a layer of newspaper. Delia sat across the table from him, Fred lying in her arms, fast asleep. Hey, Professor, Ash greeted the man. Oak quickly slammed the book closed and turned to him. Oh, hello, Ash, May. You two should be getting to sleep soon. You'll have a hard day tomorrow. Well, Ash is too hungry to sleep, May giggled, so I'm gonna try to cook him up something. That's very sweet of you, May, the professor smiling. He stood up and began walking out of the room. I'll leave you two alone. Yeah. Come with me, Delia. The sleeping woman stood up and began to walk out of the room. She bumped her face against the wall only once before finding the doorway and leaving the kitchen. So what can I make you? May giggled. Ash pondered for a moment. Well, have you ever made grilled cheese sandwiches before? May put a finger to her cheek. No, but how hard could it be? She opened the refrigerator and began to look around. Hey, there's no cheese in here! Ash looked over her shoulder. Yes, there is. It's right there in the slices. May picked up a piece of the sliced cheese disdainfully. This is cheese? It looks like it's sick. Based May, I do not like American cheese. She's right about this, by the way. Ash grumbled. Well, when I was younger, my mom would always make me a grilled cheese sandwich with sliced cheese. My mom uses a big wheel of cheddar, they related her experience. Ash grumbled again. Well, my mom couldn't afford expensive cheese, and I got along fine. May realized that she was upsetting him. Oh, I'm sorry, Ash, she quickly apologized. I didn't mean to offend you. I guess I'm a bit spoiled. If this is what you want, then I'll make it for you. Ash's frown turned back into a smile. Thanks, May. May looked around for the butter and brought it out, as well as getting some of the sliced cheese and bread. Remembering how Ash took offense to her liberal butter usage when she prepared breakfast that day, she used a knife to cut off only a small sliver. She used the sliver to butter the sides of the bread the sandwich would be cooked on. She cut off a slightly larger piece of bread and dropped it into the pan, adding it to the melt. She placed the buttered sandwich into the frying pan. So, Ash said, "Oop, that's the wrong song. That's Sorrow, not Serenity. That is not, that's Dilemma, not Serenity. Gosh dang it! Can I actually learn to use a mouse properly for once? Thank you." So, Ash tried to make conversation. What are we supposed to do now? What do you mean? May asked, continuing to cook. Well, if we're boyfriend and girlfriend, Ash explained, doesn't that mean things are going to change between us? May thought about it for a moment. Well, yeah, she said. Why shouldn't it? I guess I'm kind of afraid. Ash laughed at himself. If things start to change too fast, I'm afraid I'll screw up our relationship, and then we couldn't even be friends after that. Yeah, May trailed off, looking out the window. This is all really kind of new, you know? Do I ever? I've never had a girlfriend before. I wonder how people are gonna expect us to act. They'll probably expect me to be hanging all over you. May laughed, turning around to stand behind where Ash is sitting. She draped her arms around his neck and over his chest. You know, like this. Ash felt his face turn red. He was determined to turn around, though. Yeah, and they'd want me to lean back and kiss you. He leaned his chair back to see May's smiling face as she lowered her lips. Once again, Ash felt this wonderful feeling from deep inside himself engulf him. These feelings of love that he couldn't quite understand became as clear as day when his lips met hers. He wanted May to continue to kiss him for the next few hours. But unfortunately for him, physics had other plans. The chair Ash leaned back on began to fall further backwards, ripping the youth from his significant other. The back of the chair, along with Ash, hit the ground with a loud crack, sending his hat flying across the ground. We tech those! Oh my gosh, May panicked. I'm so sorry! She began to help him to his feet. Are you all right? Ash rubbed the back of his head and groaned. Yeah, I'll be all right. I was just getting the hang of this kissing thing, too. May leaned down and picked up his hat. She stepped over to the refrigerator as Ash still held the back of his head. Opening the freezer, she dropped some ice cubes into his hat and carried it over to him. Here, she told him. Hold this to the back of your head to ease the swelling. Ash held the ice up to his bruised scalp. Thanks, May, grumbled. May giggled at his disappointment. The smell of burning bread then entered her nose. My spinach puffs! The sandwich! She exclaimed as she turned around. She quickly flipped the sandwich over in the pan to see the mostly blackened side of it. She sighed, disappointed in herself for messing up what seemed like a simple sandwich. Sorry, Ash, she sighed. I'll make a new one for you. It's okay, Ash laughed, standing up while holding the ice to his head. I'll still eat it. I'm too hungry to wait for a new one. Besides, it's the thought that counts, right? They leaned her back against him as he stood behind her. I guess so, she thought. What if something happens between us, Ash? She asked out of the blue. What do you mean? He asked as he wrapped his free arm around her neck. Hey, what if we get into an argument and decide that we're gonna break up? She asked. I kind of talked to Max about this earlier, Ash related. I really hope nothing happens, but if something does, I really hope we can still be friends, May. She leaned her head back and looked up at him from the top of her eyes. I do too, Ash. But I'm afraid that if we go too far and then something happens, we will not be able to be friends. Like what happened between you and Drew. I'm not sure I can be his friend anymore, she thought sadly, after what he did to me. Drew's afraid of that too, Ash whispered to her. He's worried that you'll never forgive him. And why should I? She shouted at Ash, turning to face him with anger in her eyes. He doesn't deserve forgiveness! Ash shook her by the hand. I'm not saying that you should or have to. That's your decision. I was just saying that Drew is worried that you'll never forgive him. May turned back to the sandwich and flipped it over, checking it. She flipped it back onto the undercooked side. Are you going to do something like that too? She asked uncertainly, continuing to watch the cooking. I promise I'll never hurt you, May, Ash said, smiling yet serious. And if you ever feel like I'm hurting you, I want you to tell me. I love you too much to want to harm you. And then he realized that he had said the L word once again. Do you really love me, Ash? She asked, continuing to flip the sandwich. I do, May, he said, uncertain of himself. Why do you love me? Max asked me this one too. And like I told him, it's a lot of different things. I guess the easy way to say it would be that I love you for being you. Do you love me as much as you love your Pokemon? She asked. He blinked. What kind of question is that? May swallowed. When I saw how much compassion you had for Swallow after he hurt you, I got kind of jealous. You said that you loved me, and it seemed to me that you loved Swallow more. I guess I do love my Pokemon, and I love you on the same level as them. Sorry if that hurts your feelings, May. My Pokemon are my partners, and I care about them a lot. The same way, you're my partner too, and I love you a lot. May stopped leaning on Ash and flipped the sandwich. You couldn't see her face to gauge her reaction to what he just said. I think it's done, May said, picking the messy sandwich up and setting it on the plate. Ash looked at it in horror. On one side, the sandwich was crispy, black, and burned. On the other, the bread seemed to have melted, and the cheese was sticking out the side of the torn bread. Here you go, Ash, May smiled, handing him the defective foodstuff. Eat up! Ash considered what he had just said, and said, in the happy, expectant look on his girl's face. Swallowing his pride, he took the sandwich off the plate and took a bite. The cheese was a mixture of buttery, cheesy, and burnt. The buttery and cheesy flavors, however, managed to overpower the burnt flavor. He found the sandwich palatable as he scarfed it down, hoping to alleviate his hunger. How does it taste? May asked, a hint of fear in her voice. Ash managed to swallow the last portion of it. It was good, he said, hoping that May wouldn't think him dishonest. He really did think it was good, just not the best thing he had ever eaten. May walked to him and wrapped her arms around him. That's really sweet of you, Ash, she whispered. From how it looked, I thought it would have been terrible, but as long as you like it, that's enough for me. She turned her head and quickly gave him a peck on the cheek that caused them both to blush. I love you, Ash, she whispered into his ear. I think it's time we went to sleep, May, he whispered back. We have a big day tomorrow. Thank you for the grilled cheese, by the way. She smiled, taking his hand as they walked back to the living room. You're welcome. The scene before them illustrated how late it truly was. Norman, Carolyn, and Max still snoozed on the open couch bed. The little kid dozed off in the easy chair. Ash almost stepped on his mother as he walked through the room. It appeared that she was approaching a small wooden chair with the intent of falling asleep on it, but it seemed like she'd never made it. Seeing that nearly every possible spot in the room was taken, Ash and May quietly tiptoed up the stairs and peeked into Rain's room to spy on the mother. She had fallen asleep in her chair, nodding only when the nasally voice of her computer informed her that she was out of paper. She snorted at the interruption to her nap and stood up, walking only a few feet before stumbling into her bed, fast asleep. Deciding to take a different approach, Ash and May turned around as the coordinator led her new boyfriend into Sydney's room. The girl was asleep at her desk, with Ash's Pikachu napping on the plush dolls that lined her bookshelf. Ash looked around the dolls and news article, amazed that one little girl could accumulate so much information on him. He picked up the Pidgeot doll and reminisced about the old friend that he had seen in ages. "Oh, Ash, look at this," May whispered loudly to him. The trainer put the doll back down as he turned to May and Cindy. The coordinator looked over the girl's shoulder to see that she had been drawing a picture. It wasn't finished, as the girl had fallen asleep in the process, but the subject of her drawing was apparent. In the drawing, Ash and May stood side by side, holding each other's hands. In front of them stood Max and Cindy, also holding hands, their poses mirroring the youths who stood above them. Under the girl's face, they could make out Brock's spiky hair, but the drawing of the breeder was unfinished. "Oh, that's so cute," May whispered, indicating her brother and the young girl. "Cindy likes Max." Max chuckled. "I guess when we taunted them earlier, we weren't completely wrong." "Hey, roll back Cindy's covers, okay?" They put on a slightly confused look, but obeyed, and rolled the girl's covers back. Ash bent over and picked Cindy up, his arms supporting her legs and neck. He placed her on the bed, placed her on the bed, and May, taking initiative, tucked her beneath the covers. "She looks so peaceful," Ash whispered. "It's certainly different from the loud girl we normally deal with." May smiled. "Yeah." She ran her fingers through the girl's dark blue hair. "Mama," Cindy muttered in her sleep. She turned over on her side, away from the couple as they stood over her. May let out a short laugh. "Mama, eh?" Ash placed his arm around her shoulders. "I think you make a great mom, eh?" May playfully shoved him back. "Yeah, but you'd make a better dad. But with how you baby your Pokemon." "I guess we'd both make good parents," Ash conceded, laughing. May sighed, looking at the clock. "We really need to get to sleep. But where are we gonna sleep?" "There's plenty of floor space here," Ash said, indicating the area around Cindy's bed. "We can sleep here. I can get our sleeping bags if you want." May consider the idea. "Yes to the sleeping on the floor in here. No to the sleeping bags. We'll be fine." Ash and May sat down next to each other. "So," Ash said, still sitting up, "how are we gonna sleep?" Oh, I skipped ahead a little bit. Sorry. "Well, how about how we slept against that tree a few days ago?" She and Ash backed up to the side of Cindy's bed and he placed one of his hands on May's back while she curled up and placed her head in his lap. May," Ash cautioned, your head wasn't there that night." "Maybe, but I want to hear now." She giggled, snuggling her head against his lap like she did in her dream all those nights ago. She felt Ash run his fingers through her hair. "I guess if you want, I should be a good friend and boyfriend and let you, huh?" "Now don't spoil me, Ash." "I won't." "Good night, May," he whispered, lowering his face to hers. He kissed her rather sloppily just under the ear. Realizing his folly, he chuckled. "I guess I still need practice." "We can work on that tomorrow," May laughed. "Good night, Ash." She smiled at him, closing her eyes and drifting off to sleep. Oh my goodness, we still have 6 more chapters. Oh boy. Oh my goodness. Ugh. Chapter 30, Countdown. Ash looked around from where he and May stood. She looked elegant and beautiful to him, dressed in a loose, fitting red tank top over tight black BBT. Her legs were covered with a pair of tight jeans, her feet in small brown sandals. Ash himself was wearing his regular black and orange tee, jeans, and sneakers. Ash saw bright stars on the sky above them. Looking down from the building on which they stood, he could see the lights of a large city sparkling beneath them. So, Ash, May asked him, why did you bring me up here? She smiled earnestly into his eyes. Seemingly only a spectator to these events, Ash saw himself reaching into his pocket. This other self pulled out a small folder and opened it. Embedded into the folder were 7 golden symbols. I only got the last one, May. And I owe it all to your help. She hugged him. You're very welcome, Ash. She let out a quick laugh. I remember when you said this would be the ideal conditions to kiss me under, she reminded him. Sliding the folder back into his pocket, he laughed. Yeah, but I have a better idea this time. May looked at him inquisitively. What are you thinking of this time? Ash reached into his opposite pocket, produced a small black box. He backed away from May and held it between his hands. He lowered himself down to one knee and opened it. Sparkling in the moonlight under the stars was a diamond ring. He held it up in front of her. May, Ash gulped. Will you? May was taken aback. Are you? Ash blushed. Yeah. May stepped closer to him and took the ring from the box. She slid it over the ring finger on her right hand. Should it be on her left? Anyway, yes. Yes, I'll marry you, Ash. Ika! The Ash watching the events heard himself shout. Ash quickly opened up his eyes. The morning sun had drifted into the room. May was still asleep, her head still in his lap. He turned his head, and Cindy was also still sleeping. He looked up for Pikachu, but the mouse Pokemon wasn't at the post he had been at the night before. He turned his head to see the door slightly ajar. Pikachu must have snuck off, he thought. Ash felt very hungry, but he knew he shouldn't wake May from her sleep. That is, until May started mumbling in her sleep. It's okay, honey, she grumbled. Pikachu can watch the kids while you and I go to the movies. She let out a huge snore as a snot bubble slowly expanded and retracted from her nose. That's it. No more dreaming of us being married, Ash resolved. May, wake up, pleaded. The snot bubble popped, and the girl rubbed her eyes. What is Ash? She yawned. I was having such a wonderful dream. Well, I think it's time for breakfast, he said. And you know how hungry we get. May sat up, stretched. Okay, fine. But you're letting me sleep in tomorrow. That's fine. He smiled at her as she stood and walked out of the room. The image of his dream returned. I'm not ready to take a plunge like that yet, he told himself. I'm not even an adult yet. Why does this love thing have to be so hard? I was just getting used to being May's boyfriend. Now I have to worry about being her husband? He sighed. I never get love until it's almost too late. He began to wake Sydney as he prepared to follow May downstairs. May quietly stepped down, making sure not to wake up anyone before they were ready. To her relief, the only people still asleep downstairs were Mrs. Ketchum, who had found her way to that chair she failed to reach in the night prior, and her brother Max. She saw the pictures Cindy left half completed on her desk and giggled. But then she wondered if Max felt the same way. She felt that it was part of her duty as his older sister to root out his crushes, but she decided to be the bigger person and not expose him. At least for now. Please keep it a secret, she heard Cindy's voice from upstairs. I don't know how he'll react. I'll keep it, don't worry, she heard her boyfriend laugh. I'll tell May to keep it quiet as well. May smiled and rubbed Max's head. Time to wake up, Max. Max turned over in his sleep. I don't want to get up. May ate it, he grumbled, ignoring his sister. Hey, what? May became furious. She picked up Max by his feet and held him upside down. Max, confused and dazed, woke up. Oh, what? Oh, Mom, help! May's beating me up again! May dropped him back onto the couch bed and watched him bounce as Cindy and Ash came to the bottom of the staircase. Cindy giggled as the boy scrambled over to the coffee table for his glasses. Brock walked into the room wearing his pink apron. Well, I see that you guys are awake now, he said. I was just about to send Pikachu upstairs to give you a wake-up call. So, Pikachu's with you? Ash asked, curious about his friend's location. Brock nodded. He was also able to grab yours and May's Pokeballs without waking you up. All the Pokemon are outside eating and relaxing before the big battle. Well, May and I are ready to eat too, Ash said, smiling, motioning for the coordinator to come closer. We're both gonna need our strength for the battle today. Considering how much you two seem to eat, I better go warn Carolyn and Rain that they need to kick up food production. Brock laughed, walking back into the kitchen. Cindy walked over to Ash's sleeping mother and nudged her. Mrs. Ketchum, Cindy spoke. Are you gonna wake up? Delia opened her eyes and let out a large yawn. Oh, good morning, Cindy. Is it morning already? Yeah, and if you don't hurry up, Ash and May are going to eat all the food, and you won't have anything, Cindy warned. Up. Sorry, changing tabs. The new couple had already wandered into the kitchen and sat down, ready to devour whatever got placed in front of them. Oh, hi, Tom! How are you doing? How appropriate that you would show up, Tom. Since I'm reading a Pokemon fanfic. And yes, Aiden, it was a dream. Sorry, it's hard for me to like communicate whether something is written in italics or what without explicitly saying so, but I don't know. I don't know. In a way, I kind of like not expressing it, something being in italics, just to keep you guessing. Guess what? What? What happened? What happened? What happened? You took 4th of your pre-release for Mitch. Let's go! Nice! How many entrants were there? I imagine there must have been quite a few. Also, was the format, like, a free-for-all, or is it like 1v1s? I'm not sure how Magic how Magic works. I imagine it's 1v1. I see. Hey, you still took a game though. You had to have taken a game. Wait, was it Swiss? I feel like with only 5 people, it probably should have been Swiss. But I hope you got plenty of games in. Woohoo, Swiss! As someone who plays Splatoon, I like Swiss. You get to play more games that way. You built, is it? Okay, I should probably say I don't play Magic, so I'm not familiar with it, but if my friend Matt were here, he would know. He would totally be on top of it. Blue and red, okay. I know those are colors of Magic. I do know that. As opposed to like, you know, like black, red, green, and other things. And white. Okay, I lost my place here. Oh yeah. The new couple had already wandered into the kitchen and sat down, ready to devour whatever got placed in front of them. Rock, Carolyn, and Rain, having already fed themselves, and Norman began producing food in abundance for the newly arisen children. Ash and May sat next to each other, and May's brother took his place next to his sister. Pondering for a moment, Cindy decided to sit next to Max instead of her idol. Max didn't catch any of the implications, but Ash and May both noticed and giggled to each other. Do I have a Discord? I do, actually. I don't know why it's not working. Wait. I think CloudBot turned itself off again. This always happens. This always happens. I need to, like, move this command over. There. Is it bad if you can see Max and Dawn together? Oh! I feel like there's an age difference there, but actually, I don't know. Would there be an age difference? I don't know. I have to say, that is not a ship I've ever ever thought of before. I wonder if there's a name for it. There probably is. There's so many names for so many ships. It's crazy. There's so many of them. Placing a mountain of pancakes in the middle of the table, Carolyn knew she had begun a free-for-all. Ash and May each grabbed as many pancakes as they could with their forks and began placing them on their plates. Ash gave his pancakes a quick dab of maple syrup before digging in, whereas the coordinator added some butter to hers as well as syrup before eating. Norman could only watch in awe of the children as they tore through the mountain. Max and Cindy ate at a much slower pace, not even trying to catch up. Delia quickly sat down and took some pancakes for herself before they all disappeared. Rock faked a cough and whispered to Ash and May that they were being poor examples of table manners for the young and impressionable children that they shared the table with. They looked at each other with sticky faces and laughed. They both cleaned their plates quietly and left the few pancakes that remained for the others. Yeah, there would be an age difference because May and Dawn are the same age, but age is just a number. You know, say, right? I mean, okay, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I know it's a floating timeline and all that, but this fic very much assumes that it's not a floating timeline. Because this fic very clearly says that they're teenagers here. I'd say probably at least 14. Wait, the link's broken? Oh, crud. Link's broken. Crud. Let me find. Okay, let me find. Wait, shouldn't I have like a... Wait, how come there isn't a, Oh. Yeah, no limit. Yeah, don't expire. There we go. There, use this. I really do not know why it didn't. I really don't know why it expired. I could have sworn. But maybe it was just a thing that happened after after the incident. Oh, you're in Pickle's Discord. Okay, you know what? Makes sense. That does make sense. But I didn't actually see that before I generated link, and plus I had to like generate a new link anyway, so I think I might as well just copy and paste it over. Stepping out into the sunlight, the new couple enjoyed the company of the relaxed Pokémon. Pikachu and Aipom chased Skitty and Eevee about, as Combuskin and Marshtomp appeared to be playing a game in the mud. Sceptile sat in the branches of a tree, half watching Munchlax reach from a higher branch towards the berry. Rock Spawnsly napped under the watchful gaze of Swellow and Beautifly, who circled overhead in the clouds. Noctowl, however, sat in the dark branches above Sceptile, napping partially as per his nocturnal nature, and also because of the adventure he had the night before. Donphan and Fortress bounded over to Combuskin and Marshtomp, with the armor Pokemon leaping into the middle of their game, splashing both sides with mud. Irritated, Combuskin decided that her game with Marshtomp was over and walked over to the last Sceptile and attempted to strike up a conversation with him. A sad Marshtomp resigned to playing with Donphan and Fortress instead of following her. Alone on the outskirts of the group sat Corphish and Squirtle, each of them conversing jollily. Corphish told a short story and Squirtle exploded into laughter. Ash and May decided their battling allies would need their attention the most before the big battle. So how are you guys doing over here? Ash asked, stepping behind Corphish, placing his hand on the crustacean's head. Corphish, Cor! Oh, and Pokemon cheered. I bet you guys are anxious about the battle, huh? May squatted next to her tiny turtle Pokemon. Squirtle, he sighed. Squirtle leaned back against May's knee and looked up into his trainer's eyes. I know you're a bit worried. May picked him up and held him to her chest. But I know you'll do great. Or Max and Lily. Oh my god, that's another one I've never thought of. Actually, I've never really thought of Max being in any ship besides, you know, Cindy, who is an OC, granted, but, you know. Okay, switching tabs. Ash and May heard something from the sky above them. Swallow and Beautifly moved to intercept the shining silver creature as she flew towards them. They can make out this faint outline of a person on her back. Hey, is that... Ash began before being cut off by Cindy running out of the house. Daddy! The girl squealed. She ran outside and leapt up and down, motioning him closer. Sure enough, when Skarmory had come in close enough to be identified, she carried Joseph on her back. As soon as the armored bird Pokemon landed, the girl leapt into her father's arms, giving him a
Nasal congestion. One
I hate you!
Afrin no drip. Experience ridiculous.
I hate you, YouTube! Rock and Dot, no. Just no. Just no. Just no. Sure enough, when Skarmory had come in close enough to be identified, she carried Joseph on her back. As soon as the armored Pokemon landed, the girl leapt into her father's arms, giving him a hug. I miss you so much, Cindy, Joseph said with a smile. He looked up to see Ash and May walking towards them. Hey, I wasn't expecting you two here, he said, cheer in his voice. We never expect to run into more of your family, Ash laughed. Guess we were just lucky, huh? Daddy, Cindy squealed. Ash has been staying here with us the past couple days. Isn't that cool? I got to eat breakfast with Ash. Catch him! It certainly is, sweetheart, Joseph laughed, placing a small dart on her shoulders. I came to take you to the battle Ash is having in town today, he explained. I knew you wanted to go ever since I heard that the man himself was battling in town. I never thought he'd be here in person, though. May smiled at him. Your family's been really great to us. I even got a new outfit while I was here, she giggled, twirling for the Pokemon doctor, showing off the clothes that Rain picked out especially for her. Joseph smiled, impressed. That looks very nice, May. The house began to empty behind them as Brock, Norman, Carolyn, Max, and Delia stepped out, with Rain following them, locking it behind her. Rain? He asked. Brock X everyone? No, Brock X Jesse. Think about it. Think about it. Actually, I don't know if that would work either. No, wait. No. That's also a no. Forget I said anything. Brock X, no. No. May's already spoken for. Advanceshipping is already canon in this story. You know. Rain turned to him, her face becoming flushed. Joseph? She quivered. She ran up to him and flung her arms around him, almost knocking Cindy from her perch. I missed you so much, she laughed into his chest, tears of joy fogging up her glasses. How long has it been since you've been home? 2 months, dear, he said, wrapping his arms around her. He kissed her forehead and looked into her gray eyes lovingly. 2 of the hardest months of my life. As much as I don't like to break up romance, Brock sat up, interrupting. The battle starts in about an hour and we need to go. Yes, Rain acknowledged, breaking away from her husband. She shot a guilty look into his eyes and turned away, walking towards the rest of the adults. Joseph took notice, but decided now was not the time to address the issue. Ashmay and Brock recalled all of their Pokemon, and Pikachu leapt to his trainer's shoulder. Ashmay led the group into town. Brock while Brock discussed the possible Pokemon for Misty to use in battle with Max and Cindy, as Rain stepped and introduced Joseph to the rest of the adults. Ash turned back to Brock as they walked. Hey, where's the professor? May placed her finger to her chin. Yeah, I haven't seen him all morning. Brock shrugged. He was the first to eat and said that he had something to do in town. Then he up and left. I hope he gets there so we can see you thrash Misty, Cindy giggled. Harley's gonna be in a world of hurt when my sisters get to him, Max added. Justine Lickitung? I ship it. God damn! Okay, hear me out, Justine and Brock. Wait, I already mentioned that. Yeah, Jesse and Lickitung, I ship it. Could you not? Could you not? Turn the corner. Ash and May saw a huge crowd outside the Cerulean gym. May began to cling to Ash's arm for support, fearing what the crowd would do to them. Ash nodded in the crowd's direction, confidence and determination in his eyes. Hey, here they come! They heard a man shout. They remained on the road as the crowd booed them and tossed garbage at them. May almost tripped over a can that someone had tossed at her and Ash, but Ash's arm kept her up. Brock sighed at the people who attacked them. Must be Misty's supporters, he groaned. A paper cup smacked against Cindy's face, and the small girl angrily leapt up at the crowd, but Max held onto her hand, causing her to blush and stand down. Oh, look at the little lovers, an older girl taunted. Max was riled up over this, but he was stopped by his father. Norman looked into the crowd and left the small children alone. No one would pick on the son of the Petalburg gym leader and live to tell the tale. Ash and May pressed on, ignoring the boos, the insults, and the profanity hurled at them. May's eyes began to water. How can people be so mean to people they don't even know? She asked Ash amid the chaos. This is the other side of the popularity that your dad enjoys back in Petalburg, Ash told her. These people all love Misty and hate anyone who stands against her. Your dad could probably do something similar if you wanted. May thought about this as a banana peel shot in front of him. This is all Harley's doing. Misty wouldn't use these people like this. Hey, Romeo! They heard a man taunt the crowd. Why don't you take your little girlfriend and get? No measly no-name trainer stands a chance against Misty. Ash huffed. I'm not gonna waste my time trying to talk to you, he grunted. What'd you say? The man was becoming angry. Come over here and say that, Trimp! Hey, you leave him alone, May stepped in. We're going to the battle, so why can't you I'll save all the nasty things you're going to say about us for then. Oh, so he hides behind his woman, the man sneered. Tough guy. Hey, leave May out of this, Ash snarled. She hasn't done anything to you. Pikachu also growled in his direction. Brock and Misty? Thonking. Thonking. I am thonking about it. Huh. Yeah, she hasn't done anything. Pikachu also growled in this direction. Yeah, but that bitch has you whipped, he laughed. And then the normally docile trainer from Pallet shot quickly at the man and knocked him into the people behind him. Blood gushed from the man's nose as Ash held his arm into the air where he made contact. Never, ever talk about me like that again, Ash said, breathing heavily, anger in his voice. Delia placed her hands over her mouth that hurt Ash would commit such an action. Even Pikachu's mouth was hanging open over Ash's attack. Norman smiled in approval, and Brock let out a short chuckle. Oh, Tom, shut up! Stop it! You stop it, you! Keep it PG! Or something, I don't know. Actually, no, this is probably PG-13. Keep it PG-13 or lower! May was both relieved and worried about this temper she saw. Ash was slow to anger, but this guy apparently found a way to tick him off very quickly. Guess it proves that we still don't know everything about each other yet. She hugged his arm. Thank you, Ash. Ash shot her a smile. Whenever you need punks like that taken care of, just let me know. Suddenly, the sun seemed to be blotted out. A strange mouse-shaped hot air balloon floated, concealing the sun from the crowd. Their constant anger towards Ash and May turned to the balloon. Voices of confusion arose, curious about the strange new development. Prepare for trouble if you attack the twerps, a woman called out. Make it double, they'll give you your just desserts, a man called as well. Ash and May looked up, knowing full well who was there, but unable to see them through the glare. An evil as old as the galaxy, sent here to fulfill our destiny. Don't forget me! Small Pokemon jumped down and landed behind his allies. All three of the rockets concealed their identities in robes, hoping that their dramatics could be emphasized. To denounce the evils of truth and love and extend our reach to the stars above, the trio shouted in unison as Meowth operated an unseen controller to fly the balloon away from the gym. Jesse, James, and Meowth are the names, they said as they all pulled off their robes. In a dramatic reveal, the crowd gasped at the sight of the talking Pokemon. Anywhere there's peace in the universe, Team Rocket will be there to make everything worse! The crowd stunned silent. The sound of Jesse's Pokeball snapping open echoed. Wah! About that, the patient Pokemon shouted. Team Rocket! Ash, May, Max, Brock, Norman, Carolyn, and Delia all shouted in unison. Everyone else shouted. Actually, maybe it's the whole crowd said that, including all the passersby. That would have been even funnier. Several voices came from the crowd. These guys are really from Team Rocket? My Pokemon! Are they with Ash and May? Hold it! A familiar voice shot from the crowd as a gunshot filled the air. The trigger-happy Officer Jenny from the other day had appeared, looking inquisitively at the Rocket trio. Are you really Team Rocket? The Rockets froze. Ash looked around and thought quickly. Follow my lead, he whispered to May and the Rockets. He shot a look at Brock, containing the same information, and saw the breeder whisper to the adults. Officer and Jenny, you gotta excuse my friends here. Your friends? Jenny raised an eyebrow. Are you friends with these guys? Ash put on an embarrassed look on his face. Yeah, they're pretty weird. They're always making dramatic entrances and stuff. Always causing a panic, right guys? Ash turned to the trio, a wide false grin across his face. You know, May also had a fake smile across her face. The kinds of people that scream fire in crowded areas. Jenny wrote a note in her notebook. All right, I'll let your friends off with a warning this time, but this kind of activity can be fined. She turned and looked sternly at the Rockets. Don't let me catch you trying to cause a panic in Cerulean again. This kind of activity is called disturbing the peace around here. I don't know what they call it where you're from. Don't give it another thought. Jesse reassured the arm officer. You won't hear from us again, James said, smiling, rubbing his hands together. Mime Jr. copied his action. Hey, I know I am terrible. Yes, you are. Peggle should be scolding you more. I'm kidding, of course. They have the worst time to try and steal Pikachu. Here's the thing. I don't think we're trying to steal them. Like, do they even have all the work to say out and then everything else and now they're doing this? There's the thing. I don't think they're stealing them. It would be bad timing if they were actually doing it. But no, I think they're actually just trying to help them through the crowd. I think. Oh, look at the time, Ash said, looking at Norm in particular. We'd better get inside for the battle. He grabbed May and James by their arms, with May also grabbing onto Jesse. He ran behind the five as they hustled into the gym. Once inside, they saw two distinct lines filing into the gym seating. On one side, the line was stretching out the door, leading into the crowd that Ash, May, and Team Rocket had seen outside. The other line was entirely clear, with one or two people going in through that gate. Ash, May, and the Rockets walked up to the booth, heading the line that was empty. A girl with shoulder-length hair, pink hair, sat there, grumbling at the lack of business that she was getting. Lily, Ash asked her, what's this line for? Lily looked up from out the gate. Ash, you're here? This was so totally sure that you weren't going to show. May rolled her eyes at the second air-headed cerulean sister. Well, here we are, and we're ready for battle, she yelled, garnering the attention of the opposite line, which caused them to start acting up similar to the crowd outside. The blue-haired woman at the booth in front of that line shouted for them to remain calm, and that anyone who assaulted the trainers would be ejected from the gym and would not be allowed to watch. Grumbling, the people stood in line, only muttering to each other. Ash! Brock shouted, dashing into the gym with the rest of the group following him. The breeder shot a look at the Rockets and walked up to them. You have a ton of people with you, huh? She stood from her booth, knowing that she wasn't going to get any business. Jesse told me to totally take you to a room to let you get ready for the battle, she said, smiling while leading the two away from the group. Ash turned to his group. Lily, can Brock, Max, and our new friends, he said, motioning to the Rocket trio, come with us for a little bit? I don't see why not, she said, motioning for Max, Jesse, James, and Meowth to come over. I can't believe she doesn't recognize us, James whispered to his partner. Don't chase it, James! Jesse hushed him. Because the cerulean sisters are as dim as they say, she chuckled. And why'd we get beat by him before? Meowth asked rhetorically. The Rockets grumbled as they and the tourists were led into a room on the side of the gym. Chapter 31, Champions. We're getting closer, y'all. We're getting closer. Okay, this chapter is really not that long, it seems. But you know what? It's fine with me. Here's the room. Lily squealed as she opened the door. The room was very red. Red carpet, pink walls, even a maroon couch. Ash chuckled at the thought that Missy was giving him a preview of hell. Team's Rocket's here, so I guess that much is right, he laughed to himself. I'll come back when the battle's about to begin, Lily said, leaving the cheerful group in the room. As soon as she left, a smile left Ash's face. All right, what are you guys doing here? He asked the Rockets. Yeah, you guys are normally up to no good. May snapped at him. First off, Jessie cleared her throat, speaking for the trio. That's a very nice new outfit, Twerpet. It looks almost like something I'd like to have someday. May became flustered with embarrassment at the woman's compliment. Rain picked it out for me, she said under her breath. Well, tell that Rain that she's got an eye for fashion, James commented. Outfits that well coordinated are normally the providence of us. Second, Jessie continued, we're only here to support you. Wait, that doesn't make any sense, Max said, pushing up his glasses. Why would you support us? Don't we blast you off more often than anything? Well, there are a lot of different issues at work here, Jessie explained. First, we don't really like Harley to begin with, so it's natural that we'd go against him. Brock raised an eyebrow at this rather frivolous answer. Don't you hate us more? That's not the point, James shot back at him. It's also a matter of seeing how well you're training with us, Haydoff, James continued. I'm really eager to see what good we've done. Good? Ash and May both asked, still confused over the issue. Don't get the wrong idea or nothing. Meow stepped forward. It's just that we're the only ones who should be harassing you twice and trying to grab Pikachu, not some stupid crowd. Is that why you leapt in front of that balloon? Max asked them. Jessie sighed. You're smart for a twerp, she commented. I guess we feel a bit like we've had a hand in this romance, she said. And you should know by now over all of our encounters about how much of a romantic I am, she added, blushing. Ash held his hand in friendship to Jessie. Thanks for scaring the crowd, by the way. She took it and shook firmly. We're even due to you saving us from the police. James looked out the door. We should get going if we're gonna get a good seat, he warned his partners. Pikachu leapt from Ash's shoulder and stepped to Meowth. Pika, he said, extending his hand and communicating with him with a smile at Meowth. Thanks, Pikachu, he said, slapping his paw against Pikachu's. You twice ain't so bad either. And with that, the Rockets wished Ash and May good luck and left to go get a ticket and a seat. We should probably get going too, Brock said to Max. I'll be cheering as loud as I can, Max said, turning to his sister and friend. And I'll get Cindy to cheer as well. Ash smiled. Thanks, Max. Oh, ah. Wait, am I looking at the wrong tab? I think I might have opened the wrong tab. May kneeled to the ground and gave her little brother a hug. I'm not going to say this isn't scary, having to go up against a friend like this, she whispered to her brother. But I know you'll be cheering me on. She set a few tears into his hair. You'll be great, May, he said, encouraging her. With all the work you and Ash have put in, Missy and Harley won't know what hit him. She smiled to him. Thanks. I love you, Max. Brock took Max by the hand and led him out of the room, leaving his teary-eyed sister and his friend to prepare for the battle. Are you ready, May? Ash asked her. She smiled, trying to hide her fear. I guess I'm a little nervous. I mean, I don't even know what Pokemon Missy's gonna use, and I never had to fight a friend before with the stakes so high. We'll win, don't worry, Ash affirmed. Pika Pika! The mouse Pokemon added. Thanks, Ash and Pikachu. She wrapped her arms around Ash and placed her head against his chest. She felt Ash place his arms around her, holding her tightly. I know you're worried, May, he said, trying to soothe her. I kind of am too. I never told you about how Gary and me used to get along before we became Pokemon trainers, did I? No, he whispered. Gary and I used to be best buds back in Pallet, he said, thinking about the past. We were always playing and having fun together. But one day, Professor Oak came to our class and taught us about becoming Pokemon trainers. After that day, Gary would always be making fun of me and how little I knew about Pokemon. And we became rivals soon after that. Delia and Mr. Dina, no! Are you trying to get me demonetized? No! I have Kitty's mouse to feed! I have a family to feed! Oh, wait, I lost my place. Thank you, Dana. I lost my place. All right, here we go. Yeah, but what does this have to do with our current situation? May asked, her eyes closed as she pressed her head against him. Gary and I have put the past behind us. Ash said, nuzzling her head with his. We're friends again now, and I'm sure that this thing with Missy will go the same way. May looked into his eyes and leaned in and parted her lips slightly, taking the boy by surprise. Oh, Ash. Ash returned the kiss, placing his hands on her hips. He parted his lips as well and slowly brought his tongue out. Oh boy! May felt him moving and met him at the edge of her lips. They mingled together, tasting each other. Ash rolled his tongue against the roof of May's mouth, tickling the girl internally. Oh my god, this is so awkward to read! May squealed with delight into Ash's mouth, playfully closing her teeth around his tongue. Okay, this music is not appropriate for this. I don't know why I didn't set this to, like, stop. Set this as, like, stop earlier. Ash, controlled only by his love for the girl in his arms, broke their locked lips for a moment for them to catch their breath, and then redoubled his efforts. May's hands moved to the back of his head, pulling on his dark hairs that continued to let loose their passions through their mouths. They were so involved with each other that they didn't notice the door open or shut. Hello? Ash's concentration was broken by Lily's voice. Ash and May opened their eyes and saw each other blushing bright red. They stood there, their lips still wedged together and tongues tied. If you two want to make out, you're gonna have to do it later. The battle's almost ready to start. I'll be at the end of the hall waiting for you to get done in here. With that, Missy's pink-haired sister stepped out of the room. Ash and May finally broke their kiss and looked into the corner at a cackling Pikachu. The small Pokemon was doubled over in a corner, laughing at the scene. What's so funny, Pikachu? Ash asked, offended. May put her hand on his cheek. Hey, at least he didn't interrupt us, she said, smiling at him. To which Ash blushed. I guess that's true. But May's smile became wry as she eyed him to the side. Oh, wow. Who would have thought you'd be such a great kisser? Ash modestly blushed. I think it's just beginner's luck. I didn't think you'd actually try to kiss me that deeply, she said, winking at him. Ash blushed even redder. I told you that I wanted to, he reminded her. He placed his hands on the sides of her face and smiled. Well, as much as I'd like to enjoy a repeat performance, she said, why don't we get it? Don't we have a battle to get to? Once more, for good luck. All right, she sighed happily, parting her lips again for him as he drew himself closer. Sorry, no, you're not, Dana. Admit it, you're not sorry. You're not sorry. Admit it. Oh, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Daisy announced from the side of the arena. Welcome to the Cerulean Gym and a very special match today. Please make sure you're on the correct side of the gym. People here supporting Misty are on the side I'm on, and those supporting the challengers are on the opposite side. The lights began to dim at this time, setting the stage for the coming introductions. Brock groaned. Well, that explains why there's hardly anyone over here. The gym had been divided down the center, with the pool divided lengthwise. The side with Misty's supporters were filled to the brim, full of energetic fans and cheering patrons. Tracy sat in the front of the crowd with his pencil and drawing pad, ready to sketch some of the impressive scenes from today's battle. The most condensed area on the side for Ash and May, however, was the area that Brock, Max, Cindy, Norman, Carolyn, Jesse, James, Meowth, Rain, and Joseph sat. There were a few other people around, but the area was populated sparsely at best. And now let me introduce your champions, Daisy announced, her gaze pointing at the northern side of the gym. A screen unraveled from the ceiling in preparation to show the points and time limit. Hailing from the port city of Slateport in the faraway Hoenn region, we have with us a coordinator of extraordinary talent. His abilities allowed him to reach top 16 of the Kanto Grand Festival. Please give a loud cerulean cheer for Harley! At the mention of his name, Harley stepped out of the doorway. He made kissing motions towards the crowd that caused the girls on Misty's side to squeal out. He stepped up close to the pool and turned the darkness behind him. All right, I'm gonna take this into my hands. Cindy leapt up and began running to where the MC stood. As she ran by, she pumped past a rather dejected-looking young man. As he stepped into the bleachers, everyone who knew him turned their eyes to him. Oh, you forgot about Tracy and Misty? Okay, that one's actually kind of canon in this story too, believe it or not. That one I can get mine too, actually. That's a good ship. Do you mind if I sit here? Drew asked. The handsome coordinator had seen better days. His hair had obviously not been combed. The normally fetching mane now sat tossed about by the wind. Brock could make out various leaves caught in it, and his clothes were matted with dirt and mud. His pant legs were in particular had soaked in the rainwater and dirt. His emerald eyes were tinted red, and they seemed strained and lacking their usual vigor. Brock wasn't sure if they were red due to lack of sleep or his tears. What do you think you're doing here? Max spat. I didn't think you'd ever show your face again after what you did to my sister. Drew's tired eyes returned to the verge of tears. He desperately tried to fight them back, turning his head from the child while clenching his eyes shut. Believe me, he managed to say, breathing rapidly. I've never regretted anything more than this in my entire life. Carolyn felt a mix of rage and compassion for the defeated young man. Eventually, her mothering side won out. You can sit next to me, Drew, she said. Drew declined her offer. I don't deserve to sit next to the mother of the girl I betrayed. Max was about to make another remark at him, but he felt his conscience stab at him for even thinking about wanting to kick someone when they were down that low. Drew shuffled down the bleachers and sat next to Jesse in front of Brock. The breeder sat next to Max, who was next to Cindy before the girl had dashed off, and behind James and Meowth. There we go. Rain sat next to her daughter's empty seat as her husband wrapped his arm around her shoulders from the other side. Delia nervously gnawed at her fingernails, waiting for Ash and May's turn from behind Brock. Carolyn sighed at the apparent scatterbrained mother she was next to, but Norman to her side grinned, awaiting a great battle. Wait a minute. Oh, here we go. And now, I give you a trainer who needs no introduction, Daisy called to the crowd. It's my honor to introduce you to our gym leader and hostess. Please give a shout out as loud as you can for Cerulean Gym's very own Misty. The redheaded gym leader smiled as she stepped out to face the crowd. She wore a different outfit, this one being a yellow sleeveless top on small blue shorts. As she stepped out, her Azurill danced happily at her feet before dashing across the gym and leaping into Daisy's arms. Much of the crowd was hooting and hollering at the arrival of their champion, but some women in the crowd gave a few ahs to Daisy and Missy's Azurill. Misty stood next to Harley, and they gave each other an affirmative glance before they turned back to their supporters, incurring more cheers from their cause. And now to introduce the chat! Now, Daisy began before the mic was yanked from her hands. Not so fast! Cindy spoke into the mic she now held. I'll introduce the next ones. Give that here, you little brat! Daisy snapped at the little girl. Wait, Misty called. Let her do the introductions. I'm sure she'll do a great job. Misty's older sister stood there pouting and holding a Azurill as Cindy smiled at Misty. The gym leader winked back at her, giving her the go-ahead. The first half of the team comes from all the way from the distant Hoenn region. She's got a pedigree for greatness. Her father is the powerful gym leader of Petalburg. Starting her journey with just Torchic and a dream, this young coordinator dared to be great. In her first attempt at entering a grand festival in the Hoenn region, she collected the 5 necessary ribbons and made top 16, defeating one of her opponents today in the process. As Cindy added the last part, Harley's face turned red with rage. He tried to keep us cool, and for now, but he tried to keep us cool, and for now it was working. Cindy grinned as the Cacturn-clad coordinator fumed. She continued. Then she set her sights on our very own Kanto Grand Festival, and after winning some hotly contested battles, came into the top 4 in the Grand Festival, even beating Harley again, as well as her rival, a powerful coordinator known as Drew. Also, just speaking OC here, even I never made top 4 in Spartan Weekly's singles. The best I made was 5th place. No, or was it 6th place? Actually, I don't remember what my best place was. But it was with Sora. The only time I made top 8 in singles was with Sora. But I did do it in doubles, though. Made it all the way to grands with Devo in doubles once. Anyway, back to the story. Sorry. Don't mean to toot my own horn. The crowd let out a long series of gasps, feeling surprised that Missy's opponent would have had such great credentials. Please, it is my pleasure to introduce a rising star in the world of Pokemon coordinating, as well as one of the greatest coordinators in the Kanto region. Give it up for me! The crowd erupted into cheers as the green and red-clad coordinator ran into the gym. She smiled and waved to the crowds. Boys from the crowd began whistling at her suggestively, causing her to blush. You're looking great, honey! Carolyn shouted at her daughter, unsure of whether or not her shout would make it through to her. Win this one for all of us, May! Max shouted to his sister. Knock him dead, May! Rain shouted at the top of her lungs. Joseph raised his eyebrow at his wife's sudden interest in the battle. May smiled across the pool at Misty and Harley. The cerulean gym leader put on a determined smile on her face, but her rival fumed at her from behind the redhead. And now, Cindy began, waiting for the crowd to quiet down. Her partner! He comes from the small, humble hamlet of Pallet. This young man has competed in countless battles, relying on his friends and Pokémon to see him through. He has traveled the world with his closest friends. You may even know some of them. Brock, the former gym leader of the Pewter City Gym. Tracy, assistant to the world-famous Professor Oak. May, his teammate today, whom I've already introduced. And yes, even Cerulean Gym's Misty. He competed in the Indigo League here in Kanto, taking top 16 in his first ever Pokemon League tournament. And then left for the Orange Islands to compete in the Orange League. And left not too long after, he began there with the championship in the Orange League and the Winner's Trophy. After defeating the expert Johto gym leaders, he competed in the Johto League Silver Conference, where he took top 8. But he strived to better himself even more as a trainer, so with only his starting Pikachu in tow, he journeyed to the Hoenn region, where, using only said Pikachu and the new Pokemon he caught there, he again took top 8. Now he's traveling Kanto again, this time taking part in the arduous Battle Frontier, and he's only one symbol away from winning that too. The crowd whispered amongst themselves. This guy's been in the Battle Frontier? And he's almost won it? Top 8 in 2 leagues? This guy's gonna be awesome! I hope he's cute. Pikachu is like the coolest thing ever. It is with great honor that I accept the privilege of calling out such a magnificent Pokemon trainer. So please, raise your voices as loud as I can. This opportunity comes once in a lifetime, Battle fans. Now let me introduce Palatown's very own Ash Ketchum! Ash ran out of the door he stood in, waving his arms to the crowd, and his mother as both began to cheer wildly. Pikachu sat on his shoulder, waving as well, smiles of both of their faces. Girls in the crowd began screaming at the top of their lungs as the trainer made his way to May. I love you, Ash! He heard Delia shout from above the crowd. Make your mommy proud! Good luck, Ash! Rock shouted to him. We all know that you can win this, twerp! Team Rocket shouted against the cheers and clapping of the crowd. Wah! Buffett! He added, popping out of his Pokeball into Drew's lap. Oh, I love Boba Fett. Best boy, best boy. Boba Fett's best boy. Take it away, Daisy, Cindy yelled into the microphone, tossing it back to the Cerulean sister. Girl ran back to her spot in the bleachers next to Max, ignoring Drew altogether. All right, let's get this battle underway. First, we need judges. Daisy smiled at the crowd, still clutching a Azurill. Because Cerulean Gym doesn't have a regular judging staff for contests, we're going to appoint a judge, and then each side will be allowed to appoint a judge themselves. Isn't that exciting? Ash's allies all began looking at each other. One of us is gonna have to be a judge? Rock asked. Well, I'm sure I could do the job, Max said, tooting his own horn. Yes, but there might be a restriction on tiny twerps judging a competition, James snickered. Kinda like you could do better, Max said, pulling on his ear. Hey, what's that? What are you doing that for? James shouted as he winced in pain. Rock sat back and snickered. First, the judge that will be a representative of neither side. Please welcome Cerulean's own Nurse Joy, Daisy announced as Joy stepped into the arena, walking past Ash and May. She shot a nasty look at them, and then to Rain in the stands while she walked up to the judging booth, set up next to the pool on Misty's side. Oh lord, Rain sighed. Why does this stuff always happen to me? It's alright, Nissa tried to comfort her. The other two judges can only be better than her. Cindy and Max both booed the nurse as she took her seat in the middle of the panel. And now the adjudicator chosen by Misty and Harley. Please welcome Pallet's very own Professor Samuel Oak, Daisy announced as the elderly man stepped into the arena amid the clapping and cheers. Professor? Ash asked him as he walked by. Why are you judging for Misty? I was hoping you wouldn't be mad, Ash, Oak sighed. Misty asked me to be a judge for her, and I couldn't say no to such a rare opportunity. Ash smiled at the elderly gentleman. I'm not mad, Professor. I'm glad we have someone we can rely on since that corrupt Joy is on the panel. Oak bowed to him. I'll be as fair as balanced as I can be, I promise you. He then made his way to the panel, where he sat on Joy's right. Why is Professor Oak judging for Misty? Cindy asked no one in particular. I bet Harley asked Misty to do it, Drew sneered across the gym at him. I bet he just wants to get everyone he can to turn on May. That's low, Max growled from behind a hunched over James. Quick, take notes, he advised the other rockets. This kind of niceness can come in handy later. And now, Ash and May, as he called out to him, have you chosen your judge? The two trainers got in a quick huddle. Who are you gonna pick, May? Ash asked his student. Well, why not Rain? She'd be a good counterbalance for Joy. Plus, she also knows a lot about fashion and stuff, what with being in the clothes business and all. Great idea, Ash agreed. May blushed and gave his hand a quick squeeze. Daisy stepped over to them and handed May the mic. Rain, will you be our judge? She asked the mother, turning to her. Rain's grimace from Joy's announcement turned into a wry grin and then a beaming smile. Of course! Rain laughed, stepping down the bleachers. The crowd clapped for the middle-aged woman as she walked around the gym and gave Ash and May a hug when she got to them. Thank you, she whispered. I won't let you down. We never even thought you could, Rain. We never even thought you would, Rain, Ash said. Just do as well as we both know you can, they responded. Rain nodded and walked over to the judges panel and sat on Joy's left. Your little punks are getting schooled by Misty, Joy whispered so that only Rain could hear. We'll see about that after Ash and May clean their clocks, Rain sneered. And with that chapter is over. Chapter 32, Combat. Oh, I hope y'all are ready. And now, Daisy announced, let me announce the rules. Each trainer will use only one water-type Pokemon. The winner will be decided when both of one side's Pokemon are unable to battle, or should the battle last longer than the 5-minute time limit. The battle will be decided by who has the most points remaining. She glanced side to side at the trainers. Are the trainers ready? Misty smiled from across the pool at them. I'll give you one more chance to give in, May. All you have to do is tell the truth, and we can still call the battle off. Surprise flashed over Harley's face. May looked to Ash, her eyes uneasy. I've not really wanted to do this battle, Ash, she admitted to him. Only a few days ago, I really considered following Missy's lie. May, Ash sighed into her eyes. But that's the past! I know that as long as you're by my side, Ash, I'll be able to do anything. And I know I can't hate Missy for thinking the way she does. All hate does is drive people away. So the only way to solve this is by winning this battle. May had the look of the wild girl in her eyes. She was ready to fight her heart out for her friends, for her reputation, for him. Well, so that's why Ash chose to use Corphish. I was wondering why you picked that all with all of his mods. Yeah, that's also true. That is also true. Only water types are allowed for this one. Ash smiled and nodded. That's the high-flying spirit of May that I've come to expect from you. Now let's give this battle everything we've got. He turned to the opposition. Sorry, Misty, but you're gonna have to beat us to make us admit to your lie. Misty sighed and gave a chuckle. Always doing things the hard way, huh, Ash? I'll fix you good. Harley stepped up next to her. And with me as her partner, we can't lose. You're gonna be brought to justice. You may have your false justice, Harley, he said, girding back at him. But we've got something greater. We've got truth. Daisy glanced to both sides, grinning excitedly. All right then, let's get this party started. Trainers, reveal your Pokemon. Corphish, I choose you, Ash shouted, tossing his Pokeball into the air. Squirtle, take the stage. They tossed her Pokeball as well. Take this at your own pace, Octillery. Probably kissed his Pokeball before sending it flying. Gyarados, go! Misty tossed hers in. From their side, May saw her and Ash's familiar Pokemon make their stylish appearances. Squirtle spun in his shell, popping each limb out one by one, ending with his head. Corphish performed a somersault, landing gracefully. She saw Harley's Pokeball open up, and the red octopus Pokemon spun out and landed on a platform. He stared back at his foes rather vacantly. From Missy's Pokeball, however, came what May feared the most. The large blue sea serpent Pokemon splashed into the water and then leapt out again, causing a huge splash in the pool that shook the floating platforms that Corphish, Octillery, and Squirtle stood upon. He roared at May, causing her to cringe. Don't be afraid, May, Ash called to her, leaping to the platform behind Corphish. If you're afraid, then Squirtle will be too. All right, I can be brave, May forced herself. She jumped to the platform Ash stood upon as well, ready to battle. Good luck, Ash, Delia shouted to her son. I'm rooting for you. Don't let Mommy down. We're all rooting for you, Brock added. Show Missy what the Battle Frontier is all about, Cindy shouted to her idol. Ash smiled back at his friends and gave them a thumbs up. Don't be intimidated by Misty's Pokemon, Norman called to his daughter. Size means nothing in a battle. Knock them on their butts, sis! Max shouted. May smiled at her family, then caught the sight of the green-haired boy sitting among them. You can beat these chumps, May! Drew shouted. I believe in you! Come on, toy team! Meow stood facing Ash and May's supporters. Let's get a cheer going! Drew? May asked, turning to see the boy in the stands cheering for her. She completely tuned out Meow's comment. In the pit of her stomach, she felt a sick feeling rising. She felt her fear coming back. May began to shiver at the sight of the coordinator. May, Ash said, taking her by the hand. Then she smiled at him, turning her gaze to Drew and continuing speaking. I'll be fine, Ash. I just have to speak with him once this is all over. Ash smiled at her back. All right, I understand. Now let's get this battle started. All right, timer ready. Daisy announces the screen that had unrolled previously lit up with the display. A picture of Ash with a yellow points meter was postured over an outdated picture of May, also with her own points meter. On the left side of the screen, Misty and Harley's pictures were set up similarly with their own points meter as well. Let's get busy, Daisy shouted, signaling the beginning of the battle. Artillery, fire blast! Gyarados, flamethrower! The fiery kanji that Artillery blasted from his mouth was pushed ahead and expanded by the flamethrower from Gyarados. Corphish, nullify it with Bubble Beam! Help out Corphish with Water Gun, May told her Squirtle. Corphish unleashed a dazzling ray of bubbles from his claws toward the incoming Inferno. Squirtle leapt behind him and used his Water Gun to push the bubbles ahead at a higher velocity. Both combination attacks struck each other in the middle of the pool. Ash looked through the haze created by the combination of fire and water and saw that everyone's points had taken a small hit. Misty peered through the haze, searching for her opponents. After it cleared, Misty saw Ash and May, but their Pokemon were nowhere to be seen. Corphish, Vice Grip! Ash shouted, taking Harley by surprise. The ruffian Pokemon jumped from the water to Artillery, closing his claw around his snout. Artillery, shake that thing off with Sludge Bomb! Harley commanded his water type. Artillery attempted to fire, but the pressure made by the Sludge Bomb wasn't enough to shake Corphish. On the screen, Harley's points decreased slightly. Gyarados, use Headbutt to knock Corphish off Artillery! Misty ordered her aptly classified atrocious Pokemon. Gyarados charged towards Corphish as the crustacean turned to see his attacker. Corphish, fling Artillery at Gyarados! Ash ordered. Obeying his command, Corphish attempted to lift Artillery off the ground, but found that the Pokemon was somehow stuck to the ground. Harley shook his finger at Ash. Well, that's not gonna work, Ashy! Artillery's suction cups make him stick to the ground! Your Corphish can't pull him up! Ash grunted as he saw his points decrease. Seeing Gyarados rush toward Corphish, May leapt into action. Squirtle, she ordered, use Ice Beam to make a wall to stop Gyarados! Squirtle rose to the surface and fired an Ice Beam at the water in front of it. As he raised the beam up slowly, an ice barrier formed in front of the water and flying type. Misty only smirked as Gyarados charged through the ice, smashing it effortlessly. No way, she said to herself, watching her points decrease slightly. Gyarados smashed her head into Corphish, causing him to lose his grip and knocked into the water. As his points decreased by about a fourth as his Pokemon fell in. Corphish, get back up and use Bubble Beam! Corphish poked his head out of the water again and fired Bubble Beam at Gyarados. Too large to escape properly, Gyarados took the attack at close range, and Misty's points dropped. Artillery, constrict Corphish! The jet Pokemon leapt onto Corphish, squeezing him slightly with his tentacles. Corphish, beat him up with Crathammer! His claws glowing sky blue, he began to harshly pound against the Pokemon attached to his face. Artillery cried out as he released his act as Corphish, causing Harley's points to drop. Sorry. The octopus dropped into the pool, sinking beneath the waters. Ash was ready to take this opportunity. Corphish, close it! Don't let Artillery escape! His water type agreed and dove to chase him. Gyarados, use Hyper Beam on Squirtle, Misty called, hoping to catch the coordinator off guard. Squirtle, withdraw, quick! The beam fired from Gyarados' mouth and had smashed into a small Pokemon. Squirtle's shell flipped through the air away from the large splash caused by the energy smashing into the water. Misty and May's points both fell slightly. The shell fell into the water without moving due to Tiny Turtle's Pokemon's fear. Artillery! Harley shouted. At his trainer's call, Artillery sprung to life and slept out of the water, zipping it quickly past the surprised Corphish. Gyarados, Whirlpool, Misty ordered. At that command, Gyarados dove under the waves and began circling Corphish and Squirtle at high speed. creating a current to snare them. Squirtle, swim away! But the small water type was too afraid to get out. This is bad, Brock set up. Ash and May are losing points for every second the Squirtle and Corphish are stuck underwater. If they don't act fast, they could lose the match. Come on, Ash, Max called out. Do something, May, Cindy chimed in. Pika, Pika! Pikachu called from Delia's lap. Ash called to Corphish. Wild Squirtle, try to get to the surface! Corphish nodded, although it was under the same stress as the withdrawn Pokemon. He swam with the current to speed himself to Squirtle. Corphish stretched out his claw as far as he could, but he kept missing the shell as it also spun in the whirlpool created by Gyarados. Pushing with just a bit more effort, Corphish was able to grab Squirtle in his right pincer. The roughened Pokemon began his journey to the surface. Great job, Corphish! Ash commended his water type, striking a pose. Just then, a wave created by Gyarados' whirlpool shot at the platform that Ash and May were standing on. The wave shook the platform vigorously. The coordinator was able to keep her balance, but Ash, who was in his victory pose, was knocked off and fell into the rapid waters of the whirlpool. Ash! May and Misty shouted. Cut out the whirlpool, Misty! May ordered the gym leader. She turned to the judges. Pause the clock! She then turned to the water and leapt into the whirlpool. Gyarados, turn around, nullify the whirlpool! Misty shouted. Her Pokemon obeyed her command and began to break the current created. Yeah, Pyro Beam on the Squirrel, that's right. It is overkill, but hey, he used Withdrawal, so you know what? It's fine. And as we know, Hyper Beam is considered a physical move in Gen 3. The current dissolving around her, May swam as quickly as she could to the trainer as he sank into the pool. She eyed Corphish and Squirtle as they rose to the surface, not aware of Ash's tumble. She approached the trainer and found him out of breath. She grabbed his arm and began to pull him up, hoping that she'd get him to the surface fast enough before any permanent damage was done. Harley watched and sneered. This is my opportunity, he thought. He snapped his fingers to Octillery, who immediately turned his head down to aim at May. A few moments of energy building later, and he fired a powerful beam of energy at the girl below. May saw it coming only too late, in an attempt to spare Ash any further harm, turned her back to the beam. It struck her in the back, causing her to shout into the water in pain. Her air leaving her lungs, she dropped Ash and began to black out under the water. On the surface, the crowd was coming privy to Harley's actions. A loud chorus of boos began to flood the area, aimed at him. Missy's gaze was fixed on him, her expression a mixture of surprise and appallment. What the hell did you just do? Misty shouted at him, grabbing him by the collar. Why did Octillery attack? Her eyes began to water, but the gym leader felt only rage, not sadness. It's not my fault, Harley pleaded fearfully. Octillery must have gotten confused. One too many conks on the noggin from Crabhammer. He tried laughing it off, but May growled and tossed him to the ground. She turned and leapt into the water herself. I think the judges should do something about this! Joseph's voice rang out. The doctor looked to his colleagues. Delia had fainted, and Carolyn was doing her best to calm an enraged Norman. Max placed his arm around to frighten Cindy. The girl was afraid that her idol's life may have just been taken in the blast. Brock sat, grimacing, while the Rocket Trio all looked nervously at the pool. Everyone was so preoccupied that none of them noticed when 2 additional splashes were made. Determined to make things right after he betrayed her trust, Drew swam toward where May and Ash had fallen. Glancing over, he saw that Pikachu had followed him. Neither curious nor suspicious of the Pokemon's intentions, Drew nodded to him, leading the way to where their friends lay. Once Drew had arrived, he had a choice to make. He decided that he would try to take Ash to the surface, and directed Pikachu to May. He pulled on the trainer's arm and began to bring him to the surface. He glanced back and saw that Pikachu was having trouble pushing May to the surface. Cursing his luck, Drew almost turned back to try and bring all 3 of them, until he saw Misty herself swim out and grab May by the shoulders. He smiled to the gym leader as they both pulled them up. Drew pulled Ash to the side of the pool and looked around for paramedics, first aid, anything that could help him. Knowing that the youth who had held May's heart depended upon him to survive, Drew pressed his lips open against Ash's and began to breathe into his lungs. Coming back up for a breath, he pressed his hands against Ash's lungs forcibly. Out with the bad air, in with the good, Drew told himself. Misty had already stretched May out and began to resuscitate her, with Pikachu assisting her by pressing against May's chest. Come on, Misty cried to herself. I may have wanted you gone, but not like this. Harley stood dumbfounded as the boss and as the boos and insults continued to be hurled at him. What are Drew and Misty doing? He pondered himself in disbelief. Were they trying to save the lives of the people that took so much from them? Delia ran down the bleachers to her fallen son. No, she whispered to herself. No, don't take him. She kneeled by Drew and gave him help by breathing into her son's mouth to revive him. They began to cough up pool water into Misty's mouth. The gym leader gave a sigh of relief, spitting the water into the pool as May opened her eyes. Pika Pika! Pikachu nuzzled against her chest. May sat up and saw the person who saved her. After coughing and breathing for a moment, she said, Thank you, Misty. Up. Likely ban evader restricted. Yeah! Thank you, Automod. Ah. Sorry, there was a bot that tried to do stuff. But we got him! Automod got him. Misty smiled. I'm just glad you're all right. She extended her hand and helped the coordinator to her feet. May stood, holding Pikachu in her arms. You taught me an important lesson, May, Misty told her. I know that I can't hate you for doing what you do. Misty, May blinked at her. May's face turned into a smile. I'm glad we can be friends again, Misty. Wait a second! Harley stomped over Misty and May. What are you talking about? You're glad she's all right. Don't you remember all the things she did to Ash? Misty calmly looked into May's eyes. Ash still needs help. May blushed in surprise. Oh no, Ash! She turned around and dashed to where her rival and Delia stood over him. Misty turned to Harley. I can't hate her, Harley, she confided in him. If I hate her, then I'll start to hate her family and her friends. I'll eventually hate Ash, the one I wanted to protect in the first place. Just need to beat them, and then maybe we'll have to depart from Ash out of shame, Harley reminded her. I guarantee you, after all this is over, even with the smear campaign and regardless of how the battle goes, Ash and May want to be together, they will be. Brock's words echoed in Misty's mind, and they will both still want to be your friend, regardless of the mean things you may do right now. Come on! Harley said, shaking her back into reality. We need to win this! Harley, Misty said, why do you want to win so badly? What? Harley raised his eyebrows. Why do I want to win? Yes, Misty responded. Why? May needs to be put in her place, he responded furiously. After all the cruel things she's done, she deserves humiliation and suffering. Misty reflected on that. But if May was telling me the truth, then does that mean Harley is lying? No, I can't turn on my judgments. I have to stick with my decision, even if it is wrong. You're right. I'm sorry, Harley, Misty sighed. I can't let my compassion get in the way of my justice. Ash, please. May pressed her hands against his chest. Please don't. Not after you saved me before. Delia looked up. What do you mean saved her before? Well, it's time you started figuring it out after 5 people told you the same story. I know, right? But no, she had to be all...
Okay, I believe you.
And not believe them. You know? May's eyes started tearing up. Her eyes tearing up, May let the story spill. When we were falling in from one of Team Rocket's mechas, Ash used to slow down our fall and guide us to a lake in the forest. He got hurt because of it. Hurt? Delia's eyes widened. How did he get hurt? May began sobbing. Swallow's talons cut through his shirt and his shoulders. She lowered her mouth to his and breathed, trying to resuscitate him. She came up and continued to press against his chest. He never told anyone except Brock because he was worried what people would think about a trainer getting hurt by his own Pokémon. May heard coughing come from the boy as she pressed his chest. Ash slowly opened his eyes to see his mother and May looking down at him. What happened? Ash asked, sitting up. I remember cheering Corfish on, but then He was cut off by May throwing her arms around him. Thank goodness you're all right, she cried into his chest. I don't understand, said her. Why are you crying? What happened? His mother stood up. You almost drowned, son, she chastised him, and melted back into her maternal love. I'm glad you're safe. Joe had stepped back as soon as May arrived at Ash's side. He watched her worry about him, watched her cry. He saw her relief when she learned that he was okay. And with that, he smiled. I may have lost my chance with May, but as long as she's happy with Ash, I can live with that, he declared to himself. He stepped past her and back onto the bleachers, this time next to Brock. So, why'd you do it? Brock asked Drew as the coordinator sat. Drew flicked his wet hair. Someone had to get in there and save him. Do you think this redeems you? Brock asked back. Drew's expression darkened slightly. No, I guess it doesn't. But that doesn't matter. I can regret what I did for the rest of my life, and I will, but I can't change the past. All I can do is live my life the best I can. Besides, as the saying goes, he added, looking down to May watching her help up. Can't win them all. The traitors are okay! Daisy announced to the crowd as Ash and May returned to her side of the pool to be greeted by a happy Squirtle and Corfish. Yes, Professor Oak announced over the speaker on his desk, but there is still the matter of what happened during the incident. It is the decision of the judges that Harley's auxiliary acted out of disobedience. Such an occurrence is unprofessional in a battle. Or since such an occurrence is unprofessional in a battle, the judges have decided to deduct 50% of Harley's starting points from his current total. Harley looked up at the board in fear. His point sat at precariously just above the halfway mark before the draining began. He felt his chance at revenge slipping away as the meter emptied. His heart skipped a beat when his points stopped decreasing, leaving him with only a minute sliver of his original total. The crowd on both sides cheered loudly as Rain stuck her tongue out at Joy, who quietly fumed at the development. Such a compromise was all she was able to get out of Oak or Rain. At least he still has a chance to win, she fumed. Ash took a moment to look at the display. Harley had barely any points remaining, but Misty still had over 3/4 of hers left. In contrast, he and May both had about half of their points left, with the coordinator having a bit above half, and Ash having less. The timer was stuck at 3 minutes and 6 seconds when he apparently hit the water. Are you ready to continue? Daisy asked Ash's side. All we have to do is cause Harley to lose just a few more points, then it's over for him. With a 2-on-1 advantage, Misty shouldn't last much longer. Just as long as we can keep the point advantage, we can win this. Ash thought triumphantly. He whispered his plan to May, who smiled in agreement. All right, we're ready, May shouted back. Let's get the battle back on. Awesome, Daisy shouted into the mic. Now, contestants, continue the battle. Chapter 33, Climax. And I should probably also say that there is a content warning for this chapter too. There are discussions of rape in this chapter. Your discretion is advised, as always. Hold on, I gotta open the right tab though. Corfish, getting close to auxiliary! Ash ordered as water type dove into the waters. Misty, if I lose any more points, I'm out of the battle! Harley pleaded with his partner. The 2-on-1 battle is not very good odds. I agree, Misty nodded. Gyarados, intercept Corfish! May sat and looked at the battlefield. She knew that Misty's Gyarados was the key to the battle. Defeat him, and Misty's battle effort would be obliterated. However, Gyarados was also more powerful than Corfish or Squirtle. And as long as Harley's auxiliary was providing cover fire, victory seemed like a long shot. She knew that she had to do something with the time remaining slowly draining. She looked to the water and at Gyarados. She had a plan. Corfish, jump! Ash shouted. Just as Gyarados began to rise from the depths to attack him, the ruffian Pokemon leapt onto his head and then off of him. Alright, now use that momentum to power up your crab hammer! Corfish wound back his claw, and it began to take on the familiar white glow that had become associated with the attack. Focused more on pure power than looks, Corfish was putting all of his muscle in the maneuver. Auxiliary Sludge Bomb! Harley panicked. His Pokemon obeyed, aiming skyward toward Corfish. Harden! Ash shouted. Dive through it! The water type shone with a bright orange glow as the sludge exploded against him, slowing his fall down, but not seriously injuring the Pokemon. Gyarados, now! Misty shouted. Gyarados lurched his head out of the water and fired a beam of concentrated energy at Ash's Pokemon. Ash, watch out for Hyper Beam! Brock shouted from the stands. Corfish, knock the Hyper Beam at auxiliary! Ash commanded. Corfish began spinning in circles while airborne. He smashed the hyper beam with his glowing claw, changing its course toward Gyarados' teammate. Artillery, get out of there! The blast came into contact with Artillery's large head and knocked the Pokemon beneath the waters. He quickly re-emerged, warned but ready to continue. However, that blast knocked the remainder of Harley's points out, causing him to lose the match. Surprisingly to Ash, neither his nor Misty's points had been affected during that exchange. However, May's points had slightly gone down. He saw the reason as he turned to his side of the pool. Harley's points are depleted! Artillery must be removed from the battle! Daisy shouted into the mic amid the cheers from Ash's side while Misty's fans jeered the decision. Return! Harley grunted as he stepped back from the pool. It's all up to you, Misty. Only you can defeat them and save Ash from May. Right, Misty said, nodding. I'll do my best. Your Gyarados is stronger than both their Pokemon. You should have an easy time if you take out Corfish first. He then smiled. Even with his defeat, Corfish stood wheezing. A ruffian Pokemon was winded. The Squirtle only seemed to be firing his Ice Beam aimlessly, causing his trainer to lose points. It was then that he and Misty both realized what May was doing. Squirtle stood fairly close to where May stood, using his Ice Beam to freeze the pool. Nearly all of Ash and May's side of the pool was frozen. Ash leaned back towards May. What's the plan? Why are you freezing the pool? Gyarados can't walk on solid surfaces like our Pokemon can, May told him. If we can freeze the pool, then Gyarados won't be able to fight back as easily. We'll have him immobilized, and then we can defeat Misty. After she goes down, Harley will have to come forward and admit that he lied to her. Gyarados, melt the ice with flamethrower! Misty shouted, and they turned to hear the command. Corfish, guard the ice with bubble beam! Ash shouted. As Gyarados opened his maw and shot flames from it, Corfish opened his claws and intercepted the fire from the side, cutting off the flamethrower and denting Misty's points. You gotta run interference while I freeze the water around Gyarados, Misty whispered to Ash. All right, Corfish, go in for a vice grip! Corfish leapt at Gyarados, his pincer ready to grab the whisker of the atrocious Pokemon. Gyarados leaned his head out of the way and slapped Corfish back with his tail. The ruffian Pokemon came back for more, firing Bubble Beam at Misty's Pokemon. Gyarados fired back with Hydro Pump, but Corfish was able to dodge by heading underwater as the sheet of ice that was expanding across the pool drew over him. Gyarados and Misty stood stunned as the water around the Pokemon froze, immobilizing him. Corfish broke through the ice close to Ash and May and stood next to Squirtle. Shooting his glance at the scoreboard, Ash saw that Misty's points stood somewhere between 3/4 and a half. He was never good at fractions. May's points, however, were below Ash's at 1/4, with Ash's standing at a point between Misty and May's. I knew I should have paid more attention in school, he sighed to himself. Let's try a combination of Bubble Beam and Ice Beam, May shouted. Responding to the coordinator's call, Corfish fired his Bubble Beam towards the struggling Gyarados. Squirtle used Ice Beam to freeze the bubbles as they flew toward Gyarados. The combination was immediately recognizable to Ash, Drew, and Cindy as the technique used to defeat May Squirtle a few days ago. The orbs of ice smashed into Gyarados, knocking him backwards against it. Against the pool ice. The Pokemon struggled to come back to an upright position, but managed to come to one. Struggled to come back to an upright position, but managed to come to one nonetheless. You always think it's Harley dying, but it never is. You just gotta wait a little bit. You just gotta wait a little bit. He'll have his comeuppance, probably. Gyarados, use Hyper Beam to smash the ice, Misty shouted. Gyarados fired the red and orange beam at the ice, smashing it, freeing himself. Now bring it up to Squirtle! Gyarados dragged the beam up, smashing through the ice and leaving in it flows that float upon the water. As the beam approached, Squirtle and Corfish both darted out of the way. Gyarados swung the beam towards Squirtle, attempting to bring the match with May to a close. Corfish, Bubble Beam! Ash commanded. Corfish, in a desperate bid to save Squirtle, fired the beams at Gyarados. Once he had the dragon Pokemon's attention, he taunted him. Gyarados, enraged, began charging at Corfish with a headbutt. Wait, I lost my place here. Corfish jumped at Gyarados with his claw glowing. The two attacks smashed into each other at the same time, knocking Gyarados into the water and sending Corfish flying into the ice. After tumbling backwards, Corfish laid on his back, a dazed look in his eyes. A loud buzzing sound rang through the arena as Oakenjoy's panels lit up with a bright red X. Rain, huffing, also pressed the buzzer on her panel. Corfish is no longer able to battle, Daisy shouted. Ash grunted as his face on the scoreboard dimmed, similar to Harley's had done after he was defeated. Corfish, return, Ash ordered. He held the ball to his face. Great job, Corfish. Take a rest. Ash turned to May, a grin on his face. I'm sure that you and Squirtle can win this one. Just go on with everything you have. I'm not sure I can, Ash. May looked disheartened at Corfish's defeat. Squirtle doesn't have the power to go head-to-head with Gyarados. But you prove that you can think outside the box. Ash placed his hand on her shoulders. Using the battlefield was a great idea. It's that kind of ingenuity that'll help you beat Misty. May looked into his auburn eyes, still wavering between weakness and strength. Are you sure? Positive, Ash said with a smile. Now show them what a top 4 in the Grand Festival is worth. Come on, sis, Max shouted. You can do it! We believe in you, honey, Carolyn shouted. You're doing great. Keep it up, Brock added. You've got to avenge Corfish, Cindy shouted, tears in her eyes. Show that redhead who's boss, handkerchief girl, Jessie shouted. After all the times you've beaten us, we know you'll be able to pull through, James put in. That's right! Meowth leapt up, with Wobbuffet and Mime Jr. also shouting in approval. May, Norman said, standing up. You've been doing a great job. I'm very proud of how far you've come since you started your journey. This is an obstacle just like your opponents in your other contest battles, and you still win despite overwhelming odds. This battle should be no different. I know you'll win. Drew didn't say anything. He saw eyes meet his, and she knew she could hear more from that than he could ever say. Everyone's behind you, May, Ash said to her as she turned her head back to him. And here. He moved his face to hers and placed a small, well-controlled peck on her cheek. Pulling back, he smiled and blushed. For good luck. May blushed and smiled at him as he walked away from the pool. Thanks, Ash. She then faced down her opponent. You got your wish, Misty. It's just you and me now. I wouldn't want it any other way, Misty said with a smirk. All I've got to do is knock out Squirtle for the win. May glanced at the scoreboard. Her points still stood at 1/4, and Misty still had a tiny bit over half. With 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining, she would have to work quickly. I'm just not gonna curl up and lose, Misty, May fired back. Squirtle and I can win this battle. After I defeat you, you'll have to hold up your end of the bet and admit to all the horrible things you've done to Ash, Misty responded. Your reign of wickedness is over. The only wicked person here is Harley, and you know it, May shouted at her. All the evidence points to him doing whatever it takes to win this battle. He even attacked Ash and me. What more do you need? I need to win this battle so you can't lie anymore. Gyarados, melt the rest of the ice with flamethrower, she shouted. Oh, I focused on the wrong tab. Oh boy. Time for one of my favorite Pokemon songs. My actual favorite Pokemon song from Sun and Moon. Defend with water gun, they shouted. The flames that poured from Gyarados' mouth were quenched by Squirtle's water gun before they could even touch the ice, creating a small haze in the middle of the arena. Freeze more of the pool, Squirtle! The tiny turtle Pokemon froze the parts of the pool that had been broken by Gyarados, but the water flying type thrashed about the pool, making it impossible to freeze it again. Gyarados, Hydro Pump! Misty called. Gyarados sprayed high-pressured water out of his mouth, splashing through the ice like a piece of stale bread. The gym leader looked up to her opponent. No wonder you became a coordinator. You'd never stand a chance in a gym battle. May grunted. Squirtle, use Bubble! Squirtle took in a breath and sprayed a shower of bubbles in Gyarados' direction. The Dragon-White Pokemon blocked the bubbles with his tail, grinning at the small Pokemon's attempts to defeat him. Ice Beam! May ordered. Squirtle fired the beam under Gyarados' tail, freezing it solid in a block of ice. Gyarados, smash it against the ice and create a whirlpool! Her Pokemon did just that, reducing May's handiwork to chunks of ice floating atop the water. The large Pokemon dove underwater and began to swim in circles rapidly. The ice floe that Squirtle stood on flipped, knocking the small Pokemon into the water. Why don't you just give up, May? Misty taunted from her side of the field. I don't want to put Squirtle through any more pain. May watched as Squirtle tried to swim against the powerful current to no avail. Try as he might, the small water Pokemon was being pulled into the middle of the rapidly spinning vortex. That's it! May shot in her mind. She looked up to Misty. I'm not gonna give up, and neither is Squirtle. We'll beat you, Misty, and then Harley will have to admit his lies across the loudspeaker in the gym, just like you were gonna have me do. Misty nodded. Fair enough. But with so little time and points remaining, you better come up with something quick. Squirtle, swim to the center of the whirlpool, she shouted. Hearing the trainer's command, Squirtle turned and began swimming into the middle. What are you doing? Misty shouted. Squirtle's just gonna get hurt more. May listened to the crowd as they all shouted things at her. From Misty's side, she heard calls for her to surrender. From her side, she heard shouts of encouragement. The voice that called from behind her was the most important. Come on it, May! Ash shouted from behind her. You can still win this! Show Misty what being a coordinator is all about! Here we go. She smiled to herself, silently thanking Ash for her support, even in the hardest times such as these. She looked up to see that Squirtle had arrived at his position. Dive in there deeper, Squirtle, she shouted. Her Pokemon obeyed, diving in further into the pool. Now take control of the whirlpool by using Rapid Spin in the same direction as the whirlpools. Her Pokemon obeyed her command and began spinning in the middle of the whirlpool. Instead of dispelling it by rotating in the inverse direction, Squirtle instead amplified its power by spinning with it. The speed of the current increased, and Gyarados found himself unable to keep up. The water he had used to wash Squirtle away had begun to wash him away instead. Unable to control his speed, Gyarados was paralyzed under the force of his own attack. Spin faster! Her small Pokemon gave its rapid spin all he could. The waters from the pool began splashing out, drenching Tracy in all of his sketches. Misty and May also got wet, as did Ash and Harley, who stood off to the side as the girls battled. Gyarados, get out of there! Misty called desperately. Squirrel had begun spinning so quickly that he had exposed himself to the air once again. Now freeze the pool like this with an ice beam from all holes in your shell, May called. Spinning into the air, Squirtle began to fire ice beam from every possible point. The water froze beautifully, catching the power and speed of the whirlpool frozen solid in only a moment's time. The current, however, still flowed under the ice, and with all the spectators could still see May's powerful Gyarados being spun around by the pool by his own attack. Gyarados, come on! Misty shouted, attempting to reach him through the ice. The atrocious Pokemon, however, was unable to respond. With several loud crashes, Gyarados smashed against the rocks at the bottom of the pool. The current slowed down, but Gyarados didn't try to swim up. The water and flying type floated to the ice-covered surface, a glazed look over in his eyes. A loud buzzing sound came again, this time only from Oak's pedestal. Rain and Joy sat too stunned to respond. Quickly jumping up, Rain also chimed in with the red X display. Crying, Joy let her hand fall and slammed the button. Quickly collecting herself, Daisy shook off the shock and began speaking to the microphone. You've seen it before your own eyes! Gyarados is unable to battle! The score display showed Missy's portrait dim. The water-type trainer still had a small amount of points more than May did. The display changed to show the portraits of Ash and May side by side above the portraits of their Pokemon. The winners of this battle are Ash from Palatown and May from Petalburg City! We did it! May shouted, running across her ice-to Squirtle. She slid down where the whirlpool once stood and grabbed him in her arms. You were great! That was your greatest battle yet! Misty fell to her knees. I couldn't save him. I'm so sorry, Ash. She then felt a hand on her back. Don't be sad, Misty, Ash said, comforting her. You put up a great battle. Misty looked up into his auburn eyes. Ash, tell me the truth. Did Swallow hurt you and cause your shoulders to bleed? Ash looked in her cerulean blue eyes. He knew he couldn't lie again, not after all the trouble that had been caused by the last one. Yeah. May and I... You don't have to tell me, Misty said, beginning to cry. May already did. I know. Ash rubbed her back. But why didn't you believe her? Because I didn't hear it from you, Ash. Misty looked at his face. You didn't tell me anything was wrong. I thought we were best friends. Why didn't you tell me? The more she talked, the more and more upset she got, thinking about what had just happened. The only other people that knew from the start were May and Brock, Ash tried to explain. I was worried that if you knew that my mom would find out, then she'd never leave me alone. Getting injured by your own Pokemon isn't something that Pokemon masters have happen to them. He took his hand off her back and crouched down to look at her in the face. But that doesn't change the fact that I should have told you. You are one of my best friends, and I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. Misty, said May, walking over from where she and Squirtle climbed out of the pool. Are you okay? Misty sniffled for a moment. I want to apologize. I'm sorry I never believed you both. I was just jealous that May is able to travel when I can't. I guess I just wanted her to leave so I could move back in. Misty, you're always welcome to join us. Misty kneeled down to face her. I mean, you wouldn't mind, right, Ash? Of course not. We'll always be friends, Misty. You want to come with us? Be our guest. Misty sniffled. You too. She flung her arms around them both and hugged them tightly. You two are the best. I'm sorry I ever doubted you. Thanks, Misty, May said, looking over to Harley. But now we have other business to attend to. That's right, Ash said. Harley needs to admit to his lies. Yeah, Misty said, standing up. Harley, come here. The coordinator had almost snuck out of the room. Sneaked out of the room. Oop, that was the wrong keyboard combo. The coordinator had almost snuck out of the room, but knowing he couldn't refuse Misty, he begrudgingly walked over to the trio, complete with an incredibly false smile on his face. Misty called Daisy over and gave the microphone to Harley. All right, Harley, Misty said, however, still believing that Harley's story was true. Tell everyone the truth about May and your relationship with her. Startling May slightly, Harley began laughing maniacally. Tell the truth, you say? I guess it can't hurt now. He turned to the crowd. After all the fans deserve to know why this battle took place, don't they? You better not lie again, Harley, May growled. Why would I lie? What more could I do to disprove you? You folks already don't like me with the stunt I pulled with artillery earlier in the match, do you? This entire match was based on a lie. The crowd let out several stunned shouts as he felt a part of her break off inside. What she believed about May was entirely a fabrication. May felt sadness for only a moment before it was quickly replaced by rage. Oh, let's be real, you should have seen this coming, Misty, seriously. The angry gym leader began to move forward, but was stopped by Ash and May holding her arms back. Harley continued. I came here and told your precious Misty a lie, and she believed it! She must have been looking really hard for a reason to hate May. The booing intensified, but that didn't stop Harley. She took pleasure in humiliating the Cerulean gym leader. I can't believe such a naive girl is the Cerulean gym leader, he chuckled. I guess I'd understand, though, if my crush started hanging out with someone else. Ash, May, and Misty all cringed, as well as Drew back in the stands. I wasn't crushing on Ash, Harley! Misty shouted at him. We're just good friends! Tracy smiled to himself when he heard that. Then why did you let yourself be fooled? He asked, not expecting an answer. Because Ash was hurt really badly and he didn't tell anyone! Misty shot back, catching Harley by surprise. You're the only person to tell me something, and I was so worried that I believed you! That's your own mistake. I myself didn't need a reason to hate May. For the humiliation she's given me in the Hoenn and Kanto Grand Festivals, I've been itching for a chance at revenge. It was all too easy to step in when you wanted a battle with May. I just had to wait for Dead Soul Ash to want to defend her, like her knight in ratty armor. From then on, I just had to work in the background. I can't believe how brutally naive and trusting some of your friends are, Ash. Hey, don't talk about my friends like that, Ash shouted. Pikachu ran from the stands to his side, sparking threateningly at Harley. Can't help if it's true, he sneered at the boy. The events of yesterday were all going according to plan. I told Misty to go on with her little picnic to relax, and I used this time to influence poor, neglected, and ignored Drew. He was really jealous of you, Ash. In the stands, Drew recoiled. Everyone in the stands looked at him, knowing that Harley spoke the truth. It was really fortunate that Drew himself was close to the woods when you and May had your little lunch. It made all the difference in the world, trust me. You! May stepped up. I'd call you a monster, but that would insult the Pokémon. I don't know what to call you. Why not genius, then? Harley mocked. I convinced you to have that little dinner with you. And I was going to have Misty meet up with Ash at your little friend's house, but she wasn't quick enough, and Ariados had enacted the little part of my plan too quickly. He then looked to the audience on Ash and May's side. This is when things started to unravel. I asked those rocket goons to help me ruin your chance at winning, but they refused. Hey! We're not goons! James shouted. Please! You two can catch a Pikachu with a Master Ball while he's asleep, Harley snickered back. Jessie began to approach him. Brock pushed her back to her seat. Let's let him finish before we rip him limb from limb. What freaks me out even more is the fact that Team Rocket helped out Ash in his time of need. Well, my plan got even worse when Drew let his hormones get the best of him and tried to rape May, Harley let out. Drew clenched his eyes shut and placed his head in his hands. In his mind, he could still see the hurt in her eyes. You could see the betrayed feeling on her face. He began to cry over this image again. I'm sorry, he sobbed. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for it to happen like that. Drew collapsed to his side and continued to cry. I'm so sorry, May. May, however, was filled with the same emotion that Misty felt moments before. You're making light of that? She roared. Ash felt a cringe of fear flash across his face. You think that's funny? As the girl began to pull forward, she felt Ash let her hand go. Do what you want, May, told her. But remember, hating him will only hurt you in the long run. May bit her lip. She knew Ash was right. That was the lesson everyone would come away from this with. Everyone but Harley. Yeah, listen to your boyfriend, May, Harley giggled, further antagonizing her. I'm glad I had the foresight to talk to your little friend Tracy, though. He's a nice kid. The Watcher's ears perked with interest as he turned to Harley. I was even able to get him to attack you, Ash. All I had to do was convince him that Misty would take liking to him if he helped my plan. Tracy felt his face turn bright red. He looked over at Misty. He looked at him with a confused look on his face. He could only stare into her cerulean eyes. All words escaped him for the moment. Does Tracy like me, Ash? Misty asked, a small blush coming over her face. Does, Misty, Ash whispered to her. He helped Harley because he thought you would start to like him too. Misty looked at her hands. I see. And I was even able to have your poor deluded Drew ambush Ash and a stupid rat. Harley continued. His Pokemon were in just the place at the right time. It's true. Drew managed to get through his sobs as Brock, Max, and Carolyn tried to comfort the distraught young man. I believed him. I can't believe I was so short-sighted. Don't be, Brock said, trying to comfort him like an older brother would. We've all fallen prey to Harley's plans at least once. You're the lowest, May shouted. You manipulated people's emotions just to try to get back at me? You wanted to ruin their lives just to get revenge? Harley smiled back. And I'd say mission accomplished. Even if I didn't get you to admit to the lie, I'd fed Misty. And there you have it, folks, he re-acknowledged to the audience. Your champions are foolish, naive children who are so easily swayed. Your gym leader is a jealous fool, and her friends are just as stupid. And I can't forget our darling new couple, can I? He looked directly at Ash and May. One's a punk kid that's practically whipped by his Pokemon. I mean, he can't even get his Pikachu to stay in his Pokeball. Pikachu emitted a low guttural growl, flashing his cheeks again at the coordinator. He's definitely gone to a new low with. Really hope he dies. Yeah, I know, right? He needs to have his rear end cut off. Rock versus Steel exact. I know, right? Hey, Ash loves his Pokemon. May stood up for him. He treats them much better than I'm sure you treat yours. They are a part of his family to him. His children. It's truly a beautiful sight to see someone so in love with something. I can only be thankful that I'm on par with his love for his extended family. And then the better half speaks her mind. That spoiled brat. She constantly has boys falling for her left and right. You think she's some kind of pop star or royalty. She's a spoiled brat who got whatever she wanted from her gym leader Pappy, and through luck or otherwise has somehow beaten me in 2 grand festivals. May's not spoiled, Ash said, stepping in front of his girlfriend. May is a charming, wonderful young woman. She always seems happy, and seeing someone smile, even after she's been through some of the things you've put her through, Harley. Even after she's been through some of the things you've been put through, Harley. It's one of the most inspirational things I've ever beheld in my life. She works very hard for everything she has. Those ribbons are much harder to earn than gym badges, let me tell you. At least I can get as many rematches as I need to beat a gym leader. Losing a contest means you have to wait for the next one. Or you can't have another go at it. And yet May has made it to the first 2 grand festivals she's tried to enter. You losing to her was so many times just a testament to how poorly you train your Pokemon. And Pikachu added to and then Pikachu started talking. I forgot to translate this one, I guess. Yeah, you tell him, Pikachu! Meow shouted. What did he say? James asked his feline companion. Pikachu said that when Harley got everyone to do with their Pokemon was despicable. That Harley creep got all those Pokemon to hurt for his plan as well. Harley ignored Team Rocket. Whatever, he waved them off. I've admitted that this entire thing was a scam. I'm done here. He began to leave the stadium as the crowd continued to boo him and toss garbage at him. He didn't care. It was mission accomplished. May stood there with fire in her eyes. Someone has to do something, she thought. Harley can't get off the hook with just another loss on his record. Not after how he manipulated everyone. Manipulated everyone's emotions. Someone like that has to be punished. Sensing May's stress, Pikachu took matters into his own hands. A live electric type leapt into action, quickly darting across the gym floor. He leapt over Harley, grabbing his green cracker-themed hat in his teeth. Take a moment to taunt Harley, began running out the doors, the angry coordinator chasing him. He looked over to Ash and saw a grin. Come on, the trainer said to his girlfriend and the gym leader. This is gonna be good. Running outside from the gym, Pikachu led Harley and the others to a small pond close by. Pikachu leapt into the water and began to swim, still carrying the hat in his mouth. Harley leapt in after him and grabbed Pikachu. You little rat! Harley snapped at the mouse Pokemon. Why'd you steal my hat and force me to get wet? Oh, Harley! May called to him in a sing-song voice. He turned to see Ash, May, and Missy all grinning at him. I figured I'd tell you that water and electricity don't mix. Harley realized all too late that he was holding an electric-type Pokemon. As quick as he might try to escape the needy water, he couldn't move fast enough. Pikachu! Ash's partner cried out, unleashing a massive arc of lightning into the water. The water conducted electricity into every inch of Harley's body. The water quickly divided into oxygen and hydrogen, and the spark from Pikachu's thunder set off an explosion. Pikachu flipped out of the explosion and landed close to Ash's feet. Harley, however, was launched into the air, shouting, "This feels bad!" as he disappeared over the horizon. Okay, so before I continue on to the next chapter, I should probably say there is an author's note. And I quote, I know I probably disappointed someone with the way Harley got punished. I mean, after all he did, all he gets is blasted off. Well, folks, this is Pokemon. Very rarely do the villains get more than a blasting off. I had a feeling that some people forget what world this was set in, and it's set in a world where people can get launched hundreds of kilometers through the air and land still alive. All good things must come to an end. This will come to its end on Tuesday. Expect lots of plot resolutions, some shippiness, and the ending to this chapter 34 chapter epic. Until next time, get Pokemon. Yeah, but let's also let me add to this a little bit as well. The water quickly divided into unleashing a massive arc of lightning into the water. The water conducted electricity into every inch of Harley's body. He took double the damage, given that he had the wet condition, and lightning damage is doubled when someone is wet. It was also a critical hit, so it was quadruple the damage dice that was flung into his synapses. It was such a powerful attack. The water quickly divided into oxygen and hydrogen, and the spark from Pikachu's thunder set off the explosion. So yeah, it was quadruple the damage dice. So you know what? He deserved that. Oh, okay. Also, there's another author's note. Okay, I've got news. Due to college work and other things, I'm able to finish the story by today. But I'm not going to leave you all hanging. Instead of my original plan of a really long last chapter, I'm going to split up part of what I have and make it chapter 34. The true ending should come Friday. But until then, enjoy. Okay, chapter 34. Calm. This is the penultimate final chapter, everyone. As Ash, May, and Misty returned to the gym, they saw the masses leaving the building. As the crowds left the gym, Rain stood on Norman and Joseph's shoulders, promoting her store, while the men distributed her flyers. Having been chosen as a judge for this battle made Rain a celebrity. When the maternal shopkeep was sure she was going to capitalize on the opportunity, Ash and the girls scanned the crowds for their friends and saw them all grouped together around the back of the gym building. Hey everyone! Ash said as he and the two girls approached the crowd. May! Max ran up to his sister. May kneeled down and caught her brother in her arms and hugged him. You were awesome! I would have never thought of doing something like that with Squirtle's attacks! I have to admit, May, as he said, smiling at her, that was an excellent battle, even if it was under false pretenses. May bowed slightly to her friend. Thanks, Misty. I guess I should reward someone for the battle, Missy said, reaching into her pocket. And seeing as Ash already participated in the Kanto League a while back, I figured I should give it to you, May. Misty pulled a small blue badge out of her pocket. It was the same color as Misty's eyes and was shaped as a droplet. A cascade badge? Cindy was in awe. Wow! May smiled, trying to wave it off. I don't think I should. I mean, it wasn't even an official gym battle. Go ahead, May, Ash nudged her. You deserve it after that great battle. May smiled. But still, I don't think I deserve it. Misty chuckled. You must not have been told how Ash got a lot of his Kanto badges, huh? May put on a confused look on her face, looked over at Ash, who had moved away from the group, crouched over and depressed. A gym badge doesn't always mean that the trainer defeated the gym leader in battle, Rock said, moving into the conversation. It means the gym leader sees the holder as qualified for the badge. Ash leapt up, grinning. See, Misty? I was qualified of those badges. Misty put a skeptical look on her face. Yeah, because getting a gym leader to laugh makes you qualified of a badge. She smirked. Ash became depressed again and sighed. Because remember how he got remember how he got his badge with Sabrina? I remember that. Also though, Misty, you better be happy because you and Brock were kind of dolls at that point. If it weren't for Ash, you would probably still be there. So, you know. By the way, that's freaky. I don't want to think about that. That's freaky. May placed her hand on the Satin Boy's shoulder. Misty reached down, took a hand from Ash's shoulder, and dropped the Cascade badge into May's hand. I see you as qualified, May. Even if you don't use it to get into a league, you can hold on to it as a symbol for our friendship, and hopefully as a good memento of the things that happened here. Yeah, it was probably... Yes, exactly. It was. It was. For sure. It was. When you say it like that, May laughed. How can I refuse? May struck a pose and held a Cascade badge in the air between her thumb and the middle and index fingers. I got a Cascade badge! Hey, Pikachu! Pikachu leapt up from the ground to her shoulder, flashing a peace sign. Everyone, including Drew, Tracy, and Team Rocket, laughed. May looked around. I guess we better go find our parents and stuff, huh? Norman and Professor Oak are helping distribute flyers, Rock said. Rain really wanted to cash in on their star power. Where'd my mom go? Ash asked, trying to look into the crowd from afar. She and Carolyn rushed back to the store to run out while my mom was out here, Cindy explained, stepping back to Max. I guess we all better get going, then, Yao said to the twerps. It's been hanging out with you guys, but us bad guys gotta get moving. Wait, Team Rocket, Ash called to them. Can I talk to you guys for a second? What is it, twerp? Jesse asked him, curious. Actually, he said, turning to the rest of his friends. Can I talk to Team Rocket alone, please? Why do you want to do that? Cindy said, raising her eyebrows. So if all you had to do was make her laugh, run with it. Yeah, that's all you had to do. Lucina, John Scare. Ah, John Cena. Hi, Q. How are you doing? Okay, is that your new main, Q? Are you here to announce your new main? I figured. Oh, also, I should probably turn off the content warning, because I don't think there's that content warning here. New secondary? Oh, okay, you know what? That was my second guess, I guess. So you are officially privileged and have no right to complain if I use Sora against you. Anyway. May looked into Ash's eyes to search for a meaning to what he wanted. She smiled and nodded. That's okay, Ash, she said, grabbing the attention of the group. I've got to talk to Drew alone anyway. Ash was surprised. You're gonna talk to him alone? Even after what he did? Cindy leapt in. You're supposed to be Ash's girlfriend. You're not supposed to be talking with every boy in private. It's all right, Ash said, smiling at May. I know you two have a lot to talk about. And I trust you, May. I know you won't do anything wrong. Well, if Ash trusts May, Cindy sighed, smiling to herself, I guess I do too. Max sighed at the girl's ability to change size to suit whichever one Ash is upon. But you've been doing good. That is also great. That's also good. Secondary Meta Knight. Okay, now that I actually do respect, because Meta Knight is, you know, one, not meta, and two, he's, you know, he has sauce. Meta Knight has sauce. Tracy? Misty asked, trying her hardest not to be embarrassed. I think we better talk too. Tracy felt his face flush, and he only nodded and began to follow Misty away from the group. Come on, Zinni and Max, Brock said to them. Let's go find your Norman and Rain. He then led the children away. They stepped up close to Ash so that only he could hear her whisper. I'm still kind of scared, Ash, she confided him. You'll be all right, May, he whispered back. Take Pikachu with you if it makes you feel better. I certainly don't need him around Team Rocket anyway. Thanks, Ash. She gladly took the offer. You're the best. She turned to the small Pokemon on her shoulder, who nodded in agreement, and walked away from the boy and called Drew as they stepped around the building. Now, what was so important that you had to talk to us alone, Twerp? Jessie asked him again. I wanted to thank you guys, Ash said, smiling. Thank us? James said, confused. But we was the reason that you ended up in Cerulean to start with. Meowth clearly wasn't following either. I've been doing some thinking, Ash explained. So, yeah, how did this happen? How did this happen? Good question. I've been doing some thinking, Ash explained. And if you all never tried to catch Pikachu that day, May and I would never have the chance to get closer. It's really thanks to you all that everything happened that let me and May fall in love. Jessie laughed. Really? We helped you two fall in love? We helped? James raised his eyebrow. Meow put a reserved look in his face. I guess we helped because we didn't know that we were actually helping. Ah, about that, the cheery psychic type added, popping out of his Pokeball. Jessie reached into her pocket and pulled out the novel from all those days ago. How long has it been since I last read this, she mused. Jace placed his finger to his chin and recollected. A week tomorrow, I believe, he said. Really? Jessie said. The last time I read was the day before we kidnapped the Torbet. Ash blinked. Wow, time flies, huh? He said, asked no one in particular. Jessie turned to Ash. Anyway, is that all? She asked, seemingly annoyed. I guess, Ash sighed. Just like I probably would have lost me if you didn't be yourselves. I owe you all a lot. Jessie turned away from him and motioned to Meowth. It's nothing, Twerp, she said slyly. I guess it feels good for us to be good guys every once in a while. Meowth produced the controller he used earlier that day, causing their balloon to sail back into view and land behind the trio. Jessie turned back around and stood sternly in front of Ash. But next time we meet on the road, Twerp, we're gonna be after Pikachu again. She stuck her hand out. Ash gripped it tightly. The status quo. I wouldn't have it any other way. Smiled to the leader of the trio. Jessie, we better get going, James called her from the balloon. Mime Jr. sat on Waffet's head and called for her as well. She let go of Ash's hand and leapt into the balloon, which immediately began to sail away. Looks like Team Rocket gets a peaceful exit this time, the trio called as their balloon sailed into the sunset. Ash looked into his hand and saw a small piece of paper that Jessie placed there. He opened it and read it. Just so you know, the Ruby Knight ended up winning Princess Sapphire's heart in the end. Jessie. Ash smiled as he folded up the paper and placed it into his pocket for later. Now he needed to go catch up with the rest of his friends while he waited for May and Drew to finish talking. So, May, Drew asked as she sat on the concrete barrier in front of the river. Why'd you want to talk to me? I really wanted to ask you why you did it, she asked him, and Pikachu protectively in her arms. Oh. Drew became quiet, tried to think. I was feeling jealous of Ash. I admit it. That doesn't explain why you did it, he shot back. Pikachu also chimed in. Harley told me that he saw you two sharing food, and I thought you all might have kissed. Drew half mumbled, shame of himself. I thought if I can get further with you than he was, I'd feel better about myself. Oh wait, maybe I should put this content warning back up. You thought it would make you feel better to assault me? May hopped down from the wall, becoming irritated with her rival. I thought that, but that doesn't mean I think I'm right, Drew admitted. I'm sorry for what I did, but there's no way I can go back to the past and change it. The male coordinator looked down. I'll have to carry this weight, this sin, with me for the rest of my life. And it tears me up inside because I really loved you, May. And I used to love you too, Drew, May admitted. But you showed me a part of you that would have broken us up if I had seen it down the line anyway. I'm with Ash now, and I see that he has loved me for a long time. But I guess I just came to that realization recently, though. Ika, the electric type cooed softly in her arms. Harley did say that the two of you had been spending more time alone together, Drew recalled glumly. It was during those times that I saw Ash can be really loving and romantic, May sighed happily to herself. He just has a hard time expressing himself to people. Drew sighed, but smiled. I'm happy for you, May. Thank you, Drew. Can we be friends again, May? Drew asked, slightly afraid. May thought for a moment. Of course we can. She reassured him. I forgive you for what you did, Drew. Even though you can never take it back, I know that you're truly sorry for doing it. We can be friends again. He held out her hand to his. Drew looked at her, and looked at it oddly for a moment. Not sure how to do this, as he wasn't accustomed to shaking a girl's hands. He placed his hand in May's and gripped hard, but not too hard, afraid that he would hurt her again. Pikachu hopped down, touched their clasped hands with the tip of his tail, showing approval of the mended friendship. Thank you, May. Pikachu. Drew smiled, a tear sliding down his face. He quickly shook it off and returned to his patented cool demeanor. So, Drew? May asked as Pikachu hopped to her shoulder. Where are you headed now? I've heard that there are contests starting soon in the Johto region, he said. I've also heard that Saudi would be there to compete, so I'm going to be following her there so I can try to defeat her. May looked across the river. Johto, huh? I'm not going to ask you to come with me, he said. You probably want some time to spend with Ash. That's true, she said. But after the Battle Frontier's over, I don't know where we're going to end up going. Follow your heart, May, Drew advised her. If you love Ash, stay with him. I'm sure if you two talk, you'll be able to choose a new destination together. Drew, I said, looking at him. If it helps, I'll spread the rumors that you're going to Johto as well, he said. May was confused. Why? How would that help? Harley's not gonna let you go so easily, Drew said to her. If he thinks you're going to Johto, he'll go there and search for you, even if you're not really there. He'll do that for me? After what I did, Drew sighed. There's so much more than what I can do. He looked into the sunset. I better get going. Ash is probably waiting for you. He began walking away from May and down the path that led out of town. Drew! May called. One day we'll have a full contest battle, and I'll show you that I really am the better of the two of us. The green hair coordinator said nothing, only waving his hand behind him as he walked away. May smiled at him as he left, then began to search for Ash. After all, she was getting hungry, and if she was hungry, she could bet that Ash was too. As Ash came around the gym, he saw that Brock, Max, Cindy, Rain, Joseph, Norman, and Oak all stood in the grass in front of him, conversing jollily. He saw Cindy making a spinning motion as Max ran around her in the same direction. Ah! Max shouted, I can't go on! He then let out a laugh. So you all were as impressed with May's battling as I was, he asked the children as he came close. It was great, Max shouted, smiling. I turned that attack right back on Missy, and she didn't even see it coming until it was too late. It's just what I expected from your pupil, Ash, Cindy nodded affirmatively. Hey, Ash, Rex said as the trainer approached. We're getting ready to head somewhere for a victory dinner. The breeder looked around. Hey, where'd everyone else go? Team Rocket left in their balloon recently, and May's still talking to Drew, I guess. That still leaves Missy and Tracy unaccounted for, Rock noted. Here we are, Missy called from the opening of the doors. She walked out first, and Tracy followed behind her with a renewed sense of vigor. What are you all standing out here for? We're waiting for me to get back. May hopped around the corner with Pikachu on her shoulder. Pikachu! Ash's partner let out as he leapt to his trainer's shoulder. Hey, Pikachu. Ash laughed as the partner worked around his head. You took good care of May, didn't you? Pika Pika, the electric type Pokemon cooed. A sound came from Ash's and May's stomachs simultaneously. I guess we're both hungry, huh? May smiled and stepped to stand by his side. Eating is just another thing we can do together as boyfriend and girlfriend, she said slyly. Ash. Oh, great, Missy sighed. If she eats like Ash does, there's no place in Cerulean that can feed them both and remain open. The rest of the group laughed at the couple's expense, including Pikachu. Not to worry, though, Rock said with a smile. We'll just stop by the store on the way back to Rain's and I'll whip up enough that we'll all be able to eat. After getting the attention of the adults, Ash and May began leading their group back into town. Instead of the treatment they had received earlier that day from Misty's fans, Ash and May were treated as heroes and cheered on for notably routing out the evil Harley from Misty's pure gym. Ash sighed. I'm amazed that people can change sides so quickly. May got close to him and took his hand in her own. At least they're on our side now, right? As they passed by the Pokemon Center, a defeated Joy with frazzled pink hair walked out of the center, a bag draped over her shoulder. She reached into her pocket and tossed the keys out at Rain, then marched off down the road, grumbling. I'm kind of depressed that we didn't share any witty banter, Rain sighed, yet pleased with her victory. Rain? Joseph walked up behind her and placed her hand on the mother's shoulder. Why did Joy give you a key? Rain smiled, putting the key in his hand. It's the key to the Pokemon Center, and it belongs to you now. But why did she give you the key, Rain? He asked again, knowing that Rain just avoided answering the question. Rain smiled happily. Because when Ash and May won the battle, Joy agreed to switch centers with you so you could work closer to home. Now you don't have to be gone at the center for months on end. We can be a family. Joseph looked into her eyes. Rain, what did you put up so that my cousin would agree to this? I know she's not the type to just agree to this kind of thing. I wagered the store against the Pokemon Center, she muttered, slightly ashamed. I knew it. Joseph sighed. Why did you wager your grandmother's store like that? That's the only home Cindy has ever known, and you were going to just rip that away from her if they lost this silly battle? It's hard, Joe! Rain cried. It's so lonely in our bed every night without you. I have to force myself to sleep, knowing that I'll have to go another day, week, or even month without seeing you. Cindy has to go another month without seeing her father. She cried into his chest. I just wanted us to be together. I didn't care if I lost the store. We were going under as it was. Only because Ash and May won did we pass up those flyers for the store. If not, it wouldn't matter, because I couldn't make another payment. The store would have been repossessed anyway. Joseph wrapped his arms around his wife. I understand. I just wish you told me sooner, Rain, that's all. Max smiled, stepping forward. Won't Joy need Joseph's key to get into her new center? Joseph leapt up. Oh, you're right! He pulled a Pokeball from his coat, tossed it in the air. Skarmory, I choose you! In a flash of light, Rain's Pokemon appeared before the party. Just showing her wings in the setting sunlight and let out a shrill yeah! See, I can't do Skarmory. Wait, Joe. Rain stopped him as he approached Skarmory to ride it to his cousin. I'll deliver the key. But why? You've never gotten along with her, and I know you two will end up fighting. I feel like I owe her that much, Rain sighed. Turning to her Pokemon and issuing commands like she did when she was 12 years younger, she shouted, Skarmory, let's go! They saw a renewed vigor in the former coordinator's eyes and spirit as her Pokemon responded. Rain agilely leapt to the Skarmory's back and flew down the road to the trudging Pokemon nurse. Is Mom gonna be alright? Cindy asked her father as her mother flew into the distance. I'm sure, Joseph comforted her. He turned to the large group. Now, let's all get to the center, and Brock can cook something up for us. He smiled as he led them into the center. Endgame. Conclusion. How did my life end up this way? Joy thought as she trudged down the path. How did I lose my cushy job in the city to my know-nothing cousin and his damn wife? Joy! Rain shouted from the air. Wait! Joy stopped and looked at the woman as Skarmory landed it and Rain ran up to her. What do you want? Joy scoffed. You already have your damn center. You're gonna need this, Rain responded, tossing the key into Joy's hands. You're gonna open the door to yours. Joy looked at the small key in her hands. Why did you bring it to me? Would you rather force me to come back and beg for it? What's done is done, Rain said to her. I guess I felt bad for tricking you out of the center. Joe was disappointed in you for doing that, the nurse guessed. Yeah. Joy laughed. He's always been a softie, just like the rest of the Joys. We've never really talked, have we, Joy? Rain asked her in-law. No, I guess we haven't, Joy responded, looking at Skarmory. Why'd you do it? Do what? Why'd you give up your dream of being a coordinator? Rain laughed. How did you know I used to be a coordinator? Family's always been talking about you and how I should get away from work to meet you. And since I've been so busy the rest of the time. Joy walked up to Skarmory, rubbing her hand behind the steel flying type's head. At first, she was apprehensive, but Skarmory relaxed under the calm touch of the Pokemon nurse. I guess other things became more important, Rain said, looking into the orange sky. The sun was halfway obscured by the mountains, leaving a purple eastern sky to mix with the orange western. Joy was still unconvinced. More important than your dream? I wanted to be a top coordinator for a long time, but then I met Joseph. I admit at first I was just feeling sorry for him, but as time went on, we spent a lot more time together. We stopped whining and really grew up, and I guess I found that new maturity attractive. I fell in love with him. It became more important than my dream of being a top coordinator. I wanted to stay with him forever, and I have since that day. Then when Cindy was born, I had a new responsibility, and I grew to love my daughter. She's a wonderful girl, even if she's a bit of a loudmouth at times. She means the world to me. As I got older, my priorities changed. My family became more important than becoming a great coordinator. Joy was glum. I see. What's wrong with that? Rain asked her, concerned about her strange cousin. You had so much potential, Joy said. You could have done anything you wanted. You could have become a great coordinator and been rich and famous. Instead, you chose to become a housewife. Oh, well, some things aren't for everyone, Rain laughed. She saw the hurt in Joy's eyes. Is that what you wanted to do? Did you want to be a coordinator? I had to become a nurse, Joy spat. It's our family's legacy. The women in our line always become nurses. Rain pushed off her glasses. But that's not what you wanted. No. I wanted to be a champion coordinator, Joy admitted. Why were you so angry with Joe then? He was doing what he wanted to do. He's a man! Joy shouted, becoming hysterical. He could have done something else! He had the potential, and he squandered it to become a nurse! Joy, Rain said, taking her in-law in her arms. It's okay, just let it out. We're family. Joy sobbed into Rain's shoulder. Why didn't you fulfill my dream, Rain? Why did you let yourself get limited by other people like I did? You're not limited, Joy, Rain told her. You can go and do whatever you want. You're still young and have lots of potential. But, Joy sniffled, what about the center? You have a lot of cousins, right? Rain smiled. Tell one of them to take care of it. Are you really sure I can do this, Rain? Joy asked. Of course. All you have to do is stick to your dream, Rain reassured her. And you gotta have a Pokemon, of course. I do, Joy said, opening a Pokeball from her apron pocket. A small pink Pokemon appeared. Had yellow tips at the end of her ears and a small mouth. Her eyes looked strange, but one could tell when they were open or not. Whismer! The small Pokemon called out. Oh, it's darling, Rain said, smiling at the Pokemon. Does it have a name? Yes, Joy smiled. I named her after my niece. Rain grinned. Well, she's cute for right now, but later she'll become a big X-Cloud. You take care of Cindy, Joy told Rain. You're gonna do anything, do it with everything you've got. And I expect to hear my daughter raving about how you're winning contests, Rain smiled. Joy recalled her small Pokemon and began to walk away. The sun had already set during their conversation. Oh, and Rain? Joy said before departing. I'm sorry for everything. Forgiven and forgotten. That's how it is with my faith, and that's how I'll treat you, Rain responded. Joy turned and left on her own journey with Cindy for Whismer. She turned off the path to the Pokemon Center in the forest, instead deciding to rough it in the forest and train for the next contest she could enter. Rain returned to Skarmory. Let's go back to where our family and friends are waiting, old girl, she told her Pokemon as she climbed into Skarmory's back. The armor Pokemon lifted off and flew back to the Cerulean Pokemon Center. Just as long as you're okay, honey, Delia told her son over the video phone. I am, Ash smiled. I just wish I hadn't eaten so much of Brock's cooking. He cooked enough for all the trainers visiting the center, and I still ate too much. Don't eat too much, Ash, Delia warned him. May won't like it if you get out of shape. Ash blinked in the monitor. I never thought about that. Did Misty go back home? Delia asked. Yes, Mom. Where's everyone else? Norman's already got a room for him and Carolyn. Tracy is also in his room with Oak. May's here with me, Brock, Max, and Cindy. May's here with me, Brock, Max, and Cindy are out. I don't know where Rain is. Joseph is at the counter. Ash patted off the list as though he wasn't truly paying attention. Delia smiled, knowing that her son was feeling like things were returning to some form of normality. Tell Rain that we're all done here. Carolyn and I will be coming up before the night's over, Delia continued. Make sure Brock saves us some food. I will, Ash responded automatically. And make sure you get plenty of sleep and change your... I will, Ash interrupted, as Pikachu scrambled off the boy's shoulder into his lap. Pikachu smiled at Delia and spoke as if to say, don't worry, Mom, I'll make sure Axe takes care of himself and changes his underwear. I know you will, Delia said, smiling at Pikachu. Take good care of them. Bye, Mom, Ash said. Bye, sweetie. See you soon. Ash stood up and stretched. He'd been talking to his mother for what felt like hours. Ray had come back a while ago, while the rest of the group waited for Brock to finish cooking. He and May had eaten their fill. May was yawning loudly as Joseph ran the computer on the desk. He tapped the keys very quietly, a difference from his wife's heavy-handedness. Okay, I got sleeping arrangements set up, he told May, who kept pacing around the room. Thanks, Dr. Joseph, May yawned. Can I go back to sleep now? Not until Brock and Max get back, he said, a glint in his eye. The hidden meaning was lost on the girl, however, as she let out another rude yawn while in front of him. Where'd they go anyway? May complained as she walked over to Ash. They went to the supplies. We went to go get supplies for our journey, remember? Ash sighed. Cindy wanted to go with them, probably say goodbye to Max before we leave tomorrow. Oh yeah, May said, thinking. We're leaving to go to the battle pyramid, right? Ash struck a confident pose. Yeah, and I'm gonna beat Brandon and win my last frontier symbol. Pikachu! His partner chimed in. A depressed look crossed over May's face. Is something wrong, May? Before May could say anything, Brock, Max, and Cindy stepped in, each carrying a large sack. Got everything we're gonna need, Brock said, smiling as he dropped his sack on the counter. Do you have our rooms yet, Doctor? As a matter of fact, Joseph said, grinning. I do. This way, please. He took a clipboard with him as he led the trainers and his daughter down the hall. He led them down to a hallway in the center. Many of the doors were already closed as they passed by. Joseph sighed as they came to the end of the hallway. Here are the last two rooms we've got. The last two? Max asked. Yeah, and they're only for 2 people each, he said, sighing. So 2 of you are gonna have to sleep in a separate room. So which room are we gonna get? Max said, turning to his sister. Actually, May said, blushing. I'd like to share my room with Ash. Ash turned bright red as everyone's eyes shot to him, and then to May. It's not like that! May tried to squelch her thoughts, blushing. I just want to talk to him about some stuff. Okay, sis, Max said, pushing up his glasses with his free hand. However you sleep at night. May growled at her. The general manager of your store today gave you a muffin and proceeded to treat the entire front and crew to donuts. Let's go! Oh, I'm so jealous. I'm hungry. I'm so hungry. All I have is coffee and water next to me. Oh. What kind of muffin? May growled at her brother, but didn't hit him to the sack of supplies he carried, fearing that he'd drop them and break the contained items. How in the world did you get the world's best boss? I don't know. It sounds like you, you know. It sounds like you really lucked out. Share some of your muffin with me? Effing easy emoji? It's okay, Ash sighed. The rooms are both for 2 people, right? May and I have shared a room before, so I'm sure nothing bad's gonna happen. Grinning like a Cheshire cat, Joseph opened the door to the room that Brock and Max would be staying in, and let them begin to become acquainted. Ash and May left their packs in the room after taking out their right clothes in a change for the next day. Rain was kind enough to give May a complete wardrobe switch when she gave May her new outfit, with the coordinator also taking with her various shower supplies. Cindy hung around the room as Max prepared to sleep. Ash and May left their room and stepped into their room across the hall. Immediately, Ash noticed something was different, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what exactly. Joseph, May asked, why is there only one bed in here? That was the difference, Ash thought. Wait, one bed? I thought you said this was a room for 2 people, the boy shouted quietly, worried that he might grab the attention of his friends across the hall. Well, technically, Joseph smiled, it is. This is a room for a married couple. Married? Ash and May blushed brightly as images from their dreams that morning rushed into their minds. They both shot a look at each other, both guilty of a similar offense. It really is the only room left, Joe said, trying to quell them. I did the best I could. May sighed. Can't be helped, can it? She turned to Ash. We made this bed ourselves, so I guess we have to sleep in it. May stuck her tongue out and giggled at her own pun. Well, you're the one who wanted to talk to me, so you sleep in it. Ash shouted back at her before he realized what he said. You said it, not me. May giggled as she tossed her changes the clothes under the bed. I guess you get the floor. Wait, that's not what I meant! Ash tried to immediately recover from his folly, to which May flooded her eyes seductively. Oh, so you want to sleep with me now? Yes! Yeah! Ash flailed around. Pikachu was rolling on the ground, laughing at his trainer's plight. Yes, well, Joseph coughed. I guess I'll leave you 2 alone, he said quietly, under Ash's ranting as he slipped out the door. He heard the door click and realized it was too late to ask rooms to switch with Max. Resigning himself to his fate, Ash began to make himself comfortable on the floor as May turned on the television. May hopped off the bed with her nightclothes in one hand and her bag of shower supplies in the other. I'm gonna go take a shower, she said, walking into the bathroom, closing the door. Don't try to peek at me, she called from behind the door. What does she think I am, some kind of pervert? He grumbled. Pika, Pika, Pikachu said. He turned to the bed and leapt from the ground to it. Enjoying the softness, he snuggled up against the pillow. Ash looked jealously at Pikachu. Seeing only glanced at the closed bathroom door and hearing the shower behind it, Ash slinked onto the bed next to Pikachu. Whoa, Ash felt himself sinking into the bed. This is a soft bed. He looked around for a remote to the television across the room from him. Pikachu pointed to the nightstand, causing Ash to look over and pick it up. As he began flipping through channels, he felt himself beginning to doze off. The bed was extremely comfortable and was a gigantic leap forward from sleeping on the floor and on Rain's furniture. Ending tabs. Sorry. May stepped into the bathtub, pulled the shower screen over the tub. She took a deep breath and turned on the shower head. Cold water splashed her body, causing her to dart out of the water's path. She kneeled under the stream and turned the cold knob all the way off while turning the hot knob all the way on. May had always preferred hot showers to cold ones. Cold showers made her think too much of Rain and that terrible day at the beach when a cold current brought a massive tentacle to the shallow waters. Hot showers made her feel cleaner and happier. As she stood in the shower, she began to contemplate how she would go about talking to Ash. The subject was important. As she took the bar of complimentary soap and unwrapped it, she thought of the situation. After Ash is finished with the battle pyramid, what's going to happen to us? Will he go somewhere where he can participate in a Pokemon League and I could do contests? I should tell him Drew's going to Johto. Will that influence his decision? What if... She dropped the small bar of soap. The current pushed it down the drain down the tub. What if he wants to go somewhere without contests? What if we have to split up? May felt weak for a moment. No, Ash wouldn't want to split up with me. But what if his dream makes him? May had thought hard about that thought. Ash had been traveling much longer than she has, and he was still far from being a Pokemon master. Would victory in the battle frontier be it? No, May told herself. To be a master, Ash would have to keep traveling. The journey is more important than the destination. He'll have to keep going. Just like I will if I ever want to be a top coordinator. May looked into the drain and sighed. The bar of soap was long gone. She looked and saw the tiny bottle of complimentary shampoo. Figuring that shampoo was just soap for one's hair, she popped the top open and squirted some into her hands. As she rubbed herself down, her thoughts returned to Ash. I don't want us to split. We can't. Will one of us have to put our journey on the back burner? Will Ash want to? Will I have to? Am I willing to make that sacrifice? She put more of the shampoo in her hands and began to massage it into her hair. She made sure that her signature hairstyle was kept in top shape. I can't let my looks slash just because I've captured a man, can I? May laughed to herself out loud. There's really nothing more I can do about this without talking to Ash, she decided. She rinsed her hair out under the running water and stepped out of the tub. She grabbed one of the plain towels and dried herself off, and slipped under her usual night clothes, a large yellow shirt and her underwear. Before opening the door, she considered getting more dressed, but brushed off the notion. Ash and Pikachu would be the only two in the room, and they had already seen her dressed thusly on several occasions, not the least of which was the night in the forest less than a week ago. She quietly creaked open the door to spy on Ash and Pikachu asleep on the bed. The boy had dozed off while watching the news on television as they recapped their victory over Mystery and Harley earlier that afternoon. His hat was lowered over his eyes, and Pikachu napped on the pillow next to him. May saw this and thought how cute the scene was. Then she got an idea. An idea she was sure was going to make Ash freak out. Unbeknownst to her, her eyes had taken on that gleam of the untamed. She quickly tipped over to the bed and quietly slipped into it, being sure not to wake Ash. She sat herself parallel to him and leaned in as close as she could to his ear. Making her voice sound as sultry and seductive as possible, as she whispered into his ear, "Hey, lover." Ash quickly snapped out of his sleep and turned his bright red face over to May, who was working to stifle the laughter that was building up inside her. He jumped off the bed, knocking his head from his head, and backed off the wall as quickly as could, never taking his eyes off the girl who had laid on the bed. Ash began to speak, but in typical Ash fashion, only an incomprehensible string of noise left his mouth. The volume of said noise was kept to a dull roar. May exploded with laughter after noticing. Pikachu scratched at his ear with his hind paw, turned over, and resumed sleeping. May! Ash managed to get up. What are you doing? Trying to calm her laughter down, she began taking in deep breaths. I was trying, she said between giggles, to wake you up. That reaction was priceless! She then again fell into a laughing fit. Ash was not amused, especially not after he was dreaming himself doing. Why'd you scare me like that? He demanded no. That was a dirty trick. May continued to play around with the innuendo Ash was unknowingly letting out. Oh, I'm being dirty now, am I? She fluttered her eyelashes before tumbling on her back in laughter. Ash was about to say something mean in response, but when May fell on her back, she caught a glimpse of the cotton panties he had to fish out of the dryer that day. Why now of all times, he cursed. Being unable to respond to such advances by the girl, he turned and sat in the corner, facing the wall. May stopped laughing and slipped over to Ash on the side of the room. Are you okay? She asked. Ash growled. Did I make you mad? The boy let out another grunt and nodded his head. May smiled at how cute Ash acted when he was mad. Her eyes fell back into an apologetic mood. She wrapped her arms around him and sat on her knees behind them. I'm sorry, Ash, she whispered in his ear. I didn't mean to upset you. I guess I was just having a bit of fun when I shouldn't have. Ash sighed. I forgive you, May. Just give me a heads up next time, all right? May smiled at him. All right. She gave his torso a squeeze. She stood up and sat on the bed, looking expectantly at Ash. You gonna change into your bedclothes? She asked. Ash quickly recalled what he defined his bedclothes as. It merely meant discarding his pants, socks, and hooded sweatshirt. While he wasn't above discarding the latter two, Ash had no intention of sleeping in the same room as May alone without his trousers. No, I think I'll stay dressed, he said, with a small smile, trying to dissuade the girl who looked at him from the bed from encroaching any further. Are you sure? She asked. I might get cold and turn up the heat, making you really hot. Shaking alternate definitions of cold and hot from his mind, Ash looked back up at her. I'll be fine, he sighed, crawling over to lie on the ground beside the bed. You gonna join me up here? She asked. The boy who crawled up to her feet. Ash gulped. He did enjoy the softness of the bed while he was up there before May gave him a rude awakening. Pikachu was enjoying the bed too much for him to join him on the hard, cold carpet either. So I can get you to put on more clothes if I said yes. Yes, not expecting her to comply. Well, May placed her finger to her chin and thought, if it makes you that uncomfortable, I'll go put my shorts back on. Could you please? Ash asked, sitting up, looking at the girl. Okay. She smiled at him, slipping off the opposite side for where she left her clothes in the bathroom. Ash slipped onto the bed where May had gotten off. Pikachu still napped with the conversation, proving that he either could sleep through anything or that he was no longer interested in interrupting the couple during personal time. May appeared in the doorway, raised the end of her shirt to prove to Ash he was wearing shorts to comfort him. Ash blushed at the presentation, turning back to the wall he just departed from. May climbed under the bed and sat behind him. There are some things I wanted to talk to you about, she began. Like what? Her normally bright eyes took on a shade darker than usual. Our next destination is the Battle Pyramid, right? Yeah, Ash answered, completely unaware of what May was thinking. May picked up Pikachu and held him in her lap. She stroked Pokemon's fur, trying to keep herself calm. Where are we gonna go after that? What do you mean? You just said that contests are starting in Johto soon, and I was worrying about where we're all gonna go after the Battle Frontier. Ash crossed his arms and put on a puzzled look. You know, I haven't given it much thought, he answered honestly. I don't know what kind of place we're gonna go next, but we can go together, right? What if, May began, just pretending, the next place you wanted to go had already had their Grand Festival and wasn't gonna have another one until after the Pokemon League there was over. Well, Ash said, why couldn't we go to Johto? You saw the contest starting there. I could participate in that league again. Didn't you already participate in the Johto League? Yeah, but I can go again. Okay, but what if I wanted to go somewhere that had contests but no league? Would you put your quest on hold to stay with me? Ash was taken aback and began to ponder. His journey was important to him. He would always need to challenge himself by going to new battles, by having new battles and facing new challenges. Traveling with May to a place with nothing for him to compete in meant he would go for up to a year without doing any serious training. But what about a reverse situation? Would you go to a place with gyms but no contest for me? He asked her. I came to Kanto to follow you to wherever you were going next, she said, blushing, and looked at her hands as she sat on atop Pikachu. I've never thought about going to more contests here. It was just gonna be downtime until Hoen's contest started again. She looked up into his eyes, blushing lightly. So, I guess I would... I guess I would too, he sighed. But I'd rather go to a place that lets us both do something. He slid down the bed and sighed, resting his head on the pillow. It'd be better for us both it would be better for both of us in the long run. If I have to train for gyms, I'd be a better practice partner for you, and vice versa. That's true, May said to herself. She put Pikachu back on the pillow next to her and slid down the bed, laying her head on Ash's chest. This is gonna be a hard one to figure out, huh? She said to Ash while facing the ceiling. Wherever we go, Ash said, wrapping his arm around May's upper body, we'll go together. I still don't know where we'll go. I just still don't know where we'll go, but May, you're important to me. Just as much as my Pokemon. And definitely more important than winning a dumb old tournament. May turned her head and smiled at him. Thanks, Ash. That's very sweet. Ash blushed and looked away. Oh, I guess I need to keep playing the song. Sorry, I thought it was long. I thought it was extended for some reason. We should be getting to sleep. I don't know how far the Battle Pyramid's gonna be from here. It'll be a long time before we sleep in a soft bed again, and I want to get as rest as I can. Good thinking, May said. She broke it from his grip and slid under the covers. Ash stayed on top and just wanted May to go under. Aren't you gonna join me? She asked. I don't think I should. Ash blushed and twiddled his thumbs. Oh, don't be such a worrywart. May smiled, sitting up. It'll be fine. You've slept together before. Nothing happened then, right? This time there's a bed, Ash pointed out, thinking himself clever. Come on, Ash, May tried to persuade him. Wouldn't you rather be warm? I am warm, he said. I'm still wearing my clothes. They keep me warm. May got a defeated look on her face. Okay, she sighed. I guess I just wanted you to hold me as we slept. If you don't want to, I can't make you. Ash felt May's guilt trip in full force. You know, if I do this, you're gonna end up being spoiled. And then she did it. She looked up at him with her eyes and the cutest look she could muster on her face. Please, Ashy, she cutely begged. I just want you under the covers with me. Is that too hard? Ash could try to rationalize with May's guilt trips. He could work against her claims. But the Pokemon Master in training was powerless against her cuteness. Knowing that he was fighting a losing battle, Ash sighed and slipped under the covers, still clothed. I'm still gonna be wearing my clothes though, he said as though he won the argument. May slowly wrapped her arms around his midsection. That's fine, he said, nuzzling his chest. Ash sat there, blushing for a second, but then wrapped his arms around the girl. He slipped further under the covers and rested his head on the pillow next to Pikachu as May rested her head on Ash's chest. Ash, she said, have you thought about the future? The future? Ash blinked. Isn't that what we just talked about? No, I mean way into the future, he clarified. Not a week or so, but years. Ash closed his eyes and thought, what about the future? I don't know, he said. All kinds of stuff. Well, one time I wondered how long it would take me to become a Pokemon Master. Ash let out. What does it mean to be a Pokemon Master? He asked him, both of them looking at the ceiling. Ash thought up for a moment. I never really thought of that. Because if it's just becoming one with your Pokemon, then you already are a master to me, May said, smiling, even though she couldn't see. Thanks, May. What kind of stuff do you think about when you think about the future? May blushed. I think about what my wedding will be like, she giggled. Ash gulped audibly. The reason, twofold. First was his dream the night prior, the second, what that would mean for him. Ash asked curiously, how long do you think we'll stay together? What do you mean? He asked, thankful to get off the subject of a lifetime partnership. Well, I'm seeing on TV and stuff that people are always breaking up for stupid reasons, and the divorce rate is really high. I told him. I was wondering if that would ever happen to me. Ash felt his heart skip a beat. I don't want to leave you, May. Are we gonna be together forever, Ash? Forever's a long time, May. You don't know what will happen between now and then. May became glum. Does that mean we have to leave each other someday, even if we don't want to? Ash thought of something to reassure her. I don't know what will happen, but I'll do everything I can to make sure we stay together, May. Really? Yeah. You love me, Ash? She asked cutely. You know, don't you? Yeah, but I still like to hear it. Okay. Ash smiled, took in a deep breath, and cleared his thoughts. He began speaking in a calm, quiet voice to her. I love you, May. I never felt this kind of love before. It's different than the love I give my Pokemon. It's different from the love I give my mom or any of my friends. It's a love I want only us to share. You have a really special place in my heart, May. She snuggled against him. That was really sweet, Ash. Ash chuckled. Well, I got most of that from our conversation about love the other night, remember? That's right, May giggled. She snuggled against his chest again. Good night, Ashy, she said to him sweetly. He pulled her closer to him. Good night, May. She felt warm and safe in his arms. It was a similar sensation to when she had been frightened as a little girl and ran to her parents' room at night and was held by her daddy after she had a bad dream. Not just safe, secure. She felt like she was held by the most dependable security system in the world, and she loved him to pieces. The girl let out a yawn and felt herself drifting off to sleep. May stood on a mountaintop. Rather, May was walking up to a mountaintop. She found it difficult to climb the stairs and took a look down to see why. She was wearing a long white dress with pink frills just under the neckline, accentuating her chest. The pink frills trailed down the dress to where it bloomed outward, tiny pink roses sewn into the fabric, and swirls that ended about halfway down the bloom. The rest of the dress was plain white. Oh, wait, I lost my spot. The rest of the dress was plain white, with a long train covering the last steps May had apparently been walking up. She clicked her heel against the stone step and felt the tall heel of the dress she wore tap the stone. Heard a click as she went. Rubbing her legs together caused her to feel nylon stockings, similar to the ones she had worn for special occasions such as funerals and weddings. It then struck her. She was dressed as a bride. Not knowing why she was walking up the mountain in a wedding dress, May decided that the only way to obtain an answer would be to approach the top. Sighing, she picked up the front of her dress in her hands, which she noticed were an arm-length white gloves, and began the process of climbing. As she peeked her head to the top of the mountain, she saw a lone man standing there, looking at the setting sun in the distance. His black, scraggly hair was immediately recognized by her, and he had his hands in the pockets of the black slacks he wore as part of his tuxedo. The pink rose was pinned to his black suit. Wheezing in the heavy dress, she finally got to the top and walked as quickly as she could to his side. Ash, what are we doing here? Very important day, he said cryptically. Well, if it's what I think it is, May said, catching her breath, then where is everyone? Why are we the only two here? Because he won't appear before that many people. Who won't appear? He won't appear before that many people. Who is it? May said, becoming annoyed both with the dress and her apparent fiancé. There, he said, pointing the skies behind her. Look. She turned around and saw a large shimmering bird flying towards the mountain they were on. It had a majestic comb atop his head. However, it was too far away to tell what color it was specifically. It had large red wings with green feathers protruding from the back, and a large glaring bush of tail feathers. It seemed to glow with a golden aura, and it changed colors as it flew above Ash and May. What's that? She was startled at the strange creature. At first, she was repulsed by how strange it looked, but at the same time, she was drawn into its unique beauty. Don't you remember? Ash said, also looking at the creature. That's Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh. That Pokemon we saw after you lost to Brandon? Ash nodded. It's made an appearance here for us, for our day. As Ash and May spoke, Ho-Oh flew overhead and away from the mountaintop they stood on. It let out a shrill cry and continued on its way. Charizard! Ash tossed the Pokeball. From the ball, a draconic Pokemon appeared. He had large, powerful wings and a royal look upon his face, as if he were a king. His powerful tail snapped at the ground, flicking embers. As Ash walked up to him, the powerful dragon bent down, allowing Ash to climb on his neck. Come on, May, he said to the girl in the elaborate dress. Let's follow Ho-Oh. She picked up the front of her dress again and walked over to him. She stepped over Charizard's neck and straddled the dragon between her legs. She wrapped her arms around Ash as he ordered the Pokemon to rise. Charizard rose up and took off, flying after Ho-Oh. At first, she was frightened. She feared the Charizard would drop her, much like Drew's Flygon had. But Charizard's wings flew powerfully, and he didn't falter as they chased after Ho-Oh. She began to enjoy the sight of the ocean as they flew over, with many tiny islands in the distance. She wrapped her arms around Ash tighter, for more support on the flight, and as a sign of affection. This is so romantic, Ash. He blushed. I heard from someone that you wanted to fly with us one day. May's dress fluttered in the wind behind them as they flew, but let out a sigh. I'm just so sad this is all a dream. Yeah, he sighed as well. Seems like it'd be really neat if it happened for real. Wait, are you dreaming? May asked Ash. Yeah, are you? He asked back, confusion crossing his face. But then, May nuzzled at his back. Let's just enjoy the moment. He agreed as they chased after the rainbow bird in the back of one of Ash's most trusted partners. Rock knocked on the door across the hall. Ash! May, are you two gonna get up? He tried to open the knob. He was surprised when he felt the knob turn in response. He peeked through the door and saw Ash and May still sleeping quietly in the same bed, under the covers, with Pikachu napping on the pillow next to Ash's head. Staring for only a moment, he quietly closed the door and found himself face to face with Max as he turned around. Are they getting up? The boy asked the breeder. I think we should let them sleep a little longer. He smiled, taking the boy by the arm and led him back down the hall. The center was quiet, with Chansey patiently sitting at the counter. Brock asked the pink Pokemon if breakfast had started in the cafeteria. The normal type gave a nod, and Brock led Max to get something to eat. The clicking of the door closing roused May from her slumber. The sun drifted in through the window, causing the girl to clench her eyes shut. It's too early, she whined, pulling the covers over her face. She looked over under the covers to see Ash's torso and lower body. Remembering where she was and whom she was with, she popped her head from under the covers, only to expose her sapphire eyes to the sun again. She turned over to Ash and nudged him. Not yet, he said as though he was awake. I'm back to sleep. It's morning, Ash, she said, shaking him again. I know what time it is, he responded, eyes shut. I just don't want to get up yet. Well, if we keep Max and Brock waiting, they're going to wonder why it took us so long to get up, she warned him, hopping out of bed. I'm going to get dressed. She looked at the ground where her clothes had fallen off the bed when she and Ash had gone to sleep before. She stepped into the bathroom again to change from behind the closed door. Ash turned over and looked at Pikachu. The electric type looked at his trainer with wide eyes. Ash begrudgingly sat up and rubbed his eyes. Pikachu left on his head and messed with his dark hair. And then he pulled him from his scalp and gave his buddy a hug. Being nearly completely dressed except for his hat and shoes, Ash was already ready to go. He was changing as quickly as possible as the trainer put his hat back on his head. He stepped up to the door and asked, Hey May, can I come in and brush my teeth? No, she said, struggling against something from the other side of the door. Besides, you never got your toothpaste from your pack last night. Ash groaned. I can't believe I forgot. There, she said, getting a sigh of relief. Oh, why didn't you want to wake up? You better not make fun of me when I say this, Ash prefaced. I won't, I said, the sound of clothing coming from her side of the door. Ash began. I was dreaming that I was on top of a mountain and you came up wearing a wedding dress and we saw Ho-Oh and then we followed it on Charizard? May ended, opening the door, dressed in her new outfit. Ash looked in her eyes, afraid of the... how did you know? Ash asked, looking into her eyes, afraid of the answer. I had the same dream, except that was me and everything. How did we have the same dream? Confused, Ash turned on the television, and the newscaster, hoping the newscaster had an answer. Words are coming in that a large golden Pokemon was seen flying over Cerulean in the early hours of the morning, the television said. Golden Pokemon? We both asked at the same time. The police are telling the populace that it was more than likely a weather balloon or a rare-colored Pidgeot, and says they will not be pursuing the subject further. Do you think that Ho-Oh gave us that dream? May asked him as he turned off the television, scared by the events. Ash, however, tried to brush it off. I think it's just a coincidence. It's all too weird otherwise. Yeah, I guess you're right. Come on, let's get something to eat. I'm starving! Ash chuckled as Pikachu climbed to his shoulder. That's something I can agree on. Let's go. Everyone in the cafeteria held their mouth open as they took in the scene. Such a display of raw, primal energy was not something seen in a Pokemon Center's cafeteria. A display of such ferocity was shocking to everyone who walked by. But for Brock, it was par for the course of watching Ash and May eat. The couple greeted their friends as they entered, and immediately got in line. Ash and May got as much food as they possibly could fit on their tray without stacking incompatible foods. Ash got himself a waffle, a plate of biscuits and gravy, and another plate with eggs and bacon. May got 3 chocolate chip pancakes, a bowl of fruit-flavored cereal, and some biscuits and jam. Both got milk to drink. They sat down across from each other, smiling politely to themselves and their other friends, and then proceeded to tear into their food. Sighing, Max and Cindy finished what was left on their plates, and then left the cafeteria to avoid being associated with such poorly mannered people. May and Ash smiled at each other at varying intervals during the display of how kind people could be so cruel to food. Brock gave up trying to correct them. He just got up and went to wait for them in the lobby. After they finished, Ash and May stepped into the lobby, where they caught up Max, Cindy, and Brock. The 5 stepped outside the center to find all their parents, excluding Brock's, of course, as well as Professor Oak, Tracy, and Misty waiting for them. I guess this is it, guys, Ash said to the group. You're all leaving? Cindy said depressingly. Gotta go and get my last frontier symbol, Ash told her. My toughest battle is waiting for me in the battle pyramid. You've all done so much for us, Joseph said to the traveling trainers. I don't know how to thank you all. It's nothing, May said with a smile, taking Ash's hand. We've all gotten something out of this little adventure. Oh well, Max said slyly, apart from Drock, that is. Brock began to cry. You don't have to rub it in! You've been such a good influence on Cindy, Ash, Rain said to him. Good luck in the battle pyramid. Thanks, Rain. Good luck with your store. Delia and Misty stepped up to Ash. You'd better take good care of her, Ash, the gym leader warned him. You already know what it's like to be on a girl's bad side. I'll do my best, Misty. Take care of yourself, Delia said to him. We'll be waiting for you when you come back to Pallet Town. Make sure you change it every day, honey. Ash sighed. I will. You'd think that since you think I'm mature enough to have a girlfriend, you'd think I'd be mature enough to do that. Meanwhile, Norman and Carolyn walked up to May. You be sure to keep an eye out for your little brother, May. You don't need to be so absorbed into Ashley forget about him, Norman reminded her. I'll watch him. I've always cared about Max, and Ash isn't gonna change that, May said, brushing off her worry. May, Carolyn bent down to be at eye level with her daughter. If you have any questions about anything you start to feel about Ash, you can always call me. May smiled in her mother's eyes, with the same look the same eyes that she inherited from her. All right, Mom, I promise. Cindy blushed and stepped close to Max. You better stay in touch with me, shouted him before ducking behind her father's legs. What do you mean? Max asked her, becoming confused. I mean, when I get my starter Pokemon, you better come back here and teach me how to be a trainer, she shouted, poking her head out at Max before hiding again. Why are you acting so weird, Cindy? Brock placed his hand on the boy's head. I think I should explain it on the road. What's up? Max asked Brock as he was being led away from the girl. Like I said Brock, pushing him along. I'll explain later. Ash and May laughed knowingly at May's little brother. The traveling party said their farewells to the group as they set off down the road. They left amid the cheers of their friends and family behind them and set off for Ash's battle at the battle pyramid. The sun shined above them, brightly lighting the way for them as they traveled to the next battle frontier adventure. Hey, Ash recalled as they walked down the road. It's just been over a week since we had this little side adventure, hasn't it? May placed a finger to her chin. Yeah, a week ago today, you were battling Drew because you both thought I was kidnapped by the other. Yeah, now you have a boyfriend, Max said. May giggled and grabbed Ash's hand. Things can certainly change in a week's time, huh? Ash smiled and squeezed her hand back. Yeah, I'd never thought I'd get my first girlfriend while on my journey. Watch out, Brock, Max warned the breeder. I think Ash and May are gonna start kissing right here. May became indignant. Hey, what would be wrong with that? Ash is my boyfriend after all. Yeah, but it doesn't mean the rest of us want to see it. Max smiled as he ran ahead of his sister along the path that led through the forest. Oh, Max, you're gonna get it this time, May threatened, chasing ahead of him after releasing Ash's hand. The trainer stepped next to Brock. Some things never change, huh? He asked Brock, jokingly. I guess not, Youth laughed back. Didn't they fight the day this all got started, too? I better keep May from beating Max to a pulp, Ash laughed, racing ahead of his longtime friend. Well, don't leave me here, Ash, Brock called, chasing after him as fast as he could. My meat-eating skills can solve any conflict between brother and sister. As he chased down the road to stop his girlfriend from hurting her brother, Ash Ketchum knew that his life has changed forever this past week. There were many more challenges awaiting him, not just in the battle frontier, but in life as well. But for as long as he continued his journey, he would have invaluable partners joining him in his life, not the least of which were his best friend, Pikachu, who hanged immediately on his shoulder, or the girl named May, whom he'd fallen in love with. As long as he stayed with such valuable friends, he'd be certain to have many more exciting adventures in the days, and yes, years to come. And that, everyone, is the end of May's Crush. I hope you all enjoyed And yes, happy endings, Aiden. Aren't they great? But I should say, May's crush might be over, but this is far from the end. Oh no. PikamasterADV wrote a sequel to this. He wrote a sequel to this. And boy, let me tell you, it's pretty crazy. It is crazy. So, while we may be closing the cover for this story, there is still the sequel. And I should also state, the story was left unfinished. I might have mentioned this before, but I will say it again for the uninitiated. The story was left unfinished, so while I do intend on reading it, there will come a point where I will be reaching the end of what he actually wrote, and it will be, well, on a cliffhanger, more or less. But that's where I come in, because I actually ended up writing a denouement to it. I ended up finishing it myself because I wanted that closure so badly. And yeah. And I would just like to say that I think I did a pretty good job. I think I did a pretty good job. But I'll let y'all be the judge of that once we get to that point. But for now, I think it's time we close the book on this. And let you all out. Yeah, more depression, LMAO, JK. Well, yes, there is a lot more romance and shippy stuff in it, but it's also kind of more an adventure fic, too. There's more mystery and suspense to it. And it will keep you guessing. It's pretty nutty. Plus, it takes place in an area not off explored in the Pokemon world, which I think is really cool. But until then, I think it's time that we head out. Let's see here. Yeah, thank you for watching it, and I'm glad that you enjoyed the story. I wonder if anyone is streaming right now. There is someone streaming. Okay, you know what? We're gonna rig Nina. She is doing a birthday stream right now. And she deserves the attention. She deserves the attention. As for what she's doing exactly, I don't know. I don't know. Is she telling a story or something? Because I'm noticing, I don't know. I don't know actually what's going on, but we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, so while thank you all for watching, following along in the story. I had a fantastic time reading it. And also setting up the soundtrack for it, because oh my god, that was like my favorite part. Setting up the soundtrack behind it. It was just, oh man, I love it. I love it. But yeah, in the next Mochi Storytime, we are going to start reading May's Crush Final Frontier, which is the name of the sequel. That's what happens for that. I don't know. Could be Splatoon. Could be War Crimes. We'll have to see. But you better believe that some stuff is coming. And now, let's say hi to Nina. She is doing a birthday stream. So, bye, everybody.